Quins into the side today. Byron McDonough is their 12th man. And for the Northern Knights, well, no Paul Sterling. Ruan Pretorius, well, great that he got a job in Cricket Ireland, but if you work for Cricket Ireland and you can't play cricket at interprovincial level, something seems to be a bit wobbly there. But he's just started a new job and he feels like he has to commit to that. So he's out of the side and he will be missed. He's been very influential in their side all year long, both in the 20s and the 50s. Cade Carmichael is back though. He got 62 against Munster Reds in the previous meeting in this series. And Jake Egan is a young player who's come into their side, an Irish passport holder from Perth, Western Australia, just 20 years old, and plays his club cricket with Carrickfergus. So we're about ready to go here. Liam McCarthy about to bowl the first over.
Well, the Northern Knights were knocked off the top of the table yesterday. The Leinster Lightning completing a dominant victory over the Northwest Warriors. It was a strange game, that one, wasn't it? Plenty of runs to be seen in the first innings. And then the game seemed to change on the dropping of Lorcan Tucker early on in his innings. And after that, it just went the Leinster Lightning's way.
Lorcan Tucker, George Dockrell, Sam Harbison, Fionn Hand. Power hitting of a kind that we have never witnessed at this level of the game. A record score at Rario IP50. See what we'll see today. Cloudy morning in lovely Cork. The marvellous Mardyke looking a picture as always. Last time I was down here for the 20s, we had that extraordinary occasion. 3 days of beautiful sunshine, but bees stopped play.
Yes. I don't think that will be a problem today.
Beautiful delivery. Well pitched up, and second ball. Out goes Ross Adair. Trapped LBW in front. Major breakthrough for Munster Reds. Just what they would have wanted. And Liam McCarthy strikes. It's 1 for no wicket.
Oh, Ross Adair makes his way back to the pavilion after, well, it was a wide first ball. Second one right on the stumps. Adair didn't get a bat on it. He left the umpire with very little choice than to raise the finger and send him on his way. Here is the delivery. Well, that just came back and caught him in front. Clipping leg stump, I think, on the way through. Umpire's call if it had been a reviewed decision. But that's Ross Adair, and Ross Adair, of course, has done well for this side so far in the series, but not today. First ball, and he's on his way. The score is 1 for 1.
And the incoming batter is James McCullum from Waringstown, who was involved in that Irish Senior Cup final last Saturday when his club lost to Leinster on their home track at the park.
Well, we didn't get much of a chance to talk about it, but Jake Egan, the debutant, as McCullum faces his first delivery. But Jake Egan thrown in at the deep end.
Opening the batting, apparently brought in because of some very good performances for the young Northern Knights team. He's been scoring a lot of runs for his club, Carrickfergus. And here we are in the first over. I don't think anything has touched the bat yet. And another fast delivery from McCarthy, but this one 4 wides, 5 runs to the total down the leg side. Extras is winning so far.
Well, we had a similar situation yesterday. Came across his stumps and it just turned so much. Seamed away. Very difficult for the wicketkeeper to get anywhere near that. Well, it's an eventful over to start with. You certainly would have wanted your coffee before this one.
tempted to have a leg slip the way it's gone so far. But there are 2 slips in. Nice length. Well left by James McCullum. Northern Knights were top of the table until Leinster Lightning's batting yesterday took them to 0.98 in the run rate, and leapfrogged over the Knights. 3 sides on 9 points coming into this. Leinster Lightning, Northern Knights and Northwest Warriors, and again the pads are struck. Again there's a big appeal, not quite as loud as the first one.
Well, Jake Egan has spent this over up at the non-striker's end, and he's seeing all sorts happening on. What an introduction to interprovincial cricket for the young lad.
Liam McCarthy took 4 for 67 against this opposition in the previous meeting in the Rario IP50 this season. Plays and misses. The bat has not been struck yet. 2, 4, 6, 7 deliveries and no bat on ball.
Well, you say that, but plenty happening anyway. Score already up to 6. And as we said, Ross Adair, he came, he saw one wide, and the next one wrapped him on the pads, sent him on his way.
That on the pads too, but probably going down the leg side. A run taken, a leg by. So an extraordinary over. 2 wides, a leg by, 7 extras, and it's 7 for 1 after 1. Who said Rario 50 cricket wasn't as exciting as the T20 variety? This is great stuff. I have to say the light is poor. It's gotten a lot cloudier in the last 10 minutes or so, and that could be a factor this morning. But the Munster Reds with their tails up, and it's Josh Manley who's going to open from the Sunday's well end. Josh Manley, who plays his cricket in the north for the Lisburn club. Lovely bowling action. Can he continue where Liam McCarthy has started? This is a good start for the Munster Reds.
Well, wicket in the first over, always a help.
And the young man, Jake Egan, just turns that to mid-wicket, and single taken. Oh yes, it's McCullum. They switched ends on that leg by at the end of the over.
Well, this will be Jake Egan's first delivery received in interprovincial cricket. He's just watched that over of Liam McCarthy. A little bit of everything in there, except runs off the bat. Egan now, you can just imagine, the first ball at this level. He's facing Manley now.
Down the leg side and turned to the right of young Ryan Joyce.
Well, that was a good shot for your first in interprovincial cricket. Just played away on the leg side, take your run. And that certainly will dissipate any nerves that were held beforehand. Nerves that would have been amplified seeing his opening partner caught on the crease, LBW. Inside edge onto the pads, yes.
trying to turn it through the leg side. 6-3 field for Manley. Couple inside the circle on the leg side, saving a single and a man down at long leg. Third man and 3 in the covers, plus the 2 slips. Little bit of movement off the pitch for Manley, but that single down to third, fielded by McCarthy.
Well, I hate to dampen things down, but there is a bit of rainfall falling now. Light precipitation. It's so light, I don't know if the umpires have noticed under their wide-brimmed hats yet.
Oh, I think umpire Johnny Kennedy was just shouting over to the ground staff, who are poised to get the covers on if required.
Well, Manley has moved his fine leg very wide down towards the gate at the Mardyke walk end.
Down the leg side there was a little tickle, but I think it was the pad. Stifled appeals. Munster Reds buoyant and with their tails up, putting the Knights in on this damp morning.
Well, the umpire checking the rainfall, removing his hat.
And that one moved away off a good length. Fine delivery from Manley brings to an end the second over. 3 coming from it. 10 for 1 after 2 overs. And if the rain stays like this, we might get away with it. But it's one of those skies where you can't really predict.
Well, it's a matter of how much wind there is to blow this shower across. You can see on the building, well, not on your screen unfortunately, but just the flags blowing from the west in, and hopefully they will take that cloud away. And in fact, the precipitation, if anything, has got lighter. Very small, fine drops of rain. It's the sort of rain that you walk down to the shops without a coat because you don't realise it's raining, and you get home and you're soaked. And you don't understand how it happened. It's that fine mist of a fine day.
Well, this wicket has been well covered by the Mardyke ground staff. It's nice and dry, a little bit of green in it, as you'd expect. But that little bit of moisture could just help the bowlers a little.
Well, you notice there, as the fielder threw the ball in, as is the trend these days, he threw it in to bounce into the keeper. You could see it's just skid off the grass because there's now that fine sheen of droplets there.
Yeah.
And it could cause problems to the bowlers with regards to keeping a grip on the ball. They'll have to try and keep it dry. But it could also skid through to the batsman.
Well, pitched up and played back to the bowler by Egan.
McCullum just coming down to have a word. McCarthy's getting a good bit of movement there this morning. Bowling from the Mardyke walk end. He really is getting it to jag back at the right-hander.
A little bit of bat on that one to backward square leg. Egan goes to 2. McCullum back on strike.
And this is the first of 2 games in the Mardyke for the Munster Reds this week.
Flashed away and through the grasp of the fielder, Mike Frost, who's at backward point. It's gone away for 4, first boundary of the innings. Score moves into double figures and McCullum to 7.
Well, as I say, it's just sliding across the grass at the moment, and I think that's what did Frost as he went down to field that. He was expecting it just to catch and come up a bit more. It evaded his grasp and the first boundary of the day.
Good delivery from McCarthy.
Good carry
McCullum,
through to the keeper.
Yeah, McCullum didn't want to have anything to do with that one. It was on a good length with a little bit of assistance from the pitch. Well, the Northern Knights, winners of the 20-over version of the Rario Interprovincial Series this year, hoping to get a double. And they'll get a couple more runs here. Down to long leg, couple of runs to McCullum. Score goes to 18. 8 coming off that McCarthy over. 1 for 14 for him. And it's 18 for 1 off 3.
Well, McCullum looks very busy this morning. He's eager to be out there. He's pushing the ball around. He's running singles exceptionally quickly, looking for twos. It's the sort of positive play that you kind of expect from James McCullum. Made a few appearances in the green for Ireland over the winter. And he'll be looking to reintroduce himself to the selectors.
So Manly to continue from the Sunday's well end. A little bit of sideways movement off the pitch. Taken comfortably by Peter Moore. And that one wasn't too far away from the outside edge.
Well, man, he's bowling very similar to McCarthy. He's getting that away swing. He's getting a good bit of movement there. Yeah.
That one's kept a bit lower. There is a bit of variety in the bounce on this pitch. That always puts a little bit of doubt in the batter's mind. And of course, when a wicket goes in the first over, the whole group tend to have that little inhale of, or is it exhale of breath? Yeah. I'm not sure. Manny seems to be having a little bit of trouble with the footmarks.
Well, you can see how dark the footmarks are, indicating just how much moisture there is in the pitch. I mean, we have had, I know, plenty of rain in Dublin, and I suspect it's been the same down here. So once the bowler's foot is breaking through the surface, it's hitting soil that is pretty much soaked, and you can see when he was scraping his foot across that, you could see it coming up in granules, in little balls of mud. Whereas if it was rock hard and we'd had the summer we wish we had, when he did that, it would have been dust coming off the pitch. Whereas here, you could see it was very definitely soil that's coming.
Oh, lovely delivery, straighter, just again it left him off the pitch. This Mardyke ground, of course, very close to the River Lee. It's quite a low-lying part of the city of Cork.
It's similar to the hills yesterday. We were saying there just how lush the outfields of the cricket grounds of Ireland are at the moment because of the amount of rain that came down. It's almost perfect growing conditions, but not great for cricket.
Oh, fine over from Josh Manley, finishing off a maiden. His second over. None for 3 for him. 18 for 1 the score after 4 overs. Egan on 2, McCullum on 9. And that cloud cover persisting here at the Mardyke at the start of this Rario IP50.
Well, 4 overs gone. Maiden for Manley, and it was a fine over too, causing a bit of problem to Egan. But Egan stood his ground. It wasn't flustered. That's just what you want from your brand new debutant opener. I think he's quite willing to take his singles and get down the non-striker's end and watch James McCullum go about his business.
Well, you'd rather see that from an opening batter than flashing almost at will.
You know, nobody seems to go for the pinch hitter in the 50-over game anymore. It tends to be the T20 where you get the village blacksmith coming into open just because of his strength. Here we have a far more, I'm not going to say sedate, not after yesterday's 425, but it's just a bit more controlled. You want to make sure that you and your team bat the 50 overs.
Oh, a little bit of a wrap there, and it's out. A second LBW. My instinct was that might have been a little bit high, but McCullum has to go out for 9. A second breakthrough from Liam McCarthy in the 5th over, and it's 18 for 2, and the Northern Knights in big trouble here.
Well, McCarthy's been getting the ball to jag back to the right-handers, and it's been causing them problems. And he picks up a second LBW. James McCullum makes his way to the sideline, somewhat dejected. He may feel it was a little high. Seemed to catch him on the thigh rather than the pad. We'll see here now just how the lines look. And that really did jag back a bit, and it looked like it may have been on height, but the umpire's giving it out, and that's 2 down with just 18 on the board. The Munster Reds will be absolutely delighted with this. McCarthy, he always poses a threat. He's bustles in, good pace, good movement, and today he's causing the Northern Knights batsmen great difficulties. Cade Carmichael, the new batsman, comes in to join Egan.
And Jake Egan had a fairly long chat with him there as he walked to the crease. Just explaining perhaps the sideways movement and the variable bounce that the Munster Reds bowlers have been able to generate from this pitch so far.
That delivery from McCarthy did jack back an awful long way. Seaming off the pitch. I mean, it is quite green out there. And as we said, just below that crusty surface, seems to be a bit of moisture there. And McCarthy, well, is exploiting this pitch to its best at the moment. And this could be the time that winning the toss and inserting the opposition is the way to go.
That one down the leg side, and it's away to our commentary box for 4 wides plus 1. 5 to the score. Extras still winning this match. 22 for 2. Was there a bat on that?
I think there was.
Did came service to Cade Carmichael.
Just enough to take it away from the keeper and also to produce some anguished cries of catch it.
And that's gone upish, and it's caught at second slip by Alistair Frost. But while it sounded like it might have been a bit of wood on it, it's obviously come off the pad or the thigh pad or something.
I think it was the thigh pad. I think it hit onto the thigh pad quite square on, producing that noise. Again, another one that jags back in. McCarthy steaming in, but that's well played, punched through mid-wicket.
Couple of fielders in chase, and they will save the boundary, but 3 runs to Carmichael. Unperturbed by all of the mayhem going on around him, he moves to 7.
What was a big help to him playing that shot there was he played for it to cut back in, and it did, and it came perfectly down with the bat and just punched it through the leg side. As you say, 6-3 field, so there is plenty of space on the leg side, and McCarthy is bringing it back in. You can just see how open Egan's stance is here.
Solidly behind it. Good defensive shot. And at the end of McCarthy's 3rd over, he has 2 wickets now. 2 for 21. 25 for 2 the score after 5 overs. Egan still there on 2, Carmichael on 7.
Well, the important thing as far as the Munster Reds are concerned are those 2 wickets down. We saw it yesterday. If you have wickets in hand going into the last 15, 17, 20 overs, you can really put up a big total. And here we see the ground staff are out, and you can see how much soil they're actually picking up there that's come loose. It's not firm. Just putting down a little bit of sawdust just to soak up some moisture. And although it looks dry on top, you only have to break through that surface and you find the moisture content quite high. And there's some remedial work. There's nothing worse as a fast bowler. If you have the slightest doubt in your mind about your feet landing and staying solid in a base, it throws off your whole action.
Quite apart from that, there's a safety issue.
Very much so.
You've got to make sure that that there's a bit of dryness there, so that you can actually attack the bowling line.
I mean, in your run-up, the ideal thing is that you're accelerating the whole time into your delivery stride. But when that front foot goes down straight, there's an awful lot of weight and momentum going into that leg. And if that front foot doesn't remain steady on the ground, it can cause all sorts of difficulties. Good ball again. He's just getting enough away movement just to keep the batsman interested, but
I love the line he's bowling. He's bowling middle and leg and getting the ball to move away, so he's forcing the batter to come into the stroke. If you get away movement and you start the ball too wide, it's easily left.
Very much so, yes. And whereas McCarthy's bringing it into the right-hander, Manley showing a different, well, posing different questions, shall we say.
And again, even more away movement that time. Now, these white balls used in 50-over cricket, sometimes they move a lot, sometimes they're quite friendly from a batter's point of view. And today, whatever is in the seams of these 2 balls that we're using, both bowlers are getting plenty of help, and of course they've also got the cloud cover, which is something that bowlers love to have in their armoury. Solidly played by Carmichael.
Yes, that cloud cover, about 9/10 at the moment, of various shades of fluffy white to dark grey, and little specks of blue off to our right, and that's where the weather's coming from, off to the right of your screen as you see it at the moment. And
Looking brighter.
I'm optimistic.
Yeah, looking brighter over there. There was no rain forecast, but, well, we all know what Irish weather can be like.
Plenty of examples of the Irish national dress today. People out in shorts and puffer jackets. It's the one that makes me laugh.
Okay, Carmichael has some form this year, averaging 49 in Northern cricket. Scored 642 runs. 5 half-centuries. That's good in any language. And he has 62 against these Munster Reds when the sides met earlier this season in the Rario 50.
Well, nothing says select me more than plenty of runs. And averaging 49, that's a good achievement.
Straight to the fielder at mid-off, Tyrone Kane. But another magnificent over from Josh Manley. 2 maidens in a row. 3 overs gone for him. Just 3 runs conceded, all singles. Extraordinary start. He's the one keeping them quiet, while McCarthy, while more expensive, is getting the wickets. Good combination.
Yes, indeed. He's doing a fine job for his captain. He's only gone for 3 runs in 3 overs. And he's providing that sort of control whilst also looking quite dangerous. He's got a couple that have caused the batsman difficulty around the outside edge. But now Liam McCarthy to continue. Over number 7.
2 slips still in. Jake Egan has some good form too coming into this. That's why he's been selected by the Northern Knights. Has a century and an 80 in his last few games for Waringstown. Or Carrickfergus, rather.
Well, again, he's been asked to make the move up from the Future Series into the actual Interprovincials. And so far, he's standing tall. It's great to see. He's not been fazed by the occasion. You could see a batsman who, having faced 14 balls, would have a mad slash.
Yeah, turned square. And quick single taken, and then the overthrow. Ryan Joyce backed up by Mike Frost, but he couldn't quite hang on to it. So a couple to Egan, doubles his score.
But he's playing very assuredly and very sensibly at the moment, not trying to force anything.
More pitched up, more of a Yorker, that one. Good variety from McCarthy, keeping the batter guessing.
Well, he's been bowling at a good length and getting plenty of movement, and on this occasion he went for the block hole, dug it right in there, and Egan actually did very well to get his back down to that. Keep that one out.
Oh, and that one seemed to come back a little, and you could see from the reaction of PJ Moore that it wasn't missing the stumps by much.
Well, it went past the off stump, but you could see from where PJ Moore took the catch, it was well across. You could see the ball was coming back towards the stumps, just not enough for McCarthy on this occasion.
Whatever breeze there is blowing from right to left as you watch this game, coming to you live from the Mardyke. And a fine over from McCarthy. No wicket this time, but 2 runs just conceded. 2 for 23 off his 4. Egan on 4, Carmichael on 7. And the score has moved to 27 for 2 after 7. The run rate might be a conservative 3.86, but these two having to rebuild the innings after Ross Adair and James McCullum were both given out LBW by Steve Wood, the umpire at the Mardyke Walk End.
Josh Manley to continue now from the Sunday's Well End. Kate Carmichael. Neither of these players were in the last T20 side played when we were in Pembroke in Sydney Parade for that festival. But now the Northern Knights looking to them to get them to a position of safety that they can push on from.
And that one's cracked through the covers for a 4. A little bit shorter from Manley that time and dispatched by Carmichael, who has started his innings with great assurance.
This was a shot off the back foot. You saw how short it was. Front foot didn't really come forward. Stood tall, pushed it through the covers. Sometimes when you're playing off the back foot, you've taken your body's momentum out of the shot and it takes some of the power out of it. But he made up for that with the timing on that. Raced away to the boundary.
Ooh, what a comeback from Manley. Better ball, better pitch, better length, and the away movement again.
Well, this time, just pulled his length back a little bit. Then the batsman couldn't get up on top of it. And ended up just looking at that delivery as a defence, one to be defended. It went through to the keeper, and it wasn't too far away from the edge of the bat. Again, that slight movement that Manley's getting is proving problematic.
Oh, an edge there, wide of second slip. And it goes all the way to the Mardyke Walk boundary. Streaky boundary that time from Carmichael. And he won't mind. 35 for 2.
Well, this is exactly what Manley was looking for. Good full length, gets it to move away from the bat. Took the edge. And suddenly the bowler is asking the captain, could I have a third and fourth slip, please? Carmichael will feel he got away with that, but it's 4 on the board for him.
Yesterday we saw some slip fielding that was more second and gully. Today, again, it's off the edge, this time down to third man. And the strike rotated for the first time in quite a while. These two batters could do with a little bit more of that. They've been rather stuck at their respective ends for the last few overs. That single brings Egan on strike against the dangerous Manley.
This is a good contest in the middle at the moment. The Munster Reds have got the first punch in. Northern Knights, well, they're not rocking on their feet, but they certainly have felt Munster Reds coming at them in these first few overs.
Ryan Joyce has gone into the gully. So 3 catchers now. And again, beaten outside the off stump. Egan neither forward nor back to that beautiful delivery from Manley.
He really has just found that line and length he's looking for.
Our commentary position here at the Mardyke, facing the sun. We get it all day long, and it's finally joined us as the clouds start to part. Wonderful place to be. Egan getting down in time for that one that kept a little bit lower. A very interesting over from Manley. He bowled 3 overs for 3 runs. That one more expensive, but not without its excitement. None for 12 for him off 4. 36 for 2 off 8 is the score. Egan on 4 and Carmichael on 16.
Manley were delighted with that over. It may have gone for 9 runs. It may have been his most expensive, but it also came the closest to picking him up a wicket. Managed to find the edge of Carmichael's bat, but it flew wide of second slip and ran away down to third for a boundary. And then he had a good couple of deliveries at Jake Egan, where Egan was caught in 2 minds. It looks like a change of bowling now.
Ryan Joyce coming on from the Mardyke Walk end. Liam McCarthy, 2 for 23 off his 4 overs.
Well, it's good to see the debutants on both sides getting involved early. Good moves from both captains. Makes it a lot easier for the players when they're actually involved in the game.
And a bit of a loosener, that one. Well wide of the off stump. So wide indeed that it's signalled as such. It's quite warm here in Cork today. Temperature in the low 70s. 21, 22 degrees centigrade. Very pleasant. Firm shot from Carmichael. Well fielded at backward point. No run.
Well, Joyce, the Cork Harlequins player, settling down to his task immediately. Bustling up to the wicket. Seems to be getting a bit of a way swing.
Oh, lovely delivery. Perfect length. And that beat the outside edge of Carmichael's bat.
Super delivery, that. Good start from Joyce. He had that wide at the beginning. But he's immediately settling down to his job. Task in hand.
Solidly played, straight to cover. 4 men in a line there to save the single. Just adjusting the headgear. Sorry if there was a click on the sound there. Sun has come out and it's shining straight into our eyes here. So time for the cap.
That's the first ball we've seen. 2 over pitch turned into a full toss, but Carmichael, I think, as much taken by surprise by the full toss as anything else. Just played it down. Plenty of cricket in the next few weeks here in Ireland.
That one's well down the leg side. Good save by Peter Moore, just slightly less pace than McCarthy was bowling from that far end, and so Moore able to save that one, but it's been a bit of a mixed bag of a first over for young Ryan Joyce.
Many congratulations to the Irish women on their 10-wicket win against the Netherlands yesterday, first of a 3-game series.
Little bit uppish through mid-wicket. And a couple more to Carmichael, who is scoring at a good rate, considering that he came in with the score 21 for 2. He's moved to 18 off 18 deliveries. Egan solidly dependable at the other end. Hope that isn't the kiss of death for him. But so far he's been the rock of this team. Ah, it's cracked away. And a fine stop at backward point. Great fielding by Mike Frost. Saves the runs there, and the end of Joyce's first over. Just a 4 from it.
Good start from Manley. He's continuing from the Sunday's Wells end. His first ball again inducing a false shot.
Yeah, I'd like to see these two batters rotating the strike more. They have rather got stuck at either end for a large part of this partnership. which so far has put on 19. Ooh, another one off the outside edge. And again, it's Mike Frost fielding at backward point.
Well, Egan, he's trying to put Manley off his line and length just by showing him something different. He came down the track on that occasion. But Manley, well, he stuck to what he was doing, and it took the outside edge. Flew away on the ground on this occasion.
Oh, that one kept low and very well played. That could so easily have trapped him in front. Egan showing all of his defensive qualities on that excellent delivery. It's a good battle, this. Munster Reds looking determined. Not so much of a shot there from Egan. Didn't really play at that one. Was well wide of off stump. Didn't need to play it. That's the point.
Well, it is good to be down here in the mud. I can see the Munster Reds. They went through a period whereby they were only in the T20 competition. And now they've come back fully invested in all the competitions.
Oh, another fabulous delivery, and this time the shouts go up. Big appeal, but Johnny Kennedy unmoved.
Well, when you watch the replay of this now, watch Manley himself as the ball goes past the bat. He goes, oh, and then he appeals once he sees the slips and the keeper going up. He knew that hadn't taken the edge, but he followed up his close fielders. It was close, but you could see that look of disappointment from himself first as he looks to complete a third maiden in 5 overs.
Lovely delivery again. Egan completely unable to get his bat near the Manley deliveries that were so consistent in that over. As you said, third maiden in 5 overs. None for 12 for Manley now.
Well, this is an opportunity for anybody in the area, whether it be in Cork itself or County Cork or even wider. Chance to come down and meet this Munster Reds interprovincial squad. And that's tomorrow here at the Mardyke between 2:30 and 4. A chance to come down and meet the cricketers who are on your screen right now.
And so much can be learned from watching these guys play. Playing at this level, just one rung below international level. So many internationals out there who have played for their countries and great role models for the rest of the cricketing community and for youngsters who want to get involved in the game. Nice shot from Carmichael, just punching that into deep cover.
Well, that's exactly what you're looking for. Just rotate the strike on the first ball. And let's see how we go from there. So having reached the end of 10 overs, that's the end of the power play. The field can spread more. It doesn't appear to have done yet. Keeping the pressure on here.
And Egan also getting a single out to deep cover. Be good for that young batter to see some different bowling. He's been rather shackled by Josh Manley from the Sunday's well end. A little bit uppish off the bat of Carmichael that time, the ball stopping on the pitch.
Another consequence of the amount of moisture that is under the surface is occasionally one will just hit and stick and almost tennis ball bounce. On occasion it's to the batsman's advantage, allows him to pull or hook it. But if it comes as a surprise,
And that one's well down the leg side.
Well taken by PJ Moore.
It's been the only negative really about the Munster Reds bowling so far. They've had quite a few wides from that Mardyke walk end. First from McCarthy, now from Ryan Joyce. 9 wides so far, I'm reliably informed by our wonderful statistician. Run there for Carmichael. He goes to 20. Egan back on strike on 5. Considering the 2 wickets that were lost early, these 2 are doing well to rebuild the innings. It's important that they stick around for another 5 or 10 overs. A little bit of sideways movement there off a shorter length from Joyce. Kept down well by Jake Egan.
Well, it's still early in his innings, and in fact early in his career, but Egan looking very solid at the moment.
Down the leg side again. Needs to get a bit more consistency in his bowling, Joyce. Second wide of the innings.
Second wide of the over.
Of the over, indeed.
I think, based on what you said earlier, that's 10 wides now.
Oh, we're playing a miss. Egan getting frustrated. He's only got 5 off 28 deliveries. Make that 29 now. He survives. Joyce close to getting another breakthrough. He's none for 9 off his 2 overs. Carmichael has moved to 20. 45 for 2 off 11 overs.
Well, that final shot from Egan, the trouble with it was that he didn't come forward. His body had no momentum, he had no power, and he ended up just waving the bat at it. It was a full shot, but it wasn't quite what he wanted. Change of bowling now at the Sunday's well end, and Tyrone Kane, who had a fabulous weekend for his club, Phoenix. Himself and one of the stars of the Leinster Lightning yesterday, George Dockrell, both playing in the championship, and they knocked over Pembroke very handily at the weekend.
Much to your consternation, Craig.
Very much so. But sometimes you just have to recognise the better team won on the day.
Kane to Carmichael. And I'd say these 2 batters are very happy to see the back of Josh Manley, who bowled a wonderful spell. 5 overs, 3 maidens, 12 runs conceded, but no wickets. Very unlucky not to get a wicket in that spell. It was a superb, controlled, medium quick bowling. And that one jagged back. Looked like it was heading down the leg side, but just moved away to the off of the pitch. Good delivery. Carmichael not looking too happy with that one. Kane looking for his 50th wicket at this level. That's quick running by Carmichael, and it induced the error at mid-on. Well taken single. That's what you want to see more of from the Northern Knights batters. And it's not just to rotate the strike, it's also to have the fielding side on their toes and knowing that they're not going to get away with any sloppiness in the field. Oh,
That's
wonderful
a-
ball. What a peach. Takes the off bail. Started on leg stump and just moved away a fraction and beat Egan all over. So a third wicket falls, and Egan, who's been struggling really to score with any fluidity, is out for 5 of 30 deliveries, bowled by Kane in the 12th over. It's 46 for 3, and the Knights in a spotted bother. But remember yesterday, what were the Leinster Lightning?
That was
46 for 3.
Exactly the same score the Leinster Lightning were, and they went on to score 425. So if you're a Northern Knights fan, I wouldn't be disheartened. But many congratulations to Tyrone Kane. If you see this now, beautiful delivery. Does enough just to come back and take the off stump, knocking off the bail, and that is his 50th list day wicket. He'll be delighted with that landmark. And it's a fair reflection of just what a superb bowler he is. Getting some movement there, movement away, got it past the edge of Egan's bat, and he departs for just 5 on his debut.
And the very dangerous Morgan Topping coming in at number 5. Scored a century in the All-Ireland final on Saturday in a game that his Waringstown lost to Leinster. Scored 92 for the Munster Reds, for the Northern Knights against the Munster Reds in the previous fixture in this series. Very elegant player.
He's a class player. Absolute pleasure to watch. Goes about his business.
And they need a big innings from him here. Look at that. 3 slips in for Tyrone Kane. That's a real signal of intent from PJ Moore and his Munster Reds side. Morgan Topping, who has over 800 runs in the NCU at an average approaching 50. That's well down the leg side, and that's beaten the wicketkeeper, Peter Moore. They run through, but it's just the wide to add to the total, which goes to 48 for 3. Carmichael with a solid 21 off 25 without ever dominating the bowling, which has been excellent from the Reds so far.
It's been tight and it's been disciplined, and that's exactly what the Munster Reds have needed.
They really need to keep this up. They can't afford to let it slip. Another very accurate delivery from Kane, right on the money. Played defensively by Carmichael. And that's the end of Kane's first over, and it's a successful one. The wicket of Egan in the bag. He has 1 for 3 after 1 over. Carmichael on 21, Topping yet to score. And there's the card. Wow. After 13.
Quite similar to yesterday's card, with the side batting first, the Leinster Lightning. But on this occasion, well, Rossiter, he faced a wide, and then the next ball just pinned him in front. We felt that McCullum perhaps was a little unlucky, may have reviewed that decision if such an option had been available to him. But then Tyrone Kane, he has just absolutely bowled a peach of a delivery to see the back of young Jake Egan. He's made his debut and he's got onto the field, but he'll be looking to score more than 5 on next occasion. Carmichael, he's been busy, and now he's been joined by the immensely talented Morgan Topping,
who's about to face Ryan Joyce, coming in for his 3rd over. None for 9 so far for the young South African. Great to see somebody from a Munster club in the Munster Reds lineup. We haven't seen enough of that lately. And a good delivery to Topping. This will be a good test for Ryan Joyce against one of the better batters in the country. Kept down well, Topping, big man. It's an advantage sometimes on short deliveries.
He's batting so well at the moment, as you say, averaging nearly 50 in NCU competitions with over 800 runs. And not only that, but he's been consistently scoring for his interprovincial side. His main difficulty is...
Great delivery. Short, got up really quickly, and Topping got right over the top of it.
Well, this is a super delivery. Bowler comes in, puts it shorter, but not too short. It just climbs. Topping does well to play it down. He didn't really know where it had gone.
Straight to the fielder at square leg. Liam McCarthy, no run. Keeping Topping quiet is quite difficult. He's averaging over 50 in this Rario IP50 series as well.
As I say, his main difficulty is finding a spot in the full Irish side. Is where you're aiming for. Pretty settled batting order at the moment in the Irish 11. But Topping, he's certainly pressing his case to be the next cab off the rank.
Great over this from Joyce. Can he finish it off? Really important for the Knights not to lose another wicket at this stage of the game. And a fine delivery, left alone by Topping. A maiden over for Ryan Joyce. His three have gone for just 9 runs. It's an excellent bowling performance so far from the Munster Reds.
Well, McCarthy, the pick of the bowlers as far as attacking intent is concerned. 2 wickets, including that one from the second ball. But Josh Manley, that's exactly what you want from the other opening bowler, is control and economy. And he's provided both of those for his skipper. 12 runs from 5 overs. And then Tyrone Kane, well, it was just his first over, but he managed to extract just that little bit of movement off the pitch, and it saw the end of debutant Jake Egan. 1 for 3.
And here comes Kane again. Played straight to Delaney at mid-on, no run. I was chatting to Tyrone Kane before the game today, and he was remarking about that crazy 425 yesterday from Leinster Lightning.
That was the 25th highest ever List A score.
That's off the pads, and it's well saved by Moore, who was quickly onto his feet to try and throw the stumps down.
If that was only 25th, one can only imagine what the other scores are above that in List A cricket. But it's an awful lot of games, and to be in the top 25 just shows how remarkable that innings was yesterday.
Well, what did Gloucester make against Somerset
That
on
must
Sunday?
be up there as well. Yes.
Was that more than 425? It was somewhere around that. The professionalism of the game and the amount of cricketers who are benefiting from fitness techniques and strengthening techniques. The size of cricket grounds has become a problem. It's a bit like golf, the way big hitters
tiger-proofing your course.
Reduce. Yeah, it's extraordinary. And I think we're going to see more of these 400 plus scores in the future. That's a lovely shot. Just finding the gap between cover and mid-off. Couple more for Carmichael. It's been a torrid time for the Knights batters today. They haven't at any point in this innings so far been on top, which is a credit to the Reds and the way, as you said, they've been so consistent with the ball.
All four bowlers have done a super job for the Reds to date. But going back to what you were saying about list A scores and records and the such like, I'll just wait for this Tyrone Kane delivery. I feel that everything is moving towards higher scores, higher records. Bat technology has changed, and you see bats now that seem to contain a lot more wood for the same weight. There isn't the same compression, and those bats don't last as long, but they're providing bigger hits. There are smaller grounds because crowds are demanding more and more sixes and that sort of thing. So boundary ropes are being brought in. And not only that, but wickets are better as the technology and the investment in wickets improves.
Nicely played off his hip by Carmichael down to long leg, where because there's three slip fielders, there's nobody to save the day. And that's a boundary to Carmichael, who moves to 27. And the 50 has come up in this over. 54 for 3 now after 14. 6 off that over from Kane, who has 1 for 9. Carmichael a solid 27, topping yet to score.
Well, again, I'd suggest that topping not yet scoring is a reflection of the fine bowling that's happened so far. Tyrone Kane getting through his over with just that one boundary. And the Munster Reds now, well, they're making the decision to go back to McCarthy in the hope that he can wrinkle out another wicket here. This will be the 15th over.
Cloud thickening and a little bit of moisture in the air, dare I say. Just one slip for McCarthy as he comes into bowl to Topping. Not the shot he was hoping for. I think he was trying to hit that more to mid-off, but straight back to the bowler. This will be a good contest.
Well, McCarthy will certainly have his tail up. 2 wickets already. He'll be delighted to be back into the action so quickly.
Not often you see Morgan Topping with no score after 8 deliveries. And that hasn't lasted for long because he's cracked that one away to the vacant third man boundary. And he gets off the mark with a beautiful shot.
He'd been scoreless for the first 8, just as Stephen was commentating there. On this occasion, well, McCarthy left that one outside off, and Topping was so quick onto it. Slashed it away behind point. 4 runs. 4 off 9 looks a lot better than 0 off 8.
Slightly shorter delivery that time from McCarthy, and the inside edge to mid-wicket for no run.
Yes, just going back to our point about scores and setting records and scores getting bigger and bats getting more powerful. And even batsmen now are attending the gym, which 30 years ago wouldn't have been thought of. So there's lots of reasons why we're getting these record scores.
Oh, what a miss! What a miss. McCarthy failing to pick up the wicket of Topping. Played straight back to him. It's always difficult for a bowler, but I think McCarthy will be furious with himself here. He knows he should have caught this.
Well, as a bowler, all your efforts going into that delivery stride, and suddenly the ball's coming back to you. It's hard to judge the pace. You have no way of seeing how quickly it's coming to you or at what height. It's a tough chance, but a chance nonetheless. And McCarthy will be livid with himself.
And another small little doubt in Topping's mind. A batter who has dominated so many bowling attacks this summer. but he's finding it difficult here. Just one scoring shot so far. And he is one of the key wickets for the Reds. They can't allow him to settle in. We saw what happened yesterday when Lorcan Tucker was dropped behind when he was on 4. Went on to score 133. Well, we're going to have a small break here. It's been a fascinating first hour or so of play at the Mardyke. This Munster Reds bowling attack have done superbly well. 59 for 3 after 15 overs. The Northern Knights struggling to get on top. We're going to have a drinks break and we'll be back in a few moments. And you're welcome back. The players have been fortified with some suitable beverage and they're ready to go again, and it's Kane hoping to make another breakthrough, having produced that wonderful delivery to bowl Jake Egan in his first over. And that's a fine delivery, perfect length, beats the outside edge of Topping's bat.
Just while we were at the drinks break there, our statistician came up with the highest List A score in a 50 over game, 506 for 2. And it was an Indian side, so you can only imagine the heat that the fielding side had to go through in conceding 506 runs.
10 and over for 50 overs. Beggars belief.
They probably started at 8 and over and then accelerated at the end.
Well, the Lightning yesterday were 8.5 and over. You think about how many thousands of matches have been played at that level. To be 25th in the all-time list is quite an achievement. Ooh, outside edge. This is great bowling from Kane, and a misfield at point will give him a free run and move the score to 60. Topping goes to 6 of 16 deliveries.
Well, that was a shame, that misfield, because Kane was starting to build a nice bit of pressure on Topping here.
Mike Frost, the fielder at point.
He's had a couple of awkward ones sort of just bouncing in front of him today.
And he's also had a couple of wonderful stops as well. Such a difficult position. You see the ball so late. There's another one, and the diving stop this time saves the run.
And that sort of fielding just lifts the whole team. It's setting the standard for everybody else, but it also, well, it does wonders for a bowler. Ball scooting off and clean fielding like that, saving a single. Batsman thinks he's got away from the bowling, got down to the non-striker's end, and he can't get down there, and he has to go again.
2 slips for Kane now. Again, it's a really good, accurate delivery, played solidly to mid-off, where Manley is the fielder. Good enthusiasm about this red side today. They probably feel it should be 4 for 55, because Topping probably should be in the pavilion, but they're keeping at it, and they're playing collectively as a unit, which is, it's a quality in a cricket team that is so undervalued.
The X factor, really, isn't it?
That one's slightly more down the leg side, but well fielded in the mid-wicket area by Ryan Joyce, and the end of a fine over from Kane, who has 1 for 10 off 3 overs now. Carmichael on 27, Topping on 6, and at 16 it's 60 for 3.
Tyrone Kane causing difficulties and problems. Now McCarthy to continue. The Reds really looking for this 4th wicket. They feel that if they can take this wicket, they'll be in amongst the Northern Knights. McCarthy will be looking up to make up now for that dropped caught and bowled in the last over. Still plenty of time for the Northern Knights. They're starting, the rebuilding has started.
That could have gone anywhere, really. McCarthy really testing Topping here. Good bowling spell from him. Just wondering if this is his 6th over now. Don't want to reduce his effectiveness at the death when the batting side might be on the attack. Down the leg side, no touch from Topping, so wide signalled. Is that wide number 11 now?
And again, it's part of McCarthy's action. He's bringing it back into the right-hander, which when he starts it just outside off is proving to be very difficult for the batsman, but every so often he starts it on middle, and then that's going down the leg side.
Oh, good delivery.
Much better delivery. He was hurrying Topping on that occasion. Just an inside edge. Stifled any appeals that McCarthy had in the back of his throat.
Fielding side can have up to 4 fielders between the 11th and the 40th over outside the circle, and then it's 5 for the last 10, provided that they've bowled their overs at the required rate.
Bureaucracy. You just can't beat it, really.
Yeah, but that's what the umpires are there for. They have to enforce the rules, and somebody wrote them. So you can't play any game in any code without rules. But always for the fielding side, there's a balance to be struck. Shorter ball this time, and signalled wide again by Steve Wood. Not for the first time today, McCarthy having a couple of wides in his over. That run rate still at 3.76. Plenty of time though, with 33.5 overs to go. Good delivery, kept down well by Topping to Delaney at mid-wicket.
That's the delivery that he was trying to bowl the ball before. But again, just got the line slightly wrong. This time he got it cramped up, Topping.
Topping with 6 of 20 deliveries. He is really appreciating how good this Reds attack is. Oh, playing a miss. That was close. Through to wicketkeeper Peter Moore. And although there have been a couple of wides in this over, it's been an excellent 6th over for McCarthy. Can he finish it off? So far, no runs off the bat.
He's doing a fine run job for the Munster Reds today, is McCarthy.
Yeah, kept that one in the corridor of uncertainty. Topping didn't want to know anything about it, and at the end of over number 17, it's 62 for 3, and McCarthy has 2 for 30 of his 6 overs.
He really has been threatening all the batsmen in front of him today. Nobody has looked comfortable against him. Bowling very well. But it's become a mark of this Munster team that they do have a number of good, incisive bowlers. Tyrone Kane only coming on a second change today.
Manley giving encouragement to his fellow bowler Kane as he prepares to bowl his 3rd over to Cade Carmichael. Straight to mid-on, Delaney in quickly to save the single. Couple of slips here for Kane, who's getting a little bit of away movement. Whatever breeze there is blowing over his right shoulder, down the ground, away from the cameras that as we look at it, right to left on your screen. It's quite settled though now. It's a very light breeze. And that's a good solid shot. And brilliantly stopped by Manley. Used his full body there to save a run. Carmichael moves to 28. Score to 63 for 3. Brings Topping on strike again.
Well, that really was a fine piece of fielding from Manley, because just where he was fielding was just after the artificial wicket to the left of the wicket we're playing on today. And the ball obviously bounces a lot differently there than it would do on grass. And he made sure that he was covering all angles.
3 slips for Kane now to Topping. And it's off the outside edge, and they'll just get the single into the gap between cover and point. That's exactly what the Knights need to do. They've got to keep taking the singles, pushing the score quietly along and making sure that they rotate the strike.
Kane enjoying his task at the moment. Nice time to be bowling.
Well pitched up, and again, Manley superb. Oh, just missed the stumps. Carmichael would have been struggling to get there. Fine bit of fielding. And good backing up as well.
Ben White doing the job there. But yes, a direct hit there would have been very interesting. And Carmichael, I felt, ran on the strength of the shot rather than anything else, allowing Manley to pick up and throw at the bowler's end.
And that beats Mike Frost at backward point, but just a single down to third man.
Again, another one that just, that artificial wicket, just 3 pitches, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 pitches to the left of the one we're playing on. But as that ball came down off the bat, it just caught the edge of the mat, and the bounce just took it past the fielder there. It is something you have to be very aware of fielding on that side, that the ball may suddenly jump or skid through.
Oh, that one's hoisted into the deep. And it goes all the way for the innings first maximum. Cade Carmichael goes into the 30s. He's 35 now. A not so good end to Tyrone Kane's 4th over. 1 for 20 for him. And here's a look at that fine shot again.
Carmichael recognising straight away it was on his pads, got underneath it and lifted it down to the clubhouse. And it looks like Peter Moore is going to have a change of bowling again. McCarthy, he's bowled 6 already.
I think he was hoping to bring McCarthy back to try and break this partnership, knowing how important these two batters are for the Northern Knights, and it's Ben White who is going to come on to bowl.
Well, I
from
like
the
this
Mardyke
move.
walk end.
I think this is a good move by Munster. We've seen that these two batsmen have seen off the pace bowlers, the swing bowlers, and perhaps Ben White will extract a bit of balls to stick into the wicket here, or how much turn will he get? That will be the interesting thing for the first over.
Short delivery straight to backward point. Mike Frost is there, no run. Different field, of course, for the slower bowler. Deepish mid-off, square leg on the boundary. Just one slip. Very important that the fielders inside the circle stop the single. Now a quick single taken there. Just tap it down and run. Good communication between the batters. Topping pushes his score along to 9.
Well, that's exactly what they're looking for, is take the runs that are on offer. Don't need to go too mad too early with Ben White. Made his breakthrough to the Irish side this year.
Down the leg side, beats Moore and away for 5 runs, 4 wides, 4 plus the wide.
I do believe PJ Moore just got flicked his glove on the way through. Oh no, it flicked Carmichael's glove on the way through. Perhaps on another day it would have been signalled just 4, but 4 and the wide go on to the score.
Little bit of yes, no, wait about that one. Topping was looking for the single to McCarthy at mid-wicket. Probably was a single on, but Carmichael wasn't in the mood.
I think Carmichael was still replaying the shot he should have played.
Oh, that's up in the air. Oh, and just over the outstretched hands of the very tall Ben White, who couldn't get to it. A real chance, a bit of a lucky break that for Cade Carmichael. Not really a chance for the Reds because it didn't go to hand, but oh, it's one of those that could have gone anywhere. Well taken down the leg side and signalled a wide. Still, at no point in this innings have the Northern Knights batters looked like they're on top. And that's Topping, playing and missing outside the off stump. A good over from Ben White. 8 runs goes against his name, a little unluckily for him, but he'll be encouraged. And at the end of 19 overs, it's 80 for 3 with Carmichael on 36 and Topping just 9.
Well, just 2 off the bat for Ben White. It's over there. He'll be quite pleased with that start. And again, he created an opportunity. It was an opportunity that couldn't be taken. No fielder close enough. As you say, Ben White's a big man anyway, and it still cleared him by a good few feet. He couldn't get to where he needed to be, and the ball fell to the turf quite safely. They came through for almost an apologetic single. It's the acknowledgement given to the bowler that, yeah, you got me there, but I'm still here. Tyrone Kane now to continue from the Sunday's well end.
Oh, good delivery. Accurate. Carmichael was thinking of playing that into the mid-wicket area where there's a big gap. But it just jagged a little on him.
Well, the Northern Knights had reached 40 for 2 after 10 overs. We're now into the 20th over. You can see the score, 80 for 3. So 40 for 2 in the first 10 and 40 for 1 in the second 10. So no great acceleration from the Northern Knights, but they are building a good base here now.
Straight to White at mid-on, no run. Kane keeping his accuracy. He's hardly had a ball that the batters didn't have to play.
Well, the only loose delivery he's bowled so far was the one that Carmichael dumped onto the clubhouse roof. But I wouldn't say Kane was too worried about that delivery even.
That's McCarthy in the covers, no run. Still 2 slips in for Kane in the 20th over. Peter Moore just about getting the balance right between attack and defence.
Well, they'd be more than happy that keeping the run rate at around 4 and over. As you see, 4.1 at the moment. It's fluctuated from 3.5 up to 4.5, but it's been fairly steady throughout the innings.
Solidly straight back to the bowler. And again, no run and a fine overbuilding here for Tyrone Kane. Keeping batters of this quality quiet is quite an achievement. The Munster Reds, who've got just 1 win in this Rario IP50 series so far. If they were to win this match, all 4 teams would be mighty close in the standings. And of course the Reds have Leinster Lightning to play on Thursday in a couple of days' time. These 2 home matches so important for them.
A much changed Leinster Lightning side as well from the one that put up 425. But at the moment, we're focusing here as the Northern Knights, well, they're looking for the win to re-establish their position at the top. But if the Munster Reds were to win today and do so with a bonus point, then all four sides would be 2 wins, 2 losses, and it would only be net run rate separating all of them.
Wonderful over from Tyrone Kane, a maiden. 5 overs for him now, 1 for 20. Topping is stuck on 9 of 28 deliveries. Carmichael, a more assured 36 or 47. And after 20 overs, it's 80 for 3. And this fine initiative from the Munster Reds, inviting all of the people who would like to meet the players in this team and in the Munster Reds extended squad to come here to Cork County tomorrow, Wednesday the 16th of August, in the afternoon between 2:30 and 4 o'clock. Why not come down, have a chat with some of your heroes, any of you young people out there who are aspiring to play the game of cricket and who want to get to this level. Come down and meet the players. It's a great idea and a wonderful initiative from the Munster Reds. Oh, fine delivery from Ben White, which just got up off a good length, and again, Topping looking a little bit bemused.
He's looking to play that out square on the offside, but Ben White getting a good amount of bounce here.
Single out to mid-wicket. Topping gets into double figures of 30 deliveries. Carmichael back on strike. One slip in for the Reds. Murray Cummins. And that's into the gap in the covers, but there's cover on the boundary from Delaney.
Very easy to recognise today, Gareth Delaney. He has on the flexi tube stuff on his left arm. Left arm bandaged up.
A little bit uppish, but again, there's a big gap there, and Topping free to hit it into that gap. Topping, who was dropped by McCarthy when he was 4, goes to 11. A little bit of foot movement there from Carmichael before Ben White bowled the ball.
It was almost before Ben White started his run-up. You can see he's just trying to make Ben White think about something other than his bowling.
Oh, that's sliced away off the top edge. He was trying to pull that to long leg, but it ended up coming off the top of the bat. And again, Carmichael a little fortunate. Just a single, and another fine over from Ben White. 4 singles off it. No wicket for 12, but he could have had a couple of wickets so far. A little bit unlucky, the spinner.
Josh Manley there. He was mere inches away from getting to that one. Despairing, reaching for the sky. He did his best, but the ball just about cleared him. And it was only just as well.
21 overs, 84 runs, 4 and over, exactly 4 and over, 29 overs remaining. Going to be a change of bowling here for the Munster Reds. Tyrone Kane, after 4 excellent overs, 1 for 20. He is being replaced by Mike Frost. Munster Reds' 6th bowler.
Certainly was a fine spell from Tyrone Kane, but the skipper very aware that he's going to need that accuracy and control later on in the innings. So puts the card marked Tyrone Kane back in his pocket for the moment. And we'll see Frost now on at the Sunday's well end. Spin at both ends. And I think Ben White has shown that it could work.
Josh Manley at a wideish mid-off, right on the edge of the circle. Still a slip in here for Frost. Good diving stop by Ben White, and all sorts of mayhem as that ball came in towards the wicket-keeper. Carmichael diving in his way, making it difficult for Moore to take that throw.
But Carmichael doing the right thing exactly. As a batsman, you just make your ground. You don't worry about where the ball is or whose way you're in. It's your job to make sure you're in your ground, and he did that. It did mean that the ball scooted past PJ Moore, but the backing up was there.
Oh, he was right in front of his stumps there. Big appeal, turned down by umpire Johnny Kennedy. Be interesting to see this one again. Looked like he went across his stumps.
Left arm around. Is he getting it to straighten? Oh, he's outside the line. Well outside the line.
Yes, the bowling line from well wide of the stumps.
Even the impact onto the pads was well outside the off stump.
Well, Carmichael, who was scoring at a run a ball for his first 25 runs, even he has slowed down. And that's a measure of how well the Munster Reds have bowled so far, but they've got a long way to go. They've got to keep this momentum up if they're to prevent the Knights from setting a total that is gettable.
What I'm enjoying is the enthusiasm in the field by the Munster Reds.
Very good fielding by Frost off his own bowling.
We were talking about the teamwork and the team spirit. Esprit de corps, I think, is the phrase I'm looking for. Munster seem to have it in spades today.
Again, that wasn't a very assured shot from Topping, and Carmichael raises his hand to acknowledge the fact that he wouldn't take the single on a misfield because he was facing the wrong way. And that's a fine over from Mike Frost, his first, just one single from it, and plenty of encouragement for him and for the Munster Reds after 22. 85 for 3, and that run rate has slipped below 4 once again.
Well, the run rate hanging around just above, just below 4 and over. And the introduction of spin at both ends. Well, it's working out for the Munster Reds at the moment. They're getting through these overs. Ben White now to bowl his third.
Murray Cummins in at slip. It's a similar field than he had for the last over. One out on the deep cover boundary, one wide at mid-off, and a deep square leg. A little bit uppish, but straight to the fielder in the covers, no run.
Carmichael trying to play with a nice straight bat. He's trying to get on top of the delivery.
And that's going to go out to McCarthy in the deep. Single to Carmichael.
I do feel McCarthy's fielding on the boundary is underrated. All of his throws are right in towards the stumps. Safe pair of hands out there.
And he has a wonderful arm. He's coming in now to be inside the circle at square leg. So there's nobody on the boundary on the leg side. And what a catch at wide mid-on. Topping, who has been shackled by this Munster Reds bowling attack, finally is out for 11. Caught superbly by the young man who's come into the team today, Ryan Joyce, off the bowling of Ben White, and the Munster Reds have deservedly got their fourth victim. 86 for 4, Topping out for 11. And a first wicket for Ben White.
This is super by Munster. They set the field. You could see Topping was looking to play to the leg side. It moved across to the offside, looking to pull it across, with McCarthy having come into the circle. But all he could do was steer it out to Joyce, and that's a fine catch. And Joyce is certainly making his mark with his fielding and his bowling on this game from the very start. 84 for 4. Morgan Topping would be exceptionally disappointed there. He thought he'd played himself in. And the first time he went to chase after Ben White, he perished, and he heads back to the dressing rooms.
I was just making the point that they'd brought McCarthy in and there was nobody deep on the leg side. And I'm sure Topping was thinking, well, all I've got to do here is hit it over the top.
You saw how far across its stumps he came in an effort to lift it that way. Didn't come far enough, really. The bowler may have seen him coming, and all he could do was lift it out to Ryan Joyce, and that was a super catch. Not quite a full-length dive, but he put the dive in.
Oh, it was a wonderful take.
And it was
just
a wonderful
inches
catch.
Off the ground. And a deserved wicket for White, who's been unlucky so far. And it's Neil Rock who has come in. One of the Northern Knights' best batters this year. Only just behind Morgan Topping in this series in the Rario IP50. And a little bit of hesitation there, but Carmichael comes through for the single and Rock gets off the mark.
Well, the Knights are fortunate that in their current position of 87 for 4, they can bring in a batsman such as Neil Rock. He has been in good form, not only for the Northern Knights, but also for his club side back in Dublin. Plays for the Rush Club.
Good diving stop by Ben White, exemplifying the spirit in this Munster Reds team. And a wonderful over from the spinner. 1 for 14 off 3, just 2 coming from that over. Rock is on 1. Carmichael. And when you consider the dropped catch of Liam McCarthy on his caught and bowled attempt against Topping when he was only 4, you could say, well, that miss hasn't really cost them too much. Certainly not as much as it cost yesterday to the Northwest Warriors when they dropped Lorcan Tucker.
Tucker dropped on 4 on that occasion, went on to score 133. It's part of that massive total the Leinster Lightning put up. But on this occasion, well, Morgan Topping, he got a second life as McCarthy put down the caught and bowled chance. But you have to say it was almost to the Munster Reds' advantage that McCarthy didn't take that catch. Topping took another few overs, only added a few more runs.
A little single there from the left-hander Rock, just turned just square leg. Dangerous player, Neil Rock. 87 against Leinster Lightning, 39 against the Munster Reds and 24 against the Northwest Warriors, averaging exactly 50 in this Rario IP50 series.
Averaging 50 in any series is superb. The only way I average 50 is with the ball, not the bat.
Straight to square leg, no run.
Well, Frost trying to turn the ball away from the right-hander. And this could be the perfect spin duo to have on, with a right-hander and left-hander in front of them.
That very short delivery, and that's going to be signalled a wide. Well taken by PJ Moore down the leg side.
Frost on that occasion seemed to be trying to push that ball through a bit quicker, almost trying to get away with it. That seems better, just a slight bit of air, causing the ball to come off the side of the bat, not the full face. Squirting away on the leg side. No single taken on this occasion. But again, this is a very good over by Frost.
That was an awkward one for Joyce to deal with. Single for Carmichael.
Big change in the field now. Neil Rock to face the left arm spinner. And as a result, we suddenly see...
First time today. And well fielded off his own bowling by Frost. Yeah, there's a sharpness about the Munster Reds today that hasn't always been evident. And another fine delivery beats the outside edge of Rock's bat. And the end of another wonderful over from Mike Frost. Just 4 runs off his 2 overs. Rock on 2, Carmichael on 41. And after 24 overs, approaching the halfway mark of this innings, it's 90 for 4. Run rate of just 3.75 for the Northern Knights. Well, Craig is going to take a well-earned rest, and it's Joe Moynihan, the general manager of Munster Cricket, who has joined me here in the commentary box. Welcome, Joe.
Thanks for having me.
It's great to see you. We're hearing about this wonderful initiative, but we'll talk about the cricket as much as we talk about
the
initiatives that you're doing in Munster Cricket. You must be hugely encouraged by what you've seen from the side today.
Yeah, Jeremy's been working hard with them over the last few weeks. They've had a bit more time together, so you can see they're slowly starting to come together. It's just pity that we're coming to the end of the season, and the players have had more and more time to build up a team.
Yeah, but every match counts, and when you look at the table, a win for Munster Reds today with a bonus point could mean that all 4 sides in this series will have had 2 wins and 2 losses, and all on 9 points. So it's a vital match.
Tight. Oh, it is indeed. And they've been sitting down with Jeremy and working out with Ted down here what the priorities are going forward, and hopefully building a team further and further.
Well, Craig and I have been massively impressed by the bowling so far. And having the Northern Knights at just 93 for 4 in the 25th over is a testament to the good work that's going on.
The training the lads are going through, they're joining together, and they're really buying into the plan for Jeremy as head coach, and Ted working down here. Like I said, it's a long-term project. I know we're Munster Red in name, but the plan is going forward to build more and more Munster men from our local leagues into the team. As you can see by this year, the likes of Byron, Brandon, who's after moving up to Dublin, and the Joyce, Ryan outside there at the moment. So look, it's a slow build, it's a slow burn. But it's
Ryan Joyce in the team today from Cork Harlequins Club. Yeah,
and Byron from Cork County.
Yeah, and as you were saying, Brandon Kruger used to play for the Harlequins.
Yes, so the current structure is there that when a player moves out of the region, they're no longer eligible for the region. So even though they go through the pathway and stuff like that, they have to make a decision what level they want to play or where they want to play. So if a player moves to Leinster, or if a player moves to the North, or even to the UK or something, unless they're allocated a spot in the core 13, therefore they're not eligible anymore. So it's a big decision for the players going forward if they want to play into provincial cricket. We hope that they'll decide to stay in Munster and buy into the badge and buy into the long-term plan we have.
Well, Ben White continuing here with another impressive over, just a few singles off it. Carmichael back on strike.
Ben's been a great acquisition this year. He's been helping out some of the younger kids coming through. Well, I shouldn't call them kids, they're actually adults, but some of the younger lads from Munster. And then you've got the likes of TK and BJ who put their hands up and have helped them as well. So their experience is going to be massive for building up homegrown Munster Reds in the future.
Spin at both ends for the Munster Reds, and at the halfway point of the innings, 25 overs gone, 94 for 4 the total, and just a run rate of 3.76 as the Northern Knights have found this wicket difficult to master. The overhead conditions, the cloudy conditions, helping the bowlers as well. And we've seen excellent bowling from the Munster Reds today, both the seam attack and now the spinners.
Yeah. No, it's something I know very well, that Jeremy's been sitting down and working through a strategy and a plan, and himself and PJ and TK as VC have been definitely sitting down and agreeing, and the fact, like I said, that they've now got time to sit down and work together is a lot more beneficial, that they're all buying into the same process. It was a bit of a scattergun approach at the start of the season because we had so many players away with Ireland and so many players based out of the training hub. So like we had one or two players that were playing in Zimbabwe, a couple of players that were in Australia, one or two players that were just taking a break. So it's great to see them all buy it in. You can see all the work Jeremy's doing, it's coming to fruition. And with the players down here, Jeremy's working with Ted Williamson, who was our head coach last year. So you can see Jeremy and Ted's kind of strategic development of the squad. So going forward, like I said, the plan is down here to get a few more players to buy in from Munster, and fingers crossed going forward.
A rare short ball here from Frost, picked up beautifully by Neil Rock, who does tend to punish anything that's inaccurate. That's a good comeback delivery from Mike Frost, straight to mid-wicket, no run. Well, as this over comes to an end, I must ask you about this initiative tomorrow where the Munster Reds players are going to be here in the afternoon at the Mardyke to meet young fans. What's the purpose behind that? Yeah,
so this year is actually the first year that we've had an official underage league as such in Munster. So we've gone out to all the youth committees and gone out to all their coaching staff, and we've basically invited all the kids of Munster to come along and meet the Reds. It was something we were planning previously, but unfortunately, due to weather constraints and access to facilities, which we all know about, it wasn't viable. So happily, we went out to our Pathway and Participation Committee, went to them during the week, see if it was something that there was viable. And of course, the players will jump at it. It's the one good thing about this group of lads, and I'm not saying that any other group of lads are different, but
great delivery there from Ben White.
The team
Neil Rock in a spin.
The team have bought into the idea of when they come down here, they're happy to be part of Munster. It was a very important conversation we had at the start of the year. I'll be quiet now while Ben's doing his job.
You talk away, sure. A little bit of chat, an interlude from the serious business of the cricket.
But we've reached out to all the Pathway teams, so the under 13s, 15s, and 17s. Unfortunately, the 13s are away in Derry playing this week, but the 15s, 17s are attending, and then all the teams from the clubs are attending as well. So hopefully tomorrow between 2:30 and 3:30, realistically 4, all the players are going to be out there with 30 or 40 kids and get them to show what the kids can do, and the players might pass on one or two of their snippets or their tidbits or whatever the terminology is of their knowledge of cricket, and we'll get the players to see their team in action or their team involved. And then afterwards there's actually a training session for the Reds, so we're inviting them all to stay around afterwards and actually watch a proper session. And then they're also going to be invited down the next day as a whole group to come along and support the team to train them the night before. So
that's a wonderful idea. And anybody who's watching this telecast, or anybody who knows somebody who isn't watching the telecast, let them know that tomorrow afternoon the Munster Reds, this team that's playing here and playing so superbly, that's the 100 up, by the way, for the Northern Knights in the 27th over. Let them know that they'll be here tomorrow, and it's a great way of inspiring youngsters to having a future in the game, isn't it? It's so important that they meet these stars, and they're not something that are out there, that they can actually come along and say hi.
Since the majority of the players are international players, let's be honest, and they're based in Dublin training in our franchise team up above, this year there's been a lot more involvement with them with our Heat players, which is our A team. But it's that connection just below that we're trying to build. So, for example, you obviously in other sports a picture of a PJ Moore standing next to a 13-year-old kid, and then 5 years later PJ could be still standing next to him as his wicketkeeper, and he could be starting for the team. So it's getting that connection that I'm hoping to build down here. Now this winter we're going to be doing indoor facility training and winter training, and Jeremy will be coming down for a good few of them sessions and working with Ted down here as well. But Ted's going to be in charge of the pathway as such, hopefully going forward. So therefore there should be more of a link as such between the Munster Youth, the Munster Heat and the Munster Reds. And my goal is, or my opinion anyway going forward, is we need to build a kind of a whole approach to the Munster cricket, not just everything towards the peak body as in the Reds, but having the likes of like a Lee McCarthy or a PJ Moore or a Ben White being able to come down and train with the Heat, or come down even pop in for an under 17s or 13s or 15 session, that will give the players an opportunity to see what they're aiming for themselves. And that's the goal, that's the dream. So fair dues, we said it to all the players, and all the players have bought in. When they're available they will be able to do this. So it's going to be something going forward that hopefully will develop more and more players in Munster as they can see it and be it, instead of watching it on TV and hoping to God that one day they could be it.
Well, I have to say it would be wonderful to see more youngsters coming and watching the team in action. We're here all day. It's streaming, of course, live anywhere that you have an internet connection. But if you're in Cork or the surrounding area, why not come along and watch your team? Any Munster youngsters who are into cricket, come and watch the Reds today and on Thursday when they're hosting the Leinster Lightning, because there's nothing like being here and actually seeing them in the flesh produce the kind of performances that they are today.
Oh, it's all about getting the cricket in Munster to the wider public. The North and Northwest and Leinster kind of have a history of it. I know there is a history in Munster, but it's getting it more into the mainstream, and that's our main goal. Like, having access to Cork County's venue here is fantastic. But the as everyone knows, the facility problem that is in cricket in the whole of Ireland, not just down here, but getting that to develop and getting more access to grounds and more access to clubs and building the player group from the bottom up is the long-term goal. So having a kid that's maybe watching this stream right now, and in 2 or 3 years' time he could be playing for the Reds.
Lovely delivery there from Mike Frost, beating the outside edge of Neil Rock's bat. Rock, who's moved to 18 off 24 deliveries, very dangerous, the left-hander. Carmichael, 45 off 65. Frost, that fourth over, going for just 3. He has none for 12. It's 110 for 4 after 28 overs, and the Knights still batting under 4 per over. Joe, it's been fantastic talking to you. Are there any other big initiatives that you hope to put together in the future apart from this day tomorrow? Well,
we were hoping in the next 2 weeks that we're going to be hiring our first full-time development officer ever in Munster. We had a part-time one last year, but we're hoping to have our first-time development officer down here. He or she will be based in Cork, and we've been already in discussions with the sports partnerships about developing a schools program down here. Now, currently most of the clubs do all the schools development, and we kind of support in what way we can, but hopefully by having access to a school development officer there might be a larger opportunity for us to get more cricket into the mainstream, and that is our goal.
Well, that kind of initiative should surely be grant aided by departments of government, if not by Cricket Ireland. It seems like an obvious thing to do.
It is. We're working currently with Cricket Ireland, and as everyone knows, there's plans in the future to make cricket a little bit more mainstream and larger amount of fundings, moving from high performance programs over to development programs and pathway programs. So hopefully going forward there might even be like, the plan is to have 2 or 3 development staff in Munster.
Bit of an intake of breath there, Joe, as Neil Rock pulled that straight over mid-wicket's head. And
from here, look, it was going higher. I was like, oh, good God.
Tyrone Kane was never going to get to that.
But
just a single.
Like I said, hopefully going forward, if we have more, it sounds crazy, but the the travel requirements down here. If you've one development officer, you'll nearly spend the same amount of money on travel as you will with the development staff. So it's actually nearly easier to get two development staff in different regions based and work together. So we're currently accosting that and going through it with CI and their participation in their development program. So there's a lot going on at the moment.
That's great. Brilliant stuff.
A good bit of optimism about cricket in Munster, but like I said, we're a wee bit behind everyone else. So we slowly get a couple of staff in, we slowly start developing a facility, we slowly get a program going. Hopefully, like we said, we'll have the right kids in the right place, and we start growing a Munster Red team based of Reds players, as well as the current international players that are involved in the core.
Well, that would be wonderful to see. And, you know, the journey of 1,000 miles takes us to start with the first step, as you say, and you're well on that road.
We'll get there. We've a good board in place, and we've good support from Cricket Ireland. It's only getting better. So hopefully one day I can turn around and say we have the same much staff as the other unions, and hopefully can turn around and say we have our own facility and everything else. But like you said, small steps first.
Well done, Joe.
Thank you
Lovely
for having
to
me.
talk to you. Absolutely brilliant. And I hope that initiative tomorrow goes well. We'll no doubt hear about it because we'll be here again on Thursday for the Lightning match.
Cool. Just a reminder, so tomorrow
Afternoon, 2:30 to 4 o'clock.
Perfect.
Any youngsters out there who want to come and meet the Munster Reds team, this very team that's playing here today and doing superbly. 29 overs gone, 112 for 4. They are preventing the Northern Knights from batting at more than 4 and over, which is quite a feat, especially with the likes of Neil Rock at the crease. So come along tomorrow and enjoy the company of this team who are dying to meet you.
Oh, well, let's build a base, and let's maybe, like I said earlier, let's hopefully get them all to meet their, I don't know, what you call them, their heroes.
Hopefully.
Their players, and hopefully they can see where they can go. And it's very important that the players understand that there is a place for them. It's emphasising and nailing down that pathway. So the current way it is the Irish selectors select the core. So the more Munster players we can get into that core, the more players get based down here, and then the more player funding that is here for us to develop players down here. So the deal is, if we can build up a pathway down here, hopefully that's the plan. And having...
That's a six
that's a six.
into the side screen. Neil Rock looking extremely dangerous. He's a beautiful fluent batter, and he's gone to 27 of 29 deliveries now.
He's been in a good reign of form recently, especially against us a few weeks ago. So
Great flowing bat there. Fine player, and he's one that the Munster Reds need to keep quiet or get out. That's uppish, past mid-wicket. Well saved on the boundary by Ryan Joyce. Another couple of runs to Neil Rock. He moves to 31 off 30. He's now got more runs than deliveries. And 124 for 4 now, as the Knights are threatening to push this run rate along. We saw what happened yesterday in the Hills, that incredible batting display by Leinster Lightning, who at this stage of their innings, after 30 overs, they were only 169 for 4. So you can see you can score an incredible amount of runs in the last 15, 20 overs if you have wickets in hand.
That was the record, wasn't it? That was the most
It's the
points.
highest score ever in the Rario IP50 series by 93 runs. And only the 25th highest score ever in a List A game. So here comes that graphic to remind you all about tomorrow. Everyone is welcome. Women, children, fathers, grandfathers, anybody can come along and meet the Reds tomorrow afternoon at 2:30 here at the Mardyke.
Come down, bring a picnic if you want. You can sit down and let the kids go mad with the players, and then sit down and watch the lads train afterwards if you want. But like we said, everyone's welcome, more the merry, and hopefully come down and keep an eye out and you get to meet the lads.
Wonderful to meet you again, Joe.
Thanks for everything, guys.
Thanks.
Great to be on.
You're very welcome. And good luck with that initiative tomorrow. And hopefully we'll hear about, as I say, how well it goes on Thursday. So that's 30 overs gone now in this Northern Knights innings. Just starting to crank it up. That was 13 off that last over from Mike Frost. None for 25 now for him of his 5 overs. Carmichael, 46 off 70. Rock, the dangerous Neil Rock, 32 not out off 31 deliveries. The run rate just up above 4. And it's 125 for 4 off 30 overs. Last 5 overs have gone for 31 runs with no wickets for the Reds. And it's Gareth Delaney who's going to come on to bowl from the Mardyke Walk end as I welcome back Mr. Craig Senior.
Thank you very much. Very informative chat there. And that's a great initiative the Munster Reds have put together. I thought it was an open invitation, but actually inviting the various different clubs with youth sections. I think it's a great move.
Ben White taken out of the attack, bowled 6 overs, 1 for 24. Superb effort from him. Could have had a couple more. But the field has changed dramatically since you were last in the hot seat, Craig. And you just sense that Neil Rock is seeing the ball like a football. He's a very dangerous batter.
He's an absolutely fabulous batter and great to be coming in at number 6 for the Northern Knights. As I say, he's in good form this year. He's done very well for his club and his province.
He's gone to 33 at a run of ball. Carmichael now on strike, hoping to get his second half century against the Munster Reds this season. Scored 62 against them back in May.
Well, just as an example of how Carmichael has slowed down and Rock has come in and straight off from the start. These two have put on 40 now and Rock is on 33. It will tell you how this partnership is building. It's the incoming batsman who's provided the momentum, and that run rate, well, it's there or thereabouts, around 4 still. But with 30 overs gone now, we may start to see.
That's a good delivery from Delaney.
May get to see the Northern Knights looking to score a few more runs and up that run rate a little bit.
They took the slip out, but on the sight of that delivery, Cummins has come back into the slips. A lot of turn there for Delaney. This wicket has been very helpful to the bowlers. That one was a little bit too short, and Carmichael cracks it into deep extra. So he moves to 47. Rock back on strike on 33.
These two are doing a fabulous job now for the Northern Knights. They needed to reset. But Rock's introduction to the middle certainly helped. He's scoring at a run a ball. He's just capable of hitting the ball anywhere on this ground.
Delaney, the 7th bowler used by the Munster Reds. That was very short. Mishit, though, by Neil Rock. He'll be disappointed with himself to just get a single there.
Well, 2 ways to look at that one. It was too short, and Rock did look to power it away. He was almost fortunate that he didn't, because the field was set for such a shot. So by not quite getting hold of it, it was probably a safer decision for him. And it looks like a change of bowling as well at the Sunday Wells end. Josh Manley with the ball in hand, handing the umpire his hat. And his skipper, PJ Moore, and they're discussing the field and how they're going to attack these next few overs. Good start from Delaney, just 3 singles coming from that over. And as you said, he was getting a bit of turn from this wicket. And I do feel that the amount of moisture just under the surface is going to provide spinners with that assistance. Grip and turn.
Well, Josh Manley back into the attack. His first 5 overs going for just 12 runs. Very unlucky not to get a wicket or 2 in that wonderful opening burst. It was McCarthy who was successful from the Mardyke walk end, while Manley was frustrating the batters with his incredible accuracy. Now, interesting to see bowling round the wicket here to Neil Rock. Normally he moves it away to the right-handers, but Rock will no doubt be facing a different line. And he smashes it straight back. It did actually hit Manley as it went through. The boundary saved by Joyce. Or by Alistair Frost, rather. And a couple of runs to Rock. A little bit lucky there.
You watch this, and Manley does well to keep his face out of the way of that. He got his hands to it. There was no way he was going to take the catch. It was hit with power, but he did well to avoid injury on that occasion. You can see him shaking his left hand there. That's the one it went through.
And a short pull. What a comeback. You're not going to do that to me again, he says to Neil Rock.
Manley now checking, as I say, the footholds, and if you're not sure of your foot landing, it really does. And you saw with that delivery, once he let go, he was off balance because his foot wasn't secure. He's now grabbed a big handful of sawdust. He's going to be looking to put down.
This is the first time, of course, that he's bowled around the wicket. His first 5 overs were all bowled over the wicket to the right-handers. Neil Rock just continuing on his merry way. Every time he bats this year, he seems to accumulate the runs. And his side need a big one from him here. And that's slashed away off the inside edge to fine leg. Just a single. Again, a little bit of success for the bowler.
But you can see that Rock has the intent to be positive, to keep trying to score. He's seen Topping and Egan, they hung around and kept themselves in for a while, but they never really did much damage to the scoreboard. But Rock has come out and immediately given this innings the impetus it needed.
Now Carmichael on 47. Oh, trapped in front with another fine delivery from Manley. Continues his accurate bowling. He really deserves a wicket for the way he has put every batter under pressure today.
Carmichael is the batsman facing at the moment. He's been there. He himself has faced 12 overs now. He's on 47, just one shot away from the half century. Manley determined not to give him any easy deliveries which to reach that landmark. He's had to graft and graft hard to get to 47. He's not going to suddenly leap to 51 without it being a loose delivery. Very watchful. But he has provided a solid end for the Northern Knights.
Oh, that's straight up in the air now. Will there be somebody underneath this? Yes, there is. Carmichael has to go. 3 short of a half century. The top edge down to deep fine leg. And once again, I think it's Ryan Joyce who is the catcher. A wonderful day for him. A couple of catches now. And Manley getting the wicket he richly deserves. His first in his 6th over. 1 for 15 off 6 overs. That is incredible bowling. And the Knights reduced to 131 for 5 off 32.
Well, that was a good partnership between Carmichael and Rock. And finally, Carmichael going for the big hit, trying to reach that half century. Manley, again, he's just bowled so well today. And it was just lifted top edge of the bat. The fielder was there and made very sure in all regards.
So that's it, official. Carmichael caught Joyce Bull Manley for 47 off 75 deliveries. 32 overs gone, just 18 to go. And a little bit of a regroup for both sides. We perhaps are having a drinks break, I think, as that wicket has fallen at the end of the over. Or will we continue? I'm not quite sure. We had the first drinks break at 15 overs. 17 have been bowled since then. New batsman is Tom Mays from North Down, coming in at number 7. And hoping to give Neil Rock some solid support, because we know Rock will score at a very good rate. But the Reds, well, their bowling has been brilliant. Their ground fielding has been good as well. And I'm delighted for Josh Manley that he finally got that breakthrough.
Well deserved for Manley. Well, there is the night's batting card so far. Ross Adair, just the one ball. He saw a wide, and the next one wrapped him on the pads. Never got to use his bat. But Carmichael, the last one to fall, 47. It took him a while to get there, but it was exactly what the Knights needed. Those early wickets falling. Egan hung around for a bit on debut. But by and large, it's the Carmichael and Rock show so far.
And there's the bowling. McCarthy with the early breakthroughs, the 2 LBWs, 2 for 30 off his 6. Manley with 1 for 15, brought back into the attack by skipper Peter Moore to try and get a wicket, and that's exactly what he's done. And all of the bowlers very economical. Some incredible bowling by all the spinners. And the Reds very much on top in this match so far. 131 for 5, the Northern Knights, at a run rate of just a shade over 4. And it's Mark Adair who has come out to join Neil Rock at the crease. Delaney to continue from the Mardyke walk end, trying to induce a false stroke from Neil Rock outside his off stump. First over went for just 3 runs. And that's pulled away to long leg by Neil Rock for a boundary.
Just a little short that from Delaney. Rock isn't going to let any opportunity to score runs pass him by.
5 fours and a 6 now for the Northern Knights wicketkeeper. He moves to 41. That ball disappearing into the bushes near the Mardyke Pavilion.
Well, I think you're right. I think if you'd asked both captains if this was going to be the score after 32, I think the Munster Reds skipper PJ Moore would have taken your hand off. And I think that Mark Adair will be disappointed with how his batting side has gone today.
McCarthy out on the boundary at cover. Just a single, gets Rock off strike, and Mark Adair will face the music for the first time. Brother Ross out second ball, having seen a wide go down the leg side and then trapped LBW with McCarthy's second delivery. Now what can Mark Adair do? Firmly back, but well fielded by Delaney.
You often hear the expression a captain's knock, and that's what the Northern Knights will be looking for from Mark Adair now.
short and punched to mid-on, where Joyce is the fielder. Just a single. Gets him off the mark. For Rock, there's a couple of fielders behind square, saving one, and now just one. They've dropped out the man inside the circle to a deeper position. Byron McDonough on the field as a sub-fielder. And that's pulled away to wide mid-on, just a single there. Keeping Rock to singles is part of the strategy here, I think. First over. Second over of Delaney, yielding 7 runs, none for 10 for him now.
Still asking questions of the batsman, though. You don't mind that he went for the boundary. That's how spinners often get their wickets.
Manly will continue from the Sunday's well end. 13 overs to go if they were to score, 17 overs to go. If they were to score 10 and over, that's 170 plus 138, maybe 300 at the most optimistic for the Knights. They would be probably happy with a target like that for the Reds to chase. But that is being very optimistic on my part. More likely, oh, that's bad fielding there from the Reds. And a couple of runs thrown away. Manly will not be pleased. A rare moment of concentration loss by the Munster Reds.
Well, there was a fielder backing up all right. I think what did for him was the throw-in just clipped the stumps. You can see the umpire. He'll be putting the bails back on there in a second. There we go. And what happened was the throw-in just hit the stumps and it deflected the ball, and the poor fielder backing up was left in no man's land. Ended up having to go and fetch, and they came through for an additional 2 runs.
So Rock goes to 43 of 43 deliveries.
Just like to point out that the graphic on your screen, it's not actually Tom Mays that's in the middle, but Mark Adair, captain of the Northern Knights. And I'm sure scorers will rectify that shortly. In the meantime, Manly to continue.
Straight to mid-on, where Alistair Frost is the fielder. No run. Lots of kids playing in a creche nearby, I think.
Possibly tennis camp.
Or maybe a tennis camp indeed behind us.
Tennis camp over the wall. Let's be thankful that the Leinster Lightning aren't scoring 425 here. There could be a few balls into the tennis courts.
We haven't had any balls leaving the ground so far that I can recall. In fact, there's only been 2 sixes so far.
One was onto the clubhouse roof. That was the closest we got to losing one. But certainly so far today has been a much cheaper day in regards to number of balls used and lost. At no stage have we seen third umpire coming out with the big box of balls. But it's not been that sort of bish-bash innings from the Northern Knights today.
Another good delivery from Manly. Fended off by Mark Adair. Nice spot there. 3 leg buys against Manly's first delivery of this over. Didn't actually come off the bat of Neil Rock. And they've now, as you can see, made that adjustment in the scorer's hut. Mark Adair has been put in at number 7.
Good ball from Manly, hurrying Adair into the shot. Wasn't really in control of it. It was in the air for a good bit round to square leg.
Just a single. Manley continuing his assault. It's a fine spell of bowling. But I'm sure his skipper, Peter Moore, will want to keep a few of his overs back for the death.
I'd suggest that this is going to be his last ball for another couple of overs.
Short and cracked, and Delaney with a fine stop in the covers. No run.
Well,
That saved 4.
That is brilliant fielding by Delaney. 4 runs saved for sure.
And that's a hallmark of what we've seen all day from the Munster Reds.
Tis
Just 1
indeed.
off the over. 7 for Manley now. 1 for 16. Remarkable figures. So Adair and Rock hoping to set a target that their Northern Knights bowlers can have to play with in the second half of this match. Coming to you live from the Mardyke. This Rario IP50. And it'll be Gareth Delaney to bowl his third over from the Mardyke walk end to Mark Adair. Well bowled, well played. This match, such a contrast to yesterday, but different ground, different conditions, different players. It's not surprising. Every game is different. Cummins is in again at slip, but that one is smashed straight down the ground onto the sight screen, and a maximum for Mark Adair, showing how dangerous he can be to anything that isn't accurate.
Mark Adair, certainly not premeditated. He's not at that stage, but as soon as he saw it was in his arc, it was more just a slap back down past the bowler. He looked to do the same again, very next delivery. On this occasion it just runs out to long on. But I think Mark Adair is looking... Well, I don't think Mark Adair plays any other way than positively.
So Rock on 43, back on strike. The field adjusts, nobody out on the offside boundary except at deep mid-off. And sprightly fielding there from Josh Manley, saving the single.
One thing you can notice about Josh Manley is he's just constantly in the game, whether it's encouraging his teammates or chasing balls down.
Full toss given the treatment. And again, it's a maximum. That big bat of Neil Rock, and he goes to 49 not out. This proving to be a very expensive over.
Full toss from Delaney. And Rock in his current form, in fact Rock in any of his forms, just playing that away.
And there's his half century, played nicely into the deep. A fine innings again from Neil Rock. 87, 39, 24 and 50 not out so far are his innings in this series. Hugely important player for the Knights. The end of a very expensive over from Gareth Delaney. Most expensive of the innings so far. Manley applying the pressure at one end, and Delaney just allowing that pressure to be released at the other.
Well, Neil Rock reaching his half century from just 47 balls. And he really has been the star of this Northern Knights innings thus far.
Manley coming in for his 8th. Oh, down the leg side, brilliantly stopped by Peter Moore with the outstretched hand. A la Bairstow, you might say. Though this time not a catch.
Must have just taken Rock's clothing on the way through. No wide signalled.
Well, that's pulled away, and that's all the way. Clears the rope. Another fine hit. Neil Rock looking imperious today.
Well, having reached his half century, maybe it gives him a chance to free his arms. Punches that one square of the wicket. Oh,
there's another
six.
maximum. Straight down the ground, off the sight screen. And Rock quickly moves to 62 off 50 deliveries. Is this deja vu all over again? For those of you who weren't watching yesterday, Leinster Lightning plundering some incredible runs off the last 15-20 overs of their innings. And the Northern Knights are trying to emulate that feat, it seems. Pulled away this time by Rock to backward square leg. McCarthy can't get near it. Another boundary off Manley, who has gone 6-6-4 after just giving up 15 runs in his first 7 overs. More runs off this over than off his previous spell.
Sometimes that's the way it goes. Manley's been accurate and troublesome for many of the Northern Knights batsmen. But Neil Rock, you said earlier, he's seeing it like a football. Well, it's starting to look like he's seeing it like a beach ball. It really does seem he has his eye in. But it seems that way since he started this innings, this knock.
Wisely, Tyrone Kane just having a chat with Josh Manley, and the last thing a bowler needs to do is to kind of lose the cool. Maybe
going
just
over
needs
the
to
wicket now.
Settle down now. Yeah, as you say, changing his line of attack, and it's short and down the leg side. Another run added to the total. That run rate up to 4.85 and over now, the highest it's been.
And that's changed quite quickly as well. This over of Manley's with 17 to the Northern Knights now.
Just two fielders out on the leg side, one 45 degrees, one just backward of square. There's a deep third man and there's a deep cover, and now a deep mid-off as the fielder at long leg comes inside the circle, because you're only allowed 4 out at this phase of the game. Here's a chance. It just dropped short. Well, that was a moment of high anxiety for Neil Rock. The entire fielding side said catch it, but unfortunately Alistair Frost couldn't get in quickly enough.
Bounced well in front of him. But again, Neil Rock doing his best to be positive. One wonders if his captain just went down and had a brief word with him.
Yeah, still 14.1 overs to go. There's plenty of time for the Knights to set a big total here. There's another short one, this time straighter. And through to wicketkeeper Moore at the end of Manley's most expensive over so far. 17 coming from that after 16 came from the first 7. He's got 1 for 33. And the score is moved to 173 for 5 with the dangerous Rock on 66 and Mark Adair on 9.
Again, just showing how the Northern Knights, since Neil Rock came to the middle, have really pushed on the accelerator button, getting that run rate up as far as 4.8 now. Rock 66 from 53. And between them, these two have put on 42 runs in 4.5 overs. 14 overs remaining. What sort of total do we think the Northern Knights are going to end up trying to defend later on today?
Well, a 10 and over, that would be another 140, 200, 313. It's going to be Mike Frost coming back into the attack for his 6th over from the Mardyke walk end. And punched away nicely by Adair into the deep cover. Just a single. He goes to 10 off 10. Real stillness about the ground now. Very little wind. Overhead, cloudy conditions. Quite humid.
I had hoped that we'd see the sun burning off a bit of this cloud cover, giving us a few more breaks in it. But at the moment, if anything, the cloud cover has got thicker, and albeit slightly darker.
Liam McCarthy has come off the cover boundary to join the offside fielders inside the circle. And that's pulled away high and handsome towards the pavilion. Another maximum for Rock. Goes to 72.
Just dealing in boundaries at the moment, Rock. He's definitely looking to take on the bowlers any way he can.
His last 5 scoring shots have been 6, 6, 6, 4, 6. Confirming your suspicion.
It's important for Munster now. They really would love to take this wicket.
Plays and misses outside the off stump. Good delivery from Mike Frost. Any dot ball to Neil Rock in this kind of form is a good one. Turned past mid-wicket, but there's a man out there, Tyrone Kane. So just a single to Rock this time. And that's the 50 partnership between these two of 28 deliveries in 23 minutes. Rock has contributed 36 to it, Adair 10. 181 for 5. And that's a big hit too, and sails over the deep mid-on fielder. Another maximum for Mark Adair. Extraordinary how a game can be under control for the fielding side for 30 overs and then suddenly wham. That's the 8th 6 of this innings, and 6 of them have come in the last few overs. Better ball that time from Frost, whose over has gone for 14. None for 39 for him of his 6 overs.
Well, the 50 partnership coming up in that over. And it's, as Stephen said, there's been a change in momentum, and you get the feeling Northern Knights now will really be looking to push on for these final 13 overs. Ben White now to come on at the Sunday's well end.
Yeah, Manley being kept back for a couple of overs at the death. Liam McCarthy still has 4 more to bowl. There's 13 overs remaining. Tyrone Kane bowled 4 very good overs for 20 runs, 1 for 20. He'll surely see a bit more action. Good delivery and well fielded in the covers. So just a single to Rock, who goes to 74.
You get the feeling that PJ Moore, he's holding on to those overs from McCarthy and those overs from Kane for the final few overs of this innings, for the assault that no doubt is going to come, or is in progress, as the run rate now creeps over 5. 1 ball short of 13 overs to go.
Pulled to deep mid on, just a single again for Adair.
300 will definitely be on the radar for the Northern Knights now. They'll be thinking if they can keep this partnership going a bit longer.
Played nicely by Rock, but straight to the fielder at backward point, Mike Frost.
Again, it was nice to see because his first thought was to go big down towards us. Realised it wasn't the ball to play.
Shorter that time, and saved off the foot of Ben White. And there's a problem here. Oh, if he'd hit the stumps, Adair would have been out. Great bit of cricket from Ben White, fielding off his own bowling, and then the quickness to see the possibilities of the run out.
Mark Adair nearly caught by his eagerness to get down to the other end.
Three in the deep on the leg side. That's gone to straight mid off and well fielded for, again, just a single. A more successful over so far for Ben White, who's keeping these batters quiet. Not an easy thing to do when they're in this mood.
Well, when he sees the treatment handed out to some of his fellow bowlers, Ben White will be very pleased with this over so far.
And that's through past point. And there will be a second run taken here by Adair. So a couple of runs off the last delivery, 5 off the over. 1 for 33 for White off 7. 192 for 5 now, 38 overs gone. Rock on 75, Adair on 19, 12 overs remaining, and that run rate just above 5.
Rock has moved on to 75 now from just 60 deliveries.
The batter still to come in whatever order they choose. Tom Mays, Theo Van Workum, Matt Humphreys and Matt Foster.
The Munster Reds would have felt that if they could have broken this partnership early, they'd have been right in amongst the tail of the Northern Knights. But as it is, these two, they've already put on 50. They'll be looking to go much deeper into this innings.
Mike Frost to continue from the Mardyke Walk end. Rock trying to lift it over the cover fielders, and that's away for another boundary. Beautifully struck, almost effortless. He moves to 79 and the score to 196 for 5.
Now, we've seen Rock hit some balls today with absolute power. If you watch this one, it's far more just a matter of timing and picking his area and just knowing that once he cleared the ring.
And that one's lifted to long leg, and it's going to go all the way for 6, that short boundary. So starting this over, 4-6. And he moves into the 80s. And a big century on here for Neil Rock if he can keep his concentration. We saw 133 yesterday from Lorcan Tucker, who's going off to play for the Irish team now against India. And Neil Rock has an attitude of, well, whatever he can do, I can do just as well. How do you bowl to a batter in form like this? You'd need 20 fielders.
And still might not be enough. The way Rock is batting at the moment.
Up in the air. He didn't quite time that, but it's probably out in the road anyway. Mrs. Smith has an extra ball in her garden. And that is Neil Rock's highest score in List A cricket, beating the 87 he scored in May against the Leinster Lightning. Fabulous hitting no matter what way you describe it.
Gareth Delaney, I think,
heading
flagging
off down the road to get a cup of tea, I think.
Flagging down a taxi, perhaps. Wouldn't say it went far, but he's looking out the gates.
There's the partnership, and look at the contribution of Rock. 77 off 39 balls. Rock has 54 of them off 25. And Mark Adair, no slouch, 19 off 14.
It's a different innings with these two here from what we saw beforehand. When we saw the first 5 partnerships, you wondered how many the Northern Knights were going to get to. And now with Rock and Adair, Rock on 91. Change of ball for Frost. He'll be hoping for a different result. Already 16 from 3 balls. Rock is in a rush.
Oh, a mishit. That little delay probably just lost him his concentration for a moment. Good delivery from Mike Frost after a 4.66 in the first 3 deliveries. There's nobody out on the offside, and so he's keeping it well outside that off stick.
You can see Rock still looking to play down to the leg side. On this occasion, the bounce beating him.
That's short and hammered straight to McCarthy in the covers, and you can see the reaction from Rock. There's 4 I've given away. So 4.66 ... in that over. None for 55 now of Mike Frost's 7 overs. We're coming to you live from the Mardyke, the home of Cork County Cricket Club, and Neil Rock has reached the highest score he has ever made in List A cricket, and I think it might just be in his mind how close he is to getting his first century. I'm going to leave you for now in the capable hands of Craig. We've got a very interesting guest to come.
Well, Ben White now to continue from the Sunday's Wells End, and I'm delighted, nay honoured, to be joined by Warren Dootram. He's the CEO of Cricket Island, as most of our viewers will know. Warren, welcome.
Thank you very much. Pleasure to be here.
Well,
And that's going to be another 6.
Mark Adair punting that one straight back down the ground for another 6, and the scoreboard is just going on and on for the Northern Knights. If the first half of the innings belonged to the Munster Reds, well, the second half belongs to these two, Neil Rock and Mark Adair. Well, Warren, you have a busy time ahead of you.
We have, yes. It's going to be a large week for us. We've obviously had the National Cup final, the Irish Senior Cup final, Interpros this week, and of course the India Games. And in the middle of all of that, we have our senior women over in the Netherlands. So it is happening at every level, male and female. So yes, there is plenty to keep us all occupied at the moment, to have our various televisions and streaming devices to see what's happening in various parts of the world.
And of course, the women yesterday with a super win to open that series with the Netherlands, 10-wicket win. Did you see any of the game?
No, I was busy in meetings yesterday, but as always, you have the. I've got the phone out just on the left, following it on the various devices. But yes, I think we can call that a fairly one-sided game. But you know, look, these you always tend to find in these 3-match series. The Netherlands top 4, their senior women top 4 is quite strong. And I think what we managed to do yesterday was get 3 wickets in the power play, which was clearly a fairly significant factor in the overall game. And I think that probably put the Dutch onto the back foot. But
Ben White just enticing an edge from Neil Rock. It's going to run away for 4, and that will bring him up to 95. But yes, 3 wickets in the power play, so important all the time. Men or women, 20 overs or 50 overs. Yeah. If you can take 3 wickets at that stage, then as the Northern Knights lost 3 wickets today quite quickly.
Exactly. Although it just shows also, particularly in a 50-over game, the importance of patience.
Another one comes off the edge. It goes over the head of Joyce. runs away for another 4, and that will take Rock to 99. He's just 1 short of his maiden list day century. This is his highest score in list day. He's getting there by hook or by crook at the moment. And that's a super shot, and it runs away. But as well as the women, as you say, we have the India series coming up. Their first game on Friday, completely sold out.
Yes, absolutely. I think that's a fairly significant milestone for young Neil Rock. A century of 69 or 70 balls, absolutely fantastic.
Well, his first list day century, and it's well deserved. He's come out with his side in trouble, and he's done nothing but be positive, and it's got him to a well-earned century. Yes, so this weekend, Friday is sold out.
Sunday is sold out as well.
There's just a few tickets left for the Wednesday.
Yes, I think we're around about 5,000. You tend to see what's called the waterfall effect. So Sunday went within about 24 hours of going out on sale. We had an exclusive period for members and previous ticket purchasers, which was obviously very successful in that it nearly took up a lot of the bandwidth on the Sunday. So by the time we put the matches out on Sunday, those games went very quickly. And then the Friday game followed suit only a few days later, and it's put the focus now onto the Wednesday game. And of course, it always helps that it's going to be the final game of the series. But you know, it's one of those really positive things. I think just another sign of the growth and the development of Irish cricket is that, you know, assuming we do get to a full house on Sunday or Wednesday rather, that's going to be the best part of 22,000 cricket tickets sold for a series that's lasting the best part of 4 or 5 days, and it's really encouraging that's, you know, if you're looking at various measures of the success and the growth of a sport, I think looking at bums on seats, television viewing figures or reach, social media engagement, and I think those sorts of it. Obviously, we're hoping for column inches as well, driven, we hope, by some success on the pitch as well. It's going to be a fairly newish India team. In fact, I got a message from the CEO of the Rajasthan Royals IPL franchise saying that they've got a few of their players playing, so it would be nice to meet up around the games. So we've invited him and the owner of the Rajasthan Royals to our facility on the Sunday game. So it'll be nice to sort of pick their brains for a bit.
Liam McCarthy now back on from the Mardyke walk end. This one just getting past PJ Moore. They get through for the single. Good move to bring back McCarthy. He was so good in his opening spell, took a couple of wickets. And they'll be hoping that if he can break this partnership, they could perhaps put some brakes on this advancing Northern Knights total. And then, of course, even after the India service, and of course playing India is going to bring you a huge TV audience as well. Anywhere that India play, you know it's going to be massive. Their worldwide support is just incredible, and great to be able to get them to come to Dublin.
And I think there is added interest as well, because it's the return from injury of Jasprit Bumrah as well, who's always a fabulous bowler to watch and exciting to watch, and I think that'll be, you know, it'll be terrific for the crowd. And obviously, it's I suspect with him as captain, there will be a little bit more interest as well from the I think the Indian audiences to see how he is going to perform as well. And I'm sure there'll be a few players keen to impress their new skipper.
Absolutely the way. And once the Indian series is out of the way, it's off to the UK for ODIs.
That's right, yes, against England. It seems to be non-stop these days, isn't it? The
world of a professional cricketer, isn't it?
Indeed, and you know, fortunate that we are to be able to play England twice in a summer in different formats, and then of course to play India as well. And so yes, we do have. It's now a constant January to December, male, female, senior, junior, domestic, international, and obviously for a lot of our, or for an increasing number of our players now, it's a lot of franchise cricket.
Well, after that bit of fielding there by Gareth Delaney, they seem to have put a piece of the jigsaw of the outfield back together. It just goes to show again just how much moisture there is that the top layer of grass can peel away like that. Good size of grass, but it will go back down and it will be fine and it will bed back in. So the games against England, whereabouts are they being played?
Headingley, Trent Bridge, and then Bristol. So yeah, three ODIs, and it's going to be interesting to see. Obviously, England is going to be in preparation for the World Cup coming up in the ensuing weeks, and obviously for ourselves, it's going to be an opportunity to prove that perhaps we have the talent and the ability to have been in there in the first place. But I have no doubt that even though we're not, obviously, we'll have some players and a team with a point to prove. And needless to say, the last time we did play some ODI cricket in England, as in against England, in 2020 during COVID times, we came away with a victory in that final game in Southampton. So I'm sure there'll be something in the memory banks of some of our players to demonstrate that that wasn't just a single lightning strike.
Yeah, Andy Balbirnie scoring a fabulous century in that game in Southampton, right. I remember. None of us, of course, could make it to the ground, but thankfully,
yes,
television coverage. Oh, that's a super shot from Adair. He's gone wide, he's gone long, and it just beats the outstretched hand of Ruan Joyce. And it's another 6 onto the total. And what has been a very good over from McCarthy, suddenly there's a 6 in there as well. 8 from the over, and he could so easily have had the wicket of Rock on a couple of occasions there. But yes, England preparing for the World Cup. Unfortunately, we won't be there this time. Let's hope that perhaps for the next one, 2027, the qualification or even the number of teams at the finals will be reviewed or whatever. But let's hope
actually,
that either make it.
Apologies for interrupting.
No.
In fact, the ICC has announced that the next 2 World Cups in 2027 and 31 will be 14-team events. The only thing that hasn't yet been determined, I think, has been the precise qualification mechanism, but I think we are working on the basis that it's likely to be 10 automatic qualifiers based on ranking and who the hosts are, South Africa and Zimbabwe. And then the remaining 4 teams will come via a qualification tournament. What we don't know at the moment is the form that qualification tournament will take, whether it'll remain 10 teams or whether it might even expand to 12. But either way, I think we would certainly be targeting that qualification competition in maybe likely 2026 to say, well, here's an opportunity for us to get back to 50 over World Cups.
Ben White now from the Sunday's World End. And just before that, the 100 partnership was brought up between these two. Neil Rock providing 65 of those runs. And this partnership has been a big part of getting the Northern Knights to 233 for 5. And this is going exceptionally well. Neil Rock, having scored his maiden List A century, he finally carves one out to point. Full toss, carve to point. Takes the congratulations of Ben White on his century. And the wicket falls with 233 on the board. Well, that's a big change in the game itself. So whilst they're changing the batsmen, Warren, as well as the women being away, the interprovincials, us playing India and then heading off to play against England, the Celtic Challenge is on for the youth cricket at the moment, under
right.
15s and
yes.
under 17s.
Yes, exactly.
My goodness, your travel agent must be busy.
Well, look, I think it's nothing more than a sign of what existing full members do. So much of the focus of, I suppose, nations and media is on the men's senior squad, but it's really about ensuring that the pathway towards all of that, effectively, if your men's senior squad and your women's senior squad are seen to be strong, often as not, the perception is that what happens underneath is strong as well. And I think the success that we can enjoy and have enjoyed over the last 10 to 15 years at our senior squads is a tribute as much to the exceptional work done by provincial unions and clubs to keep ensuring that the pathway cricket is so strong at club level. Often as not, I mean, it's the same when I was growing up in northwest London playing local club cricket. The families, there were just sort of 4 or 5 families in a particular club that were the heartbeat of it. And there's I think a little plaque or a sign at Pembroke Cricket Club that says behind every international cricketer is the heartbeat of a great club, or something along those lines, or is a great club. And that is so true, and particularly when you're working on the basis of a relatively small talent pool, such as we currently have, the importance of the work done by clubs and provinces simply cannot be understated. And of course, what that means is, yes, we're able to also put youth teams through, and I think we are always been very, very strong at youth cricket as well, particularly at the European level.
And what is the age group where people start wearing the green?
15.
15.
So yeah, that's the obviously we've got an Ireland 15s team, and 19s as well is, I suppose, the first opportunity actually to play a World Cup as well.
Yep.
So, and that's both at men's and women's level. In fact, this year was the very first World Cup at under-19 women's level, and obviously the T20 format. And it's extremely important as well that the game felt it was extremely important to make sure that why shouldn't women have that same opportunity as the men?
Absolutely.
So even though the men's is 50 over, under 19s, the women's it's 20 overs. But it was in South Africa. It was on the back of the Senior Women's World Cup, and it was very much regarded as a great success.
No, it certainly seemed to be, and it's great to see the conveyor belt of talent. And as you say, the national side is so reliant on the clubs and the volunteers within clubs and provinces. I mean, just my own experience of dealing with Cricket Leinster and dealing with my own club. Umpire unmoved there. Theo van Vorkum, welcome to the middle. It was just one that went past the edge of the bat. But, yeah, the number of volunteers involved, whether it be in organising open cricket, women's cricket, youth cricket, masters cricket. There's just so much. There's cricket for everybody, is what I'm basically trying to say. But it's basically supported by a huge amount of goodwill and volunteers.
Yeah, and it's not just on the playing of the game. It's in, even things such as, making sure that the ground can be cut, groundskeeping, match officials, scorers, umpires, even people, mums and dads driving kids, between home and away matches. It's an extraordinary endeavour, so much of which is probably unrecognised. And, we have our annual awards every single year, and, the stories that you see and you read are genuinely inspiring about the people who have given so much in an unsung way for so very long, that it was important that an awards there wasn't just to recognise obviously the stellar performances of our international men's and women's players, but also to reward and to recognise the work that is done at all levels of the sport, all the way throughout the country.
Which is pretty ideal. Everybody welcomes a pat on the back occasionally. They don't go looking for it, but if they get it, it makes a huge difference to them and encourages others as well.
And one of the things that was really striking to me was when the day we became a Test Nation full member in 2017, the extent to which so many people at all levels of Irish cricket felt an enormous sense of pride for that.
Absolutely.
Understanding the extent to which they had made a contribution towards that. And I was always struck by how the players said that, for them, they realised that they were part of a fantastic cover drive.
Absolutely cracking shot out to the offside boundary, where Ben White does a good job, keeps it to 2. Score moves on to 241. We're in the 43rd over, and sitting with me at the moment is CEO of Cricket Ireland, Warren Dootram. We're just chatting about all that's going on and what a busy life you lead.
Well, it's such a privilege to do this. Here I am, drive down from Dublin this morning, and it's part of my job is to walk around the boundary having conversations with some of the volunteers you were talking about, and our players and coaches, and I suppose the increasingly professional cohort now surrounding the game. Here we are, having a conversation at watching a television screen showing the game. Here sitting down with our partners here in HBV, talking about the sport. It's, it really is, for me, when I joined back at the end of 2006, the cliche was as the chief and only executive in Irish cricket, and now the number of people who are earning a living from the game, whether it be as players, officials, coaches, on the media side, what you guys do so brilliantly for us on an annual basis. And this ecosystem, this industry of cricket is growing in Ireland now, and it's a massive sense of pride for all of us in Irish cricket who can only see the future being increasingly bright. I look over the next 6 to 7 years, new ICC funding coming next year. We talked about more teams participating in World Cups, men's and women's. We'd be confident that we're going to have an international sized ground in Dublin in the next 3 to 4 years. We also believe that cricket's going to be a part of the Olympics, hopefully in 2028 onwards. And then we'll be co-hosting the 2030 World Cup with England. Those are massive reasons for us to believe that the future for Irish cricket is incredibly bright, bearing in mind, if you compare us to the vast majority of full members.
Oh, just an edge off Ben White. It's going to run away for 4. Ben White's head in his hands. Another 4 for the Northern Knights, and they are now reaching a very defendable total, they will feel. They were in trouble at 46 for 3, and they're now pushing on to 242.
And if you compare us to so many other sports, or to the big sports in Ireland, Gaelic rugby and football, where their sports are very mature in our country, their opportunity for growth is probably more incremental. And you look around all the other test nations of the world where the game is already among the biggest sports in town. You look at what we've managed to achieve, all of us have managed to achieve off the back of our relatively limited finances, relatively limited talent pools. Look at what we've managed to achieve together, all parts of the sport, and it makes me feel so excited for the future, knowing that our headroom for growth is just enormous.
That one just pushed down the ground off Ben White. Mark Adair, he's moved on to 34. He's done it. Well, I talked about a captain's knock when he came out, and he's certainly providing that now. He was the foil for Neil Rock. Now he's going to be looking after the rest of the innings, he hopes. 250 just round the corner now for the Northern Knights.
To tribute to making sure that you're patient in a 50-over game, making sure that you're not sort of thinking you have to sort of keep up with 4s, 5s, 6s right at the beginning of a...
Well, Ben White asking the question. Possibly going down the leg side. At the end of a decent over from White. Not easy bowling at this stage of the innings. And this one, well, you could be the judge yourself. You can see how the umpire thought it may have been going down the leg side. And there's more professionalism for you, is in the officials, the scorers and the umpires, without whom we can't play cricket.
Absolutely. And it's one of the, there was a lot of talk about putting our senior women's team on contracts a couple of years ago, but what we had to do at the same time was also make sure that we put in place a professional cohort of match officials. We're suddenly playing all of this senior representative cricket. You've heard me say it, men's, women's, the interpros, the super series and the women. All of these matches need to be looked after, not just by the officials on the pitch, but by the scorers off it. And you simply, the ecosystem we said at the very start, it's not just about playing test cricket, isn't just about having, 11 people wearing white on the field of play. It's the incredible amount of superstructure underpinning that ensures it lives and breathes, and that it's visible. And you know, the work that you guys do working with us is so very important to make it absolutely a part of that, to bring the game to the people. That's part of our role, to make it more and more popular, make it more and more visible. And
well, Adair goes big on the offside. It's just going to hit the net. It's another 6. The score goes over 250, and the Northern Knights will be feeling a lot more comfortable than they were at 46 for 3. But then again, we saw Leinster were 46 for 3 yesterday and went on to score the 25th highest ever List A score of 4:25 in 50 overs.
Yes, when you consider Leinster was about 40 odd off 10 overs, it's they went at 10s pretty much for the last 40. It was quite something. I understand the car park was emptied quite quickly of the various cars.
Yeah, those of us who parked in the car park had a few anxious hours watching the ball raining down amongst them. I was fortunate, and mind you, if it had hit my car, I don't know if I'd recognise it amongst the many other dints in it. But no, it was a fabulous day, fabulous day's cricket. And now, with Frost bowling his 8th over, and we're in the 45th, just 5.5 overs to go now in this innings. Well, I can tell you that yesterday, Leinster scored 87 without losing a wicket in the last 5 overs. And that really would put the cat amongst the pigeons if we saw a repeat of that today. McCarthy doing the fielding out in the deep. It must have been heartening to see yesterday that the wicketkeeper, Lorcan Tucker, getting his 133. Good to see him in form going into that Indian series.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, that Lorcan and obviously a number of our players are middle order performing extremely well at the moment. And, I hope it's going to be intriguing. As I mentioned, it's a relatively internationally at least untested group of Indian players, and not to mention the fact that obviously they do get a lot of IPL experience, so that's going to be very, very interesting to see. And as always, you know, we've had this with England in the past. You know, there have been questions about whether or not as Ireland somehow ill-served by having a relatively unfamiliar England lineup, but as we would well know, a lot of those players that they're testing out do come into the certainly do come into the reckoning later on. I think we can recognise one, E. Morgan, who was given his ODI debut, I think, against Ireland back in 2009 potentially, and he went on to some fairly impressive feats. So yes, we tend not to dismiss the players if they're not necessarily sending those who would be first choice against the other larger full members. So we have to play what's in front of us, and hopefully it might well spur on to our players to think here's an opportunity.
Well, thank you very much for joining us, Warren. That's been informative, and I've thoroughly enjoyed our chat. And the very best of luck at the weekend with the games against India, and we'll keep an eye on all the teams and see how they perform. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure.
45 overs gone. The score 259 for 6. Mark Adair, he's quietly and quickly moved on to 43 from just 27 balls. And Theo van Workum, he came in with the fall of the wicket when finally Neil Rock departed, having scored a marvellous century. And he's on 15 from 16 balls. And we just have 5 overs remaining, and we'd like to welcome back to the box Stephen Arkin.
Well, while you guys have been chatting, I've been watching the cricket, and it's a well-balanced match, this. 259 for 6, that run rate 5.76. If Munster Reds can keep it to about 6, they'll have done really well. Delaney has come back into the attack for his 4th over. Very wide and smashed down the ground. Couldn't quite see whether that carried to Alistair Frost, but it's just a single.
But yes, it's very important for the psychological side of things. If the Munster Reds can keep the Northern Knights under 300, you feel they'll think they have a chance.
That's a big hit also to that wide mid-on boundary, and it's gone all the way. Effortlessly hit by Theo van Workum. Didn't try to overhit this, that was the key. It's the 13th six of this Northern Knights innings. And that's a super cash. Cummins in the covers. Kept his eye on that all the way, and Van Workum has to go, and another wicket falls. 7 down now for 266. Van Workum caught by Murray Cummins and bowled by Gareth Delaney. They keep taking the wickets, the Munster Reds, and that's just keeping the score a little bit less than it might be.
Best way to keep a run rate down. This one was thrown a bit wide. I felt if he'd left that, the umpire may have given it as a wide, but in the chase for runs, the bat went out, and all he could do was steer it into the hands of Murray Cummins. Safe pair of hands there. Delaney gets a wicket, his first of the day. And Van Workum, he departs for 21 off just 18 balls. And he went out there determined to assist Mark Adair in getting the Northern Knights past 300, but he fell to that shot, and he'll now be replaced in the middle by Tom Mays. Tom Mays coming out at number 9.
Joining Mark Adair, who is on a bit of a charge here, and will probably feel that he has to keep scoring as fast as he can. He's hit 4 sixes and 1 4. Well, it's been great spirited effort from the Munster Reds. Fine performance from them. The wicket has played well. It's had a little bit for the bowlers. Nicely worked down the ground by Mays to get off the mark with a single.
Well, earlier on you were talking about the number of, this is the 8th game of the series and the toss and people being inserted the whole time, and very few have chased down totals, etc. I think this was one of the days where actually bowling first and winning the toss was quite important. It was overcast. You could see there's a bit of moisture in the pitch, and it's only going to dry out during the day, and I feel batting become slightly easier. So I do feel that the Munster Reds made the right decision in bowling first. They did have the Northern Knights 86 for 4, but a couple of partnerships and that century from Neil Rock really have aided them in getting to this 267 for 7 at the moment, with just 4.2 overs to go.
Yeah, wide delivery there from Delaney. 23 runs have come off wides so far in this Northern Knights innings, which is quite a lot. Straight down the ground for another boundary. Another effortless shot from Mark Adair, who has moved to 48 off just 29 deliveries. 272 for 7, coming to the end of the 46th over.
Another one wide outside off stump. Delaney trying to hide the ball out there. Gets through his over, but still an expensive one.
14 off it, including the wide. 1 for 38 for him off 4 overs. Substitute fielder Byron McDonough has been on for quite a while because Tyrone Kane had to go off receiving treatment for a twisted knee, so he has picked up an injury. It's one of the reasons why he's only bowled 4 overs. Bowled 4 very good overs from this Sunday's well end, taking 1 wicket for 20. And that's one of the reasons why there's been so many overs bowled by the spinners. Here's the batting card, just to fill you in.
Well, Neil Rock, undoubtedly the star of that. That's his maiden century in List A cricket, and it only took him 73 balls to get there. Did very well, and now you see Mark Adair on the cusp of another half century. Cade Carmichael, he would be disappointed he didn't score another 3 and get to a half century himself, but he was batting in what we would call the difficult time of the day. And now Mark Adair to face, and he's on 49.
Oh, just put down. It carried to deep mid-off. Delaney unable to hold on. That was a dipping shot that was coming to him very low. Had to dive in front. It wasn't an easy chance. McCarthy, though, continuing to cause problems for the batters. He has bowled superbly today. And this one mistimed as well. High off the bat into the mid-wicket region. Another couple for Mark Adair, and this time he does get to his 50. 51 off 32 deliveries. 275 for 7 the total.
Well, it's a captain's knock. He's hit 4 sixes and 2 fours. He's been quite aggressive. He's scoring at 160. And he's been out there for just over an hour now. It's amazing how quickly time passes in an innings.
Sun coming out again at glorious Mardyke. And the final push from the Northern Knights to get past the 300 target. That'll be the minimum they were looking for. Good delivery again from McCarthy, beating Adair outside his off stump.
Well, Mark Adair's top score, 108 last year against the Munster Reds, and this is the first time he's reached a half century since then. He seems to save his best for the Munster Reds.
Yeah, this season just 1 innings in this competition. 20 he scored against the Munster Reds back in May. So he'll be happy with that, and that's sliced away for another 4. A lot of runs coming off the edge today, and you know that gives credit to the bowlers who've induced a lot of false shots.
On this occasion, if you're going to flash hard, stage of the innings, Adair is just going to go after anything, and this one took a thick edge. Nobody fielding down there. And he now moves on to 55.
279 for 7. That one lifted for 6. Superb shot, that. Nothing edgy about that.
Quite deliberate, quite intended. He saw it was short, just got his bat underneath it and just helped it on its way. Used McCarthy's pace.
Up you go.
It's that little bit at the end where he just, bottom hand, just lifts the toe of the bat up. And that just flew away for 6.
And he's now 61. And a slower ball, a clever delivery from McCarthy to complete what was a pretty expensive over. But overall, McCarthy has been superb today. Look at that Manhattan. You can see the last 10-12 overs, how much the scoring rate has increased.
It's been a gradual increase, and there's a good 6-7 overs where they've scored over 12 and over. You can see the wickets have fallen almost on a regular pattern, but it hasn't stopped the Northern Knights' march towards 300. And with 3 overs left, they find themselves just 15 short. And as you say, with Tyrone Kane, with his knee twisted, they're turning back to Manley.
Yep, Manley and McCarthy to bowl these last 3 overs, you would imagine. Manley, whose first 7 overs went for just 16 runs. And there's another 6. Beautifully lifted over, extra cover. Tom May showing that he can join the party. Hard to know how a bowler can bowl the last few overs when sides are intent on just smashing it away.
Well, perhaps a change of pace. The slower ball earlier on worked, but at the moment, you don't want to give Tom Mays any room. That's the room he's looking
hit there,
for.
off the bottom edge and through to Keeper Moore.
That's the sort of room he's looking for, where he can free his arms. If you, especially somebody coming in at number 9, if you can keep the ball close to their body. We've seen top order batsmen have trouble with those balls that are cramping them. But if you give a tail ender any width, they will just swing as if they're either playing golf or baseball, and it's just, they just want to make contact, and they don't really mind how much contact they make.
Tom Mays would be very upset to be called a tail ender, coming in at number 8 and smashing the ball as hard as that.
Well fielded. That really was travelling. He's coming in at the tail end rather than making him a tail ender, I think. As I try to desperately dig my way out of that hole. Pass me down the ladder.
You're okay. 61 off 36. Adair is back on strike. Manley against Adair. Who will win this mini battle?
Well, Adair himself is scoring at 10 and over at the moment. Just with 15 balls remaining, it looks like they're going to get past 300. The question will be how far past.
A slower delivery, as you were suggesting. Lovely off-speed ball from Josh Manley.
Sometimes you just have to mess with the batsman's timing, the batsman's swing. Sometimes it's a premeditated swing that he thinks is at the right time, and if you just change the pace, whether changing down or changing up, just showing him something different. And it makes him hesitate next time he sees you running in, because he thinks, is this going to be another slower ball? Do I wait for that? And sometimes that's the one that goes across the bridge of your nose.
Shorter with that time, and played straight to the man at backward point. And Adair furious with himself for getting out at the death of this innings. And the 8th wicket goes down. Great bowling by Josh Manley. After being hit for 6 off the first ball of the over, he gets his 2nd wicket for the loss of 40 runs. And Mark Adair has to go for 61. 292 for 8.
You could see Mark Adair, he was determined to score big off every ball he faced. And on this occasion, it was a clever shot. He waited for it. He knew it was an off-speed pitch again. And as it came up, he played a nice shot, but didn't quite get over it. And all he could do was lift it down into Gully's hands, where Ford took the catch. And he's on his way. But we talked about a captain's innings, a captain's knock. And with 5 sixes and 3 fours and 61 off just 38 balls, Mark Adair has provided his side with exactly what they'd want from their captain. 292 for 8. There's 1 ball remaining in this, the 48th over. And then after that, there'll be 2 more overs as Matthew Humphreys comes to the middle.
Matt Humphreys, who doesn't have an average yet in this series this year. 11 not out, 15 not out against the Leinster Lightning and the Northwest Warriors. Didn't bat in the win against the Munster Reds. He's not a bad batsman at all.
Changing the field here. Fine leg going back and long off. Going into the ring to mid-off.
Down the leg side. It won't be Manley's last delivery of the 9th over. Lovely bright sunshine now in the Mardyke. Temperature goes up about 5 degrees when the sun comes out. It's very pleasant. Flash and a miss.
Good ball to bowl. New batsman in. Hasn't quite got the pace of the pitch yet. He went short. Climbed enough to get over the bat and through to the keeper for a dot ball. And Manley finishes with 2 for 41. Well, you might say he deserved more than 2 wickets today.
Well, he's got 1 more over. He'll probably bowl the 50th. McCarthy now will bowl the 49th. But Manley has been brilliant. His line and length, his mixing things up, making the batsman think all the time what's coming next. And I have to say the same for McCarthy. I think he's been brilliant today too. One of the best bowling performances I've seen from him. Not that I've seen too many.
but he does appear to be on it today, I think is the expression. There we go, slower ball. Umpire thought about perhaps the wide, but McCarthy getting that one exactly right. It's hiding that slower ball just outside the off stump and keeping it away from the batsman. It's how he follows that up now.
Short bouncer, maybe?
I think you may be right, Stephen.
No, well pitched up and just played to backward point for a single. Mays moves to 9. Humphreys back on strike, yet to score. It's a good position this for the Reds, at least the final overs. No set batsman at the crease, and
they still have a good chance of keeping the Northern Knights under 300. You'd think it would be easy enough for them. 10 balls remaining. They're on 294, but...
And McCarthy fields off his own bowling. Another dot ball. Humphreys yet to get off the mark. 9 deliveries to go now.
You can see how just taking that wicket of marker there and removing the last recognised batsman has almost slowed down the rate immediately.
Neil Rock, of course, getting out for 102. Not quite reaching the levels of Lorcan Tucker, the other wicket-keeping batsman who has been the star of this week of Rario 50 over cricket. Single there for Humphreys gets him off the mark.
The one difference between those two innings, I would say, is that Neil Rock hasn't really given a chance. Lorcan Tucker could have been out at 4. But the headline news will be Lorcan Tucker 133.
That almost carried to cover, and it's no run. It was hit so ferociously to Byron McDonough, the sub-fielder there in the covers.
Playing on his home ground. Did a fine job there, getting his body behind that, preventing it going past, and preventing even a single.
Even in his 10th over, his last ball to come, just 2 off this over so far from McCarthy. I don't think Tom Mays is going to get a delivery here that he's able to hit. Somehow, I think this will be banged in. Oh, it's up in the air. It could be a wicket. It's there for a long time. Oh, just falling short of Cummins. 2 runs for Mays. McCarthy unlucky not to get wicket number 3 of his final delivery, and he ends up with 2 for 60 of his 10 overs.
Well, he's gone for 2 for 60 off 10, run a ball, but his bowling spells today have been much better than reflected in those figures. He could easily have had a 5 for today, and he did take a little bit of tap at the end, but by and large he has been, well, you can see why he's leading the Munster Reds attack. He's bowled exceptionally well, and he bowled well in partnership.
And here comes Manley. Final over of the innings. It's pulled away towards deep square leg, where the fielder can get it in quickly. Just a single to Humphreys. 298 for 8.
Manley, another one who has bowled well today. So tight in his opening spell. McCarthy picking up his wickets as the pressure built on the Knights.
Backward of square, there is a cover fielder out there. And they were thinking of a second, but that's good fielding in the deep and just a single. Run a ball on this over would be a good effort from Manley. Just 4 deliveries remaining now. 299 for 8. They will just about achieve the 300. It was looking like it might be 330 or 340 at one point when Neil Rock was on the charge with Mark Adair in hot pursuit. Good single. Just hit and run from Matt Humphreys. There it is, 300 up for the Northern Knights. 5 for 132. And then Rock and Adair rescuing the innings and getting them to this total that will be defendable at least, should they bowl well. But it's still very much a target that the Munster Reds can look forward to attacking. Pulled away handsomely, but again there's a fielder there, Ben White, who has a very good arm. Another single for Mays.
That's the difference between having two new batsmen at the crease and two established batsmen at the crease. If it had been Rock and Adair in at the moment, you suspect that that ball would have crossed a boundary rope, probably without bouncing. But there would have been more timing and more power. And just with two new batsmen, they're still finding their feet.
That's a big high one that might be caught, and it is out in the deep. Humphreys has to go. He's out for the first time in this series. With an average of 29, he departs with 3 to his name. And Josh Manley, a very deserved third wicket for him. It's 301 for 9, with 1 ball to go.
Well, this has been a great effort by the Munster Reds. They've played well together. I just feel it's a shame that Tyrone Kane suffered that injury and has only bowled, I think it's 4 overs. I'm not saying it would have made a big difference. You never know how these things are going to turn out. But I feel that Tyrone Kane's accuracy may have been beneficial.
Delaney with the catch out there on the boundary. So Matt Foster coming in for the last delivery, which I assume the batters had crossed when that catch was being taken. So it should be... no, it is actually Matt Foster on strike here.
Like you, I was ball tracking rather than batsman tracking. But Foster now, just 1 ball remaining. You get the feeling from the field that is set that this is going to be short, whether it's off speed or full speed.
It is short. And it looked like it was down the leg side, and a scrambled single for a bye. And that is the innings. 302 for 9 off the 50 overs. Fascinating morning of cricket from the Mardyke. Munster Reds winning the toss and deciding to bowl, and the Northern Knights have just about managed to make 302 for 9, 6.04 an over, a very gettable total on this pitch, and could be in for a fascinating match here. The light roller being squeakily taken to the crease by 2 young bucks learning about the art of looking after cricket wickets.
I hesitate to say it, but I think the 2 lads would suggest that that roll is a bit heavier than you're suggesting.
Well, we've all done it, haven't we?
We've all taken our turn.
We've all taken our turn on the roller. Okay, here are the cards of the Northern Knights innings, illuminated by that magnificent century from Neil Rock. 102 off 73 deliveries, well supported by Mark Adair with 61 off 38, but he'll be disappointed he got out 3 overs from the end.
We can see here the big partnership between Mark Adair and Neil Rock. It really changed the game as far as the Northern Knights were concerned. It took them from it might be okay total to a, well, we've done well there over a runner ball. 102 between them, and it only took them 57 balls. They really did apply the accelerator, and it may be that the earlier batsmen perhaps were a bit timid, whereas they came in and were so positive, and they encouraged those after them as well.
Very impressive from Josh Manley, 3 for 45 of his 10 overs, and McCarthy with 2 for 60. Those two bowled superbly. Kane only got 5 overs in, 1 for 20 before he twisted his knee and had to park the pitch. Ben White was excellent too, with 2 for 59, and a lot of spin from Delaney, Frost and White. And there's the situation at the halfway mark here. The Knights 302 for 9 off their 50 overs. We look forward to seeing how the Munster Reds get on in the second half of this match. Lunch break now. We'll be back in about half an hour and look forward to your company then. But till then, from Craig Senior and myself, Stephen Alkin, and the whole of the HBV crew, we'll say goodbye for now. And you're welcome back to the Mardyke in Cork for this Rario IP50 between the Munster Reds and the Northern Knights. Munster Reds won the toss and put the Knights into bat. They made 302 for 9, and now it's the Knights' turn to have the ball, opening the batting for the Reds. The very experienced and very dependable Murray Cummins, and Ali Frost is with him at the wicket. 302, what do you think, Craig? Is that a good total? Do you think it's a gettable total for the Reds?
I think it's both of those things. I think it is a good total for the Knights. They found themselves 46 for 3. Neil Rock and Mark Adair, who's opening the bowling now. Big part of the reason why the Northern Knights have 302 to defend. I felt some of the Munster Reds bowlers were unlucky today. They bowled exceptionally well, just didn't get the reward that perhaps they deserved.
A lot of edges, snicks inside and outside. Few catches that didn't go to hand from errant shots. But you have to give credit to Neil Rock and Mark Adair especially for rebuilding the innings after they were 5 down for 132. That was a crucial time in the game.
And also the Reds were unfortunate in losing Tyrone Kane to twisted knee. He'd only bowled 4 overs, I think, at that stage. And they
Actually, I think it was 5. I think I got that wrong. I think it was 4 or 5. 1 for 20. He was bowling nicely. Produced that beautiful delivery that just clipped the off stump. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting run chase here. We won't see these two bashing it from the start. It's a good attacking field from the Knights. They've got a couple of slips in. Their hero Neil Rock behind the stumps. Yeah, just one slip. Correction. Long leg and third man, the two outfielders in this power play. First 10 overs, just 2 allowed outside the circle. Might have taken a run there, but weren't risking it on the arm of Theo van Workum.
Ross Adair fielding very short in at mid-wicket. Obviously a predetermined fielding position for Mark Adair. He's moving it back into the left-hander, and they're hoping that one will just stick in the pitch, pop off the bat, and end up in Ross Adair's hands.
Bowling over the wicket to the left-hander. We've seen this wicket give the bowlers plenty of encouragement, a good bit of movement off the pitch and in the air. It's slightly brighter now, though, than it was at 10:45 this morning. We even were thinking we might have a small rain delay at one point when there was a few drops falling, but thankfully it stayed dry. And they're off the mark. The Reds underway with that single from Cummins down to third man.
Well, that's the only run to have come off that over. Squirted away down to third man. Means Murray Cummins will retain the strike. Ali Frost will have to wait a bit longer. Tom Mays it will be from the Mardyke walk end.
Tom Mays, who has 1 for 49 and 3 for 34 in the series this year. 3 for 34 against the Munster Reds.
Well, there's no need, as you said, for the Munster Reds to go chasing 302 straight away. just to establish themselves, perhaps see off the openers. There will be opportunities for runs later on, I'm sure. 2 slips in for Mays.
James McCullum at first slip and Mark Adair at second. And here comes Tom Mays. That's a delightful shot through the covers. Classic lefty. Not quite enough on it to reach the boundary, but a solid 3 from Cummins. Moves him to 4. And the total to 4 for no wicket in the second over.
Well, that was a lovely shot from Murray Cummins. Shows what he's capable of. Beautifully timed. Hit through the gap. And that'll bring Frost onto strike. We're sitting in beautiful sunshine at the moment. There are some darker, lower clouds off to our right.
Nah, they're not going to come near us, he said hopefully.
Frost.
Crunched away by Frost through the covers again. Has this one got the legs to reach the rope? No, it doesn't. And another 3. Maybe not, just 2. Cummins deciding to take the safer option.
That was a nice shot for Frost to get off the mark, down on one knee, punching it through the offside, picking up 2 runs. 5 off the first 2 balls of the over. And both shots, add another 2 yards to the total distance travelled, and they would both been 4. But that's the way it goes.
Slower delivery from Mays, turned round the corner for another single. Whatever moisture there was in the pitch at toss time, it's certainly gone now. Delightfully warm afternoon, beautiful August day in the Mardyke. And like we always say, if you're in the area, why not come down and watch some cricket? A lovely way to spend an afternoon. There's quite a few people on the bleachers around the ground. Adair quickly onto that from Cummins.
Yes, a beautiful afternoon, and what a beautiful day to come down here, sit in the sun, watch some cricket.
Maybe have a bevy or 2. Sure, what more could be? What more could you have in life?
Well,
you and me, we just sit here chuntering away, absolutely astonished that we're given this opportunity to call a wicket in the second over. Tom Mays finding the edge of Murray Cummins' bat, and that's a huge wicket for the Knights, because Cummins has over 200 runs in this series in the 3 matches to date, but he has given the Knights a great start, just as the Reds got in their bowling earlier. Cummins caught by wicketkeeper Neil Rock, bowled Tom Mays for 5.
Well, that was the finest of edges, just feathered through to the keeper. You see here, Mays going across the left-hander, staying over the wicket, and just that bat just came out a little bit, and the umpire delivered the verdict, and that sent Murray Cummins on his way. And that's not the start the Munster Reds were looking for in pursuit of this target of 303 for victory.
New batter, Matt Ford. Peter Moore often opens the batting for the Reds, but he's holding himself back today. Frost and Ford having to rebuild the innings here. Both teams suffering a setback in the opening overs. It's turned round the corner to long leg. Cade Carmichael is there. And Ford is off the mark. that same thing we were talking about earlier, the little element of doubt now in the batters sitting in the pavilion, waiting to come in. Seeing the opening bowlers just maybe get a little bit of movement off the pitch.
Yes, I think Adair is still getting some movement, whether it be through the air or off the pitch itself. And it's proving to be, well, we know what a good bowler he is in the green of Ireland.
Turn to wideish mid-on, and just enough movement there in the field for Matt Humphreys to allow Matthew Ford to get the single.
It's actually like a summer's day now.
Gorgeous, absolutely lovely. It's as warm a day as I can remember this summer. A nice little piece of blue sky right overhead. Nice delivery, lots of lift and movement. And a good attacking field from the Northern Knights, who are currently second in the table with a Lightning on top with a nothing between them. Northwest Warriors also on 9 points after yesterday's game up in the hills. A record-breaking day for Leinster Lightning, scoring 425 of 50 overs, the highest score ever in an interprovincial 50-over match in Ireland.
Oh, it was an incredible innings. Just the right pace at the right time. Acceleration through the last 15 overs. And that'd be the sort of thing that Munster Reds will need to do, where they set a solid base, knock 100 off what's required, without losing too many wickets.
Another lovely delivery, moving away from the right-handed batter. 3 slips waiting.
Yes, when he was bowling to Murray Cummins, the left-hander, because he's bringing the ball into the left-hander, he only wanted 1 slip. But now he's bowling across a right-hander. There's a greater chance of an edge, or an edge going wider. So 3 slips in place.
Ali Frost just getting his bat down in time. That delivery keeping a little bit lower. These new white balls certainly giving the opening bowlers a little bit of an advantage.
They do get a good bit of movement from them. Good attacking field from the Northern Knights here. They're in search of wickets.
And well left on length by Ali Frost. The end of the 3rd over. 9 for 1 is the score. Mark Adair with 2 overs for just 2 runs.
An excellent start from the Northern Knights international and Northern Knights captain. He's doing a good job. Picked up his first silverware, of course, earlier in the year, the T20 trophy. They won that with an unbeaten performance down here at the Mardyke, and then enough happened at Sydney Parade to take the chasing pack out of contention, and the Northern Knights picking up that first silverware. They'll be looking to add to it. They'd love to do the double, 50 and 20 overs.
Would be quite an achievement. That was well played by Matt Ford. Yorker length delivery from Tom Mays. This one's mistimed into the covers. Again, no run. all good and well to start steadily. The most important thing always is to have wickets in hand in the middle of the innings, because we've seen in the last 2 days how quickly the tempo can change in the final 20. Oh, that's through. A little bit of edge on that. 4 runs off the outside edge of Matt Ford's bat. Right between the slips.
Managed to get through the gap. And the slips edged away. 4 more for the total. Frost won't mind. No, Munster Reds. But Tom Mays will feel maybe that was a chance.
Bat and pad, I think, that time. Good, accurate bowling from Tom Mays.
Mid-off and second slip, the big appealers there. Not much from the keeper or the bowler.
Yeah, seemed to be 2 noises. Slip fielding, of course, such a speciality position.
Oh, absolutely. Reflexes of a cat required there.
And sometimes soft hands as well. Difficult combination. Ford turning that away for a single. He moves to 7, score to 14 for 1. Yes, some good batters in this Munster Reds lineup.
Certainly not out of this game as yet, anyway.
And that also is played away to backward square leg, and a couple of runs.
Oh, well run.
For Ali Frost, came off the bat.
Made into a... Oh, it was a tight single. Turned into 2 very well. Good running.
Mays 1 for 14 off his 2 overs. Ford on 7, Frost on 5. It's 16 for 1 after 3 overs. 4 overs. I've lost count. I can hardly see the screen, to be honest with you, with that bright sun. It's quite difficult.
Well,
So,
you would say, though, that you'd rather the screen was too bright because of the sun rather than able to see the screen perfectly while the rain came down.
well, that's certainly true.
We'll deal with the first world problems as we have them.
2 slips now for Mark Adair. Bowling to Matt Ford.
Left on length on that occasion.
6-3 field now. Man down at long leg, mid-wicket and mid-on. And the third man, the only man out on the offside.
Well, this is exactly what you'd expect from Mark Adair. There or thereabouts, asking the batsman questions, challenging him outside off. He's looking to bring those 2 slips into play, hoping to drag the batsman's bat away from his body where he has less control.
Super action, but airing on that occasion, down the leg side. And is that the first wide of the innings? That was one thing about the Munster Reds bowling. They had a lot of runs off wides.
Plus the extra ball that those bring as well.
"25 runs off wides." It'll be interesting to see now how many there are in this innings.
One every 2 overs.
Well, of course, a few of them went for 4, which obviously means an extra 5. But yeah, a team that can cut down on the wides will certainly be more competitive. There's no question. Wonderful delivery, accurate, straight, forcing the batter to play. That one was right on the stumps.
Yeah, we'll see if you can do anything with the extra delivery because of the wide earlier in the over. How often you see this happen?
He nearly did. The bat was left out to dry, but there was no connection. And at the end of his third over, Mark Adair with superb figures of none for 3.
Well, ordinarily, I would now say this is the sort of bowler that a captain loves, giving him control at the top of the order, challenging the batsman. But of course, Mark Adair is the captain. But he'll be delighted with the way his bowling's going at the moment. 0 for 3 off 3.
And after 5 overs, it's 17 for 1. It was 25 for 2 in the Northern Knights innings. Another wonderful delivery from Tom Mays. These two accurate, just outside off stump to the 2 right-handed batters. Murray Cummins, the lefty, getting out so soon. Would have been very good for the Munster Reds to have seen a good innings from him, because so much harder for the bowlers when they have to bowl to a lefty and a righty in tandem.
Well, taken by the wicketkeeper there. It's an absolute nightmare for the keeper. Quick bowler comes in, pitches it, and then it pitches in front of you. You don't know if it's going to hit the ground and run or hit the ground and leap. So Neil Rock showing his prowess with the gloves. It looked like a simple task. He made it look simple, but trust me, he's making a very difficult job look very easy.
Turned straight to the man rushing in from mid-wicket, so no run. Yeah, Neil Rock showing today that he can get to the century, which is the first time in his career he has done that, and as a wicketkeeper he's certainly right up there in the Irish game. That's flashed away. Flash and make sure it's well hit. That's a boundary for Ali Frost, breaking the shackles somewhat of what was becoming a bit of a dot fest.
He saw one with a bit of width, threw his bat at it. It went aerial, but cleared anybody in the ring. Just saw how wide it was. Punched it away over the ring, ran away for 4.
And this time just leaving it on length. Mays the more expensive bowler, but he's the one who's got the breakthrough, getting the wicket of Murray Cummins in his first over. A little bit like the pair that bowled for the Munster Reds. Manley was the more accurate, but McCarthy was the one who got the wickets early on. That's great stuff from Tom Mays. Great tandem bowling with his skipper Mark Adair, and after 6 overs it's just 21 for 1. Mays with 1 for 18 off 3.
Mark Adair will continue from the Sunday's well end, unsurprisingly. Going well for him so far. Into his 3rd over now. But Adair has the same thoughts and questions in his mind about how he manages his resources in this second innings. How soon will he go to his change bowlers, perhaps to his spinners?
Theo van Workum and Matt Humphreys. 2 very good spin bowlers.
Matt Humphreys won a player of the match down here when we were here for the T20 festival.
Took 5 for 14 or something like that. From memory. Ooh, that was almost through. Matt Ford playing that very late. This is what happens when you're up against top class bowling. The feet get stuck in treacle. And you're not getting enough runs to make yourself feel like you're in, and the tension is building with every delivery. Solid that time. It's the old ... routine. 3.3 overs, none for 3. It's just like watching Josh Manley earlier today.
Just early on, while the ball is still new, there's a bit of swing and a bit of difficulty, and in Mays and Adair, the Northern Knights have 2 bowlers to take advantage of any such movement.
A little bit more of an attacking intent there, as Ford edges that down to 3rd for a single. 22 for 1. He goes to 8, Frost on 9. Thankfully, those big black clouds you were talking about away to our right have stayed just there, away to our right.
Seem to be missing the ground all right.
That one's off the edge too, and it will be another single to the total. Ali Frost moving to 10. Very important for the Munster Reds to keep their wickets intact during this opening spell from these 2 quality bowlers. It doesn't matter what the score is after 10 overs, as long as they've kept this second wicket partnership intact. And that wasn't the best of shots there from Ford, but he's moved to 9, and the score goes to 24 for 1. Singles off the last 3 overs, the last 3 balls of that 4th Adair over. None for 6 for him. He's getting a bit expensive, isn't he?
Oh, 1.5 and over. He's going to have to take himself outside and give himself a severe talking to about that. 6 off 4 overs. No wickets for him yet, though. And that's the bit that the Munster Reds will be most pleased about. They don't mind that Mark Adair has a great economy rate. What they don't want is him running through the order.
Change of bowling here. Matt Foster. More of the same, really, coming from the Mardyke Walk end and taking over from Tom Mays. Another player with a lovely action. Always seems so effortless. That a little bit short though, and tucked around the corner for a quick 2. Ford moving into double figures. Score moves to 26 for 1.
One of the slips taken out now, brought in on the leg side. Suggests the bowler might be going a bit shorter.
Oh, that's snicked and it's caught. Second wicket goes down. Mark Adair taking a fine catch. And the introduction of Matt Foster has given a second breakthrough to the Knights, who are celebrating in the middle. Ford out. Caught Mark Adair off the bowling of Matt Foster for just 11. And it's 26 for 2 in the 8th over.
Exactly what the Munster Reds didn't want. Another wicket falling inside the power play. We were talking with Warren earlier. He was saying that part of the reason why the Irish women won so convincingly against the Dutch women yesterday was the fact they took 3 wickets in the power play. We both commented how often that is the case, that if a side loses 3 wickets in the power play, it really does put the handbrake on run scoring. And it did here this morning for the Northern Knights. It was only with the introduction of Neil Rock and Mark Adair they put together a very quick, very big partnership. Ford's going to be very disappointed there. Didn't really get across to that ball. Took the edge of the bat and flew to slip. Mark
A little bit more pace in that ball, I thought.
Mark Adair taking a neat catch. Hands up.
Now, a big moment this for Ryan Joyce, and a very difficult time for him to come to the wicket with his side 2 down for not very much. The local boy plays with Cork Harlequins. Oh, and that was a great delivery from Foster. He's quite short, this batter, and that one was up around his shoulders. Lovely delivery. Welcome to the crease.
Good afternoon. What a welcome to get. Oh,
3
Joyce.
slips now for Matt Foster.
Joyce, the Cork Harlequins player. South African by birth, playing his cricket down here in Cork.
Happy to leave that one outside the off stump.
And when you were talking earlier with the representative of the Munster branch,
Joe Moynihan.
talking about that initiative that they have here tomorrow, where all the local cricketing underage players have been invited down to join the Munster Reds. I'm sure there'll be a bit of coaching and chatting and the such like. It's great to see Joyce in the middle, integral part of this lineup.
And that's going to sneak through the slips and away for just a single, I think.
Fielder down there on the fence, keeping it just to a single.
So Joyce is off the mark. He'll be relieved. He keeps the strike at the end of that 8th over. Foster with 1 for 3. That important breakthrough in that his first over. Frost on 10, Joyce on 1. And with just 2 overs to go in the power play, it's 27 for 2. A very similar situation to the Northern Knights earlier.
Yes, both sides losing early wickets. Both sides looking to consolidate. It'll be interesting to see Tom Mays now coming on from the Sunday's well end. Quick change of end for him.
1 for 18 off his 3 from the top side of the ground. Good solid defensive shot there from young Ryan Joyce. Good Irish name. There's got to be some Irish in that man somewhere, even though he was born in South Africa.
Good Irish cricket name as well.
Indeed. Two slips in a gully for Joyce. And had a very late flash at that, which the wicketkeeper Neil Rock seemed to think might have come off something, but it was seemed to be well wide of the mark.
Well, yeah, we'll see if there was anything involved. It seemed to me like the bat was distance away from the ball, but it was very definitely second slip Mark Adair who was leading the appeal there. Slower ball.
Again, playing and missing outside the off stump. Nervy moments these for Joyce. Umpire Johnny Kennedy, he's seen every type of appeal before, unmoved.
A good ball, but I think it was more what Mays was doing with it that was causing the movement than any contact with the bat. Joyce survives. In fact, he does more than survive. Remains at the crease. 3 slips in place for him.
Straighter delivery that time and left that one alone. It's wonderful bowling. Very testing for these two batters. That winning total seems an awful long way away when you're 2 down for 27, chasing 303. And the last thing you want to do is give away another wicket.
Well, that appears to be what Joyce has decided. That just at the moment, survival more important than flashing the blade and risking another wicket.
Run rate required edging up a little bit, but it's not really a factor yet. And that's turned away to square leg for a single. That will make Joyce feel better about himself. He moves to 2. The score goes to 28 for 2. And at the end of 9 overs, Tom Mays with... There's all those scores going in now on the bottom right of your screen. Tom Mays with 1 for 19 off 4.
Well, you may look at the run rate on that bar across the bottom and see the current run rate of 3.1 and the required rate of 6.7. Just to remind you, when the Northern Knights were batting, they were only at 4 and over after 10. So there's no need to panic yet for the Munster Reds. There's plenty of time ahead of them. Oh my word. Well, Joyce backed away to give himself room to play it on the offside. The ball seemed to follow him, cut him in half, destroyed his balance. And he went down to the turf, but did so without laying bat or glove on the ball. But that was a good delivery from Mays. You could see Joyce was trying to just play it out.
just got his bat on that one. Welcome to interprovincial cricket, Mr. Joyce. Or should I say, Master Joyce. It's been a tough opening few overs for him. 2 runs off 10 deliveries, and quite a few of those have beaten his outside edge.
Oh, leading edge, nearly going straight back to the bowler. Gets past him. They'll just take the one.
Ali Frost, the more experienced of these 2 batters, he needs to really take control of this partnership if he can. But you're up against 3 of the best bowlers in the country, and they're not giving any presents away here. A little bit more like bat on ball there, but squirted away for no run. That one's gone straight to a deepish gully. Van Workham. The pressure is building here on the Munster Reds. Oh, lovely delivery.
What a class way to end an over. That one just going past the outside edge of the defensive shot of Ali Frost.
Foster 1 for 4 off his 2 overs. 29 for 2 after 10 overs. Torrid start to this power play for the Munster Reds. And we're going to have a change of bowling here, and Cade Carmichael coming into the attack from the Sunday's well end. Mark Adair, none for 6 off 4. Tom Mays, 1 for 19 off 4. Matt Foster, 1 for 4 off 2. That's top class bowling. The loss of Murray Cummins really set the Reds back. It would have been the expectation that he would anchor the innings and score his usual 40, 50, 60, whatever. That looked a bit wide. I was surprised it wasn't called a wide, that first delivery from Cade Carmichael. Looks like bleached hair is making a comeback. Neil Rock had his bleached as well. Cade Carmichael likewise.
Perhaps it's a Northern Nights thing.
I remember 1998 World Cup in France, and poor Ger Canning had to do a match off tube. The Romanian team had, all 23 of them had bleached their hair, and he was in a sorry state trying to work out who was who. Commentator's nightmare.
Absolutely. It's one thing I do enjoy about the interprovincial series is all the players have nice, clear numbers on their back. We're given the list before the game. It does make our job a lot easier when they have numbers. Some clubs do as well now, but unfortunately not all. It's
Oh,
in
that
the
one
air.
lifted over the covers, and that's going to go away for 4. No, it isn't actually. 2 or maybe 3. No, just 2 runs. But a couple added to the score of Joyce, who moves to 5. Frost on 10. 31 for 2.
Another shot that just gets pulled up just a yard inside the rope. Slightly more power would have brought 4 runs. As it is, it was only 2. And I'd say that the Munster Reds are missing about 6 runs of that ilk.
And there's another one chipped straight to the fielder. And a third wicket falls. Tom Mays takes the catch, and Cade Carmichael makes the breakthrough in his first over. And this Munster Reds reply is looking in a sorry state. Ryan Joyce out for 5. Caught by Mays, bowled by Carmichael. And it's 31 for 3.
31 for 3. The Munster Reds starting to dig downwards, make this hole a bit bigger. They really need a partnership similar to Rock and Adair just to get something going. Next man in, Captain PJ Moore.
He's probably sorry now he didn't open the innings with Murray Cummins, but perhaps he felt he wanted to give some of the younger players in the squad the opportunity.
Well, that's actually a question for you, Stephen. The Interprovincial Series, is it a results-based level of cricket, or is it developing cricketers for the Irish squad?
I think it's results-based. I think all cricket that has a trophy to be presented at the end of a competition is results-based. You want to win. And you should do whatever it takes to get the victories within the rules. Straight to mid-on from Moore for no run, and that's the end of over number 11. Carmichael with a successful start, 1 for 2 for him. It seems that the Northern Knights bowlers can do no wrong. And still a couple of very good spinners to get their opportunity, and they'll all be licking their lips and hoping that the captain gives them the nod. But for now it's Matt Foster continuing from the Mardyke Walk end. 1 for 4 for him.
Well, the Northern Knights will consider if they can get PJ Moore or Addy Frost at this stage. They'll be making big inroads into this Munster Red innings.
Well, you can tell from the reaction of Foster there that that delivery was on the stumps. And Frost just got his bat down in time. And that's one that's flashed through the covers. No cover fielder there, and it's gone all the way to the boundary. Solid hit from Frost, who's looked the best of the batters so far. He goes to 14.
Just a little bit of width there allowed him to play that square on the offside. And that ran away for 4.
Oh, a lovely delivery again. Lifting off a good length. And Frost unable to get anywhere near it.
That is an incredibly good length. Frost wasn't sure whether to go forward or back, decided on forward, and by the time he had, the ball had flown past the outside edge. Could easily have taken the edge. There are those 2 slips still in place.
That one's edged just in front of Van Workum at point. And a couple of well-run runs there for Ali Frost. 16 for him now, 37 for 3.
Good backing up on that occasion by Morgan Topping. He may be defending a fairly sizable total. You still don't want to allow any overthrows in.
And that edged fine, and it's gone all the way. Third man couldn't get around to that. So a very good over from Foster, but 10 so far coming from it. Finding the edge. On a couple of occasions. This is the latest.
When you find the edge like that, flash, flash hard, how much distance on the ball does it need to move to take a finer edge that would go through to the keeper? Matter of millimetres.
And there's the few millimetres again.
Absolutely.
That was a good over from Foster. 10 coming from it. 1 for 14 for him off 3. Frost is in 20. Moore yet to score. It's 41 for 3 after 12 overs.
Very similar between the two sides after these 12 overs. 48 for 3 was the Northern Knights. 41 for 3 is the Munster Reds. It just goes to show the Munster Reds that there's still a pathway, very well lit pathway to 303.
They're going to need 2 or 3 batters to make it a substantial innings if they're to get to the target, and that's a fine shot. Peter Moore through extra cover for 4. Nice way to get off the mark.
Well, when it comes to clean hitting and proper cricket shots, that's a contender for shot of the day. Down on one knee, just powered through the offside. 4 runs the moment it left the bat.
James McCullum in a very short cover position, about just 15-20 yards from the bat. And it's hit straight to him this time. The ball before flashed past him before he could move.
Well, when you are that close, and he literally is just off screen for us. 1, 2, 3, 4 pitches to the left of the one we're playing on. If it's not hit straight at him, he's got very little chance of getting to it.
Another delightful shot from Moore, but this one won't go all the way.
Tom Mays.
3 on the throw.
Tom Mays never giving up on that one. And he pulled it up a yard inside the rope. And he saved a run. And who knows how important that might be later on.
Well, those 2 strokes from Peter Moore are as good as we've seen from the Munster Reds. He moves quickly to 7. And that one's straight at McCullum. No run.
Yeah, if it's hit straight at McCullum, he's got a good chance of stopping it. But a yard and a half either side of him, he'll be wishing he was 10 yards further back so he could make the adjustment and save the runs. But he's very much there in a catching position.
Straying down the leg side, Carmichael. That one turned to mid-wicket. Topping is there. Just a single to Moore. 8 of 5 deliveries. And that brings up the... Well, maybe it doesn't. 7 of 4 deliveries. 49 for 3 on the cusp of the half century. Munster Reds, they have to see this run chase as very much target based. Get to this, get to that. Work your way slowly. No match is ever won in a few overs, but it can be lost that way.
And as you were saying earlier, you mentioned earlier on in your discussion with Joe, journey of 1,000 miles begins with one step. And that's the way the Munster Reds really need to be approaching this chase now. Target's 303. They're 254 away from that. But they do have 37 overs. They do have 7 wickets in hand. And the run rate required isn't really getting away from them at the moment. Ali Frost, he's moved on to 21 from 26. Peter Moore, 7 off just 5, including that flash shot through the slips.
Change of bowling here. First introduction of spin, and it's Theo van Workum who's coming on. Matt Foster, having bowled 3 overs from the Mardyke Walk end, taking a wicket for 14 runs. Now Van Workum coming into the attack. 2 for 52, 3 for 58 and 2 for 32. His figures in this series so far, so he's got 7 wickets, but quite expensive.
Circumspect from Frost on that occasion. If this was the 38th over, I think he'd have taken that delivery on. It was a little short, but on this occasion, Frost deciding against it.
And that's caught in the deep, the only man out there. And a bit of a disaster for the Reds. Ali Frost has holed out to James McCullum in the deep. And with his second delivery, Foster has a wicket, and it's 49 for 4.
Well, again, we're seeing the side batting second, really struggling, whether it be with scoreboard pressure or not. We thought that this wicket would get easier to bat on during the day. And the first ball he faced, he just patted back to the bowler. He obviously felt himself he could have taken it on that first ball afterwards, because he certainly decided to take the second one on. But that fell into the hands of James McCullum, and it sees Ali Frost back in the pavilion with just 21 to his name. 3 fours. But 21 off 28, strike rate of 75. He was out there for nearly an hour, but he didn't quite get going the way he wanted to. Well, twisted knee or not, the next batsman is Tyrone Kane, coming out to the middle. Well capable with the bat. But with 4 wickets down, he's coming in at number 6. And surely the Munster Reds will be looking for these two to put in a partnership, put in a shift, take their runs, and just take this game as deep as they can. As long as they're there, you know the Munster Reds have the capability of catching up to any run rate.
Well, Tyrone Kane has an 83 in this series against the Leinster Lightning, so has some form. And his side need a big innings from him now.
Tyrone Kane, immensely experienced. He'll know exactly what's needed here.
As you were saying, that run rate required, it's still under 7. It's not really a factor yet. So these two batters have to show patience. They are the bedrock of this innings. The two experienced players. the skipper, Peter Moore, and Tyrone Kane. And Kane just making sure he gets a good sight of Theo van Workum. A fine over from Theo van Workum, a wicket maiden in his first over. Don't believe what you see in the screen there in the bottom right. It wasn't Foster bowling that over, it was Theo van Workum. And he is 1 for none after 1. And it's going to be Mark Adair to come back into the attack from the Sunday's Well end. The captain keeping up the pressure. He knows a couple more wickets now, and this game will be beyond the Munster Reds. This 5th wicket partnership crucial for them on a delightful afternoon in the Mardyke.
Well, there's been no partnership of note so far. 19 being the highest. So Mark Adair, quite right, bringing himself back on. He's looking to finish this game early.
That's off the edge and just wide of McCullum in the slips. Just 1 slip there that time. Had he had 2, it probably would have been a chance.
What do you feel? Mark Adair bringing himself back on, as I say, to try and snare another wicket or 2 and just put this game to bed, really, for the Northern Knights, put them back on top of the table. But yes, a surprise that he only went with 1 slip. And it cost him on this occasion. Full-length dive by McCullum, not enough.
And that was just outside the leg stump, according to umpire Johnny Kennedy. Leg by given. 53 for 4 now. They just passed the half century.
Yeah,
the Munster Reds.
Just going back to that one through the slips, you get the feeling that although McCullum was diving full length to try and get to it, second slip wouldn't have even had to move. It would have been straight into the bucket. But still, no sign that Adair is going to change the field.
Kane thinking about a quick single, but not on the same wavelength as his skipper at the other end. Win for the Knights today would be massive in the context of this championship. They've already got the 20 over trophy in the bag. And if they win today, with a bonus point, they could be 5 clear. With 4 games played by each side. 2 games left for each team.
And the thing for the Northern Knights is that their 2 remaining games are both at home against the North West and against Leinster. They're on the 7th and the 7th of September for the North West and
the
5th for the Leinster Lightning.
Oh, nice shot, cracked away, but there is a fielder in the deep, so just a single for Tyrone Kane, who gets his innings moving.
Yes, the Northern Knights with 2 home games after this. Should they win here, one would say they'd probably be odds-on favourites.
Nicely played, but fielder there, McCullum. And that's the over. Mark Adair's 5th over goes for 5. None for 11 for Adair. Tyrone Kane with several half centuries at this level, but yet to score a century, and it could need a century from one of these 2 if the Reds are to get to 303.
didn't. Well, again, I'd say this is a good move by Mark Adair. He's left Theo Van Workum on and spin at one end, get them through the overs quickly, and it will build that pressure on the run rate. And then striking from the Sunday's Wells end with Adair or one of the other bowlers.
The throw from Humphreys in the covers, not too far away from the stumps, but I think Kane would just about have made it. Seemed to be able to make that quick single without any ill effects, but he is looking like he's in a little bit of pain as he comes back to the stumps.
Well, we know that these two can put together big partnerships. Back in May, the two of them combined for 157 runs, and it's going to need something similar like that today, I feel.
Yeah, that day against the Leinster Lightning. Different bowling attack, but if you've done it before, you'll feel like it's possible again, no matter who the opposition are.
My concern would be with Tyrone Kane, if he has got a twisted knee that's not 100%, then the running of singles is curtailed.
Slip in for Van Workum, but that shot from Moore goes straight to the fielder, Ross Adair, in the covers.
I just think if his mobility is affected, Tyrone Kane,
and that single to Weidman off moves Peter Moore to 12.
yes, if Tyrone Kane's mobility is hindered, you could find that he plays a stand and deliver innings. Be entertaining as long as it goes on.
Tried to turn that one down the leg side, which is signalled a wide.
The appeal from Neil Rock, I think, was more to save the wide than it was anything else. Distract the umpire.
And the stumping has been given, if not the catch. Well, the wicket was... It was the umpire at square leg who called that a stumping. Tyrone Kane can't believe it, but maybe his foot had just gone out of his crease, or maybe his heel was off the ground. Either way, it's the 5th wicket to fall, and the Munster Reds are in dire straits here. 58 for 5 at the end of the 16th over.
Tyrone Kane expressing extreme disappointment at his dismissal. The call from square leg. Neil Rock. It's just the foot was up.
And a great piece of work from Rock.
Took the bails. Tyrone Kane, you can see the disappointment. Shaking of the head as he goes off. He goes for 2. And any idea of repeating that partnership of 157 is gone. And the Munster Reds really in difficulty now. Let's see this again.
Watch his back foot here.
His back foot gets dragged forward there. Is it back?
I think
It's
it wasn't.
still in the air.
Yeah, I think that was a good decision.
Kane,
No reason to doubt it.
Kane is actually looking at his foot once it's gone flat again. But it wasn't flat when the bails were taken, and I think that's the difference, and that's why he's on his way, stumped by Neil Rock. 5 wickets down, 58 on the board. And again, we're seeing a big total not being chased down with any organisation, any plan, it appears to me. The batsmen who have tried to stay in, it's not working for them. And the same happened in the Northern Nights innings. Any batsman that tried to hang around and poke the ball around eventually got out, and was out quite cheaply. It was only when Neil Rock came in and played so positively, and then Adair came in and joined him and joined the party. And between the two of them, they pushed that score well up. I mean, if we look at the score after 15 overs, it was only 59, and they went on, which is 4 and over, and they went on to get 302.
And it's Gareth Delaney, Leinster's All-Ireland winner, coming in to bat now for the Reds. Our scorers are going to have to do an awful lot of readjustments because they've given the last 2 overs to Foster, who has only bowled 3 overs. Van Workum, though, is the one who's bowled the last 2 from that Mardyke walk end, and he's done extremely well.
Well, I'd suggest it will be Theo himself who will be in with the scorers later on, saying, where are my wickets? Don't worry too much about the runs I conceded, but where are my wickets?
Well, Mark Adair, smelling blood, keeps himself on from the Sunday's well end. Coming in now for his 6th over against PJ Moore.
Well, the one thing about the new batsman, Gareth Delaney, he may have won the All-Ireland Cup last weekend with his team Leinster, but we do know he's got a very big bat. He can hit a big ball. It was what got him. Well, he was about number 3 in the Irish team at one stage because of his big bat in T20 cricket. This is 50-over cricket. He's in at number 7, but he's still capable of great things with the bat.
Matt Foster doing a bit of showing off at mid-off. Super bit of fielding. Thought there was a single there, but PJ Moore not risking it. Not when your team is 5 down for 58.
Well, you'll have to have a little patience with our score bar at the moment. You can see Foster's name still up under the bowler, and that over is well and truly done.
They're probably correcting the easily made error. A run there for Moore, down to 3rd man. .59 for 5. Delaney on strike for the first time. Will we see him show the respect that a bowler of Mark Adair's talents deserves? Or is he going to have a heave-ho here? This will be an interesting confrontation. Pulled through mid-wicket, past the short fielder. And it's just over the boundary. So off the mark with a boundary. Good start for Delaney.
Well, Humphreys chased that all of the way, even at this stage of the game. Every run matters, and Humphreys set off in pursuit. I think in olden days we would have called this a photo finish, but he just didn't get his hand down to it in time. It bobbled over the rope. 4 runs and Delaney's underway.
Playing and missing outside the off stump. Not the best of shots from Delaney that time.
Well, Delaney will be hoping to find form with the bat for Munster.
And he smashed that one away. Nobody's going to get that. Backward of point. Another boundary for Delaney.
8 off 2 now for Delaney. Well, that's a perfect example of what I was saying earlier. He was brought into the Irish team not only for his leg spin, but for his big bat, and he's using it there. Now, I suspect it's a live by the sword, die by the sword sort of innings from Gareth Delaney, but we saw the same from Neil Rock, and he went on to get a century. It's come out and be positive and take the bowling on. Just sitting around and waiting for things to happen isn't working. And it didn't work for the Northern Knights either. They definitely want to see positive.
Moore back on strike here, 13 off 14 deliveries facing Van Workum. Nicely played, straight down the ground for a single. This should be an interesting one now. Delaney against the spinner. There you go. Van Workum, 2 for 3 in his first 2 overs. Now, how will he fare against Delaney? 2 out on the leg side. There's a wideish mid-off and a cover on the boundary. He goes for it straight away, straight down the ground and off the top of the side screen for 6. This could be fun.
It certainly could. He moves on to 14 from just 4 deliveries.
And that's the first 6 of this Munster Reds innings. I hope he stays in for a while, because it could turn this match around and turn it into a contest, because at the moment 74 for 5 in the 18th over. You'd have to say the Knights are 10 to 1 on. Down the leg side, that'll be signalled wide. Van Workum trying to keep it away from Delaney's arc.
You don't blame him at all. Now, Delaney's highest score from a while ago, 67. If he keeps going at the pace he's going at the moment and stays in, he'll reach that mark quite quickly. You can see just Gareth Delaney coming in, 14 off 5. He's brought the required run rate back close to 7 again.
That last delivery was a wide, and there he goes again. That'll be into
Oh, that made a noise.
strange sounding
And where did you
landing
park?
there. Oh, I'm nowhere near there, I assure you. I wouldn't like to be the person that hit, and there's no way they're going to get that ball back. So, new balls, please. Delaney is on the attack.
Stand and deliver.
That's what you said, 4-4, 6-6. That's where he's at right now.
Not too many singles involved with Gareth Delaney, but it's great to see such clean hitting. And as we said, Neil Rock did a similar job in the first innings.
You got it spot on. You have to be positive.
Positive. Look for runs.
Faffing
Push
around
them.
at the crease and not knowing what you're doing, you'll always get out against bowlers of this quality.
Oh, that's it, isn't it? I mean, whereas in a club game or even a lower league game, you could just keep yourself in, knowing that there's going to be an assault later on. Here, the people who have tried to keep themselves in for an assault later on have fallen, and it happened during the Northern Knights innings. And Neil Rock came in when they were in trouble, and he played himself in, and then pushed on. He was positive. He took the runs. He took on the bowlers. Whereas too many batsmen today appear to have just sort of sat back to see what was bowled to them and then have fallen.
Expensive over this from Van Workum so far. Oh, he went very forward there. Steve Wood deciding that that is not out. Worth seeing again. Big appeal.
Front pad shoved out there. I suspect that this next ball won't be a defensive shot.
Looked like it might have been just outside the off stump.
Just hitting him outside the line, I think, Steve Wood. Perhaps Steve Wood wants the excitement to continue as well, Stephen.
There he goes. And it's another sight screen job.
As you said, an expensive over And the only difference between the 2 overs he's bowled so far is he took a wicket in the first and brought Delaney to the crease for the second. It's such clean hitting. And that's over.
And this time he is given out. The last ball of the over, thanks to those 2 wides. And Van Workum gets his man. 3 sixes plundered off the over, but Delaney has to go for a rather short cameo of 26 off 8 balls. And here's how Van Workum got him.
On this occasion, he couldn't get his bat down in time. Standing right in front of his stumps, and absolutely no complaints from Gareth Delaney as he makes his way off to the sideline. It was brief, but it was entertaining. 26 he scored, and look at that. 2 fours, 3 sixes, add that up, 26.
Apparently the similar innings to the one he played last Saturday for Leinster against Waringstown in the Irish Cup final.
Well, the innings of Gareth Delaney comes to an end, and it's the end of the over.
And a change of bowling. Mark Adair comes off, and coming back is Tom Mays, who has 4 overs, 1 for 19.
And again, you can see Mark Adair, he's looking for these last 4 wickets now. See the Northern Knights back to the top of the table.
Another one off the pads, but that one rising, so no real appeal against Moore. Liam McCarthy, the new batter, at the non-striker's end because the wicket went off the last ball of Van Workum's third over. 3 overs now and 3 wickets, 1 in each over. 3 for 24.
Which isn't bad when you think 21 of those runs came off the last over.
Good delivery from Mays. Medium quick bowler. All the 3 pace bowlers for the Northern Knights have wonderful actions. They look effortless in their delivery stride. Great example for young bowlers.
And it's a very repeatable action, so you get the same action each time. There's no variation. Sometimes
Right
you'll see bowlers with slightly different run-ups depending on what ball they're going to bowl. Firstly, they're telegraphing it to the batsman, but secondly, if they're upsetting their own run-up, they're upsetting their own rhythm and their own timing, and it ends up. How do you get back to basics when things aren't going well? Whereas when you have an action like this that's just so repeatable, you know exactly what you're doing and how you're doing it. And you just keep going with that action. And if you're having problems, then it's with something else, whether it be your release or your aiming point even. Drag your length back or push it forward. But just having that run up, it's just consistent. It's a slow acceleration into the wicket. It should be your fastest in your delivery stride.
Played to mid-on, where Humphreys is the fielder. No run. My observation about bowlers, mostly, especially medium-pace bowlers, is that sometimes their run-up is longer than it needs to be.
Yes.
They spend so much time running, but when they get to the delivery stride, there's actually no, as you were saying, increase as you come to the crease.
Yeah. You destroy all your momentum. You see bowlers who stutter about 5 yards out because they realise that their feet aren't right. I'd say just abort that delivery. let the umpire signal.
Denied a maiden over there by that single off the last ball of his 5th over. 1 for 20 now for Tom. 5th over. 1 for 20 now for Tom Mays. Moore 15 keeps the strike. McCarthy yet to.
Well, he got a start, but no more. But the highlight so far. Well, he got a start, but no more. But the highlight so far is the over 300, and he peppered with 6s and 4s. 5 scoring shots in those 8 balls, 1 which took his wicket and 2 of which were dots. It was a brief innings, but it certainly provided some entertainment and some lighter relief as this Munster Reds reply. It's not really getting going, is it, Stephen?
Not yet. They're running out of pairs, I think. It's Foster coming back now from the Mardyke walk end, and that's snicked away by PJ Moore for a single to 3rd man. So a chance now for Liam McCarthy to show us what he can do. Left-right combination now for the Munster Reds.
McCarthy's a left-right combination by himself. Bowls right arm over, throws right-handed, bats left-handed.
Yep, I know a few like that. I'm the opposite. Or at least I was in my day. Right-handed bat, but left-handed throwing. Almost carried to cover, but not quite. Landing just short of Rossadair.
Well, that rattled into his right hand. It must have hit the thumb part of his palm. He's still giving it a little shake. Shows the power with which McCarthy hit it.
Yep, it would have gone for 4 had there not been a fielder in the way. That was a well-struck shot for his first delivery. It's the type of character that you'd expect to have a positive attitude towards this situation. He'd probably be thinking, we only need 200.
Yeah.
We can do it.
214 from 30 overs. And of course the required rate is still below 7. Runs not the problem. In fact, at the same stage, the Northern Knights weren't as many as the Munster Reds.
That one, he's having a bit of a rough time in there, Rossadair. That one seemed to hit him on his knee or somewhere on the leg. But he did stop the ball. That's the important thing.
Just the fact that they've lost 6 wickets getting to 90. Oh,
lovely delivery. Beating the outside edge. Seemed to go inside McCarthy's bat, that one. Well, Adair, Mays and Foster, 3 of the reasons why they won the 20-over championship. And 3 of the reasons why they're so competitive in this 50-over version. So hard to get them away. McCarthy will get off the mark with a single to mid-wicket. And that's the end of another fine Foster over. 4 overs for him. 1 for 16. McCarthy on 1. Keeps strike. Moore on 16. The Reds in extreme peril at 91 for 6 off 20 overs. And Tom Mays will continue from the Sunday's well end.
I'd suggest at this stage that Mark Adair, he can bowl Foster, he can bowl Mays through to the end. 10 overs at this stage. He doesn't need to keep them for the 40th to 50th overs. Just wants more wickets.
That's a good shot from McCarthy. Through the covers for a boundary. Proper cricket shot.
And again, it's the batsman who's positive that gets the reward on this pitch. McCarthy, another one capable of the big hit.
Stifled appeal. Wind is getting up, blowing into us here in our commentary position at the Sunday's Well end of the ground.
You were spot on about the clouds, though. They've passed us by. Big band of blue sky above us now.
And nothing like a bit of optimism on a gloomy Irish summer. Off the edge, but there is a man at third man. Substitute, Tyrone Cohn down there. The 12th man.
I wonder who it is who's made way.
Now we're trying to work out who's missing. Still a slip in here for Tom Mays. That's straight to point. Rossiter quickly onto it, no run. It's another game with that feeling of inevitability, because the batting side is really not capable of getting on top of the bowling. With 6 wickets down, they're half thinking of just having an innings and getting some more time in the middle. Game coming up in just a couple of days' time here against Leinster Lightning, another match you can see live from the Mardyke.
That's it, really, isn't it? At what stage do the Munster Reds say, we're not going to chase 303, we're just going to build an innings, get into form, get ready for our next game, treat this as an extended net?
A little bit off the inside edge of Moore's bat, but Carmichael saves the run. And another Mays over comes to a close. 6 for him now, 1 for 25. McCarthy on 6, Moore on 16, a little bit becalmed in this innings, and it's 96 for 6 off 21.
As captain, PJ Moore, he's going to want to be able to walk into his team with his head held high and say, well, I did this, follow me. At the other end, facing now McCarthy. Certainly wouldn't have expected to be in the first 20 overs as we go into the 22nd.
Foster continuing, bottom edge through to the skipper. Mark Adair in the slips. Four fielders allowed outside the circle between overs 11 and 40. And then for the last 10, it's 5. Slashed away by McCarthy. Cade Carmichael down at third man, just a single.
That's what he's there for. That one that goes wide of the slips and to the right of point.
McCarthy goes to 7. Moore back on strike. Change in the field for the right-hander. Still just 3 on the leg side, 2 out deep and 1 at wide mid-on. It's great for the captain when he can set a field to pace bowlers who just know about line and length and nag you there all day long.
Especially in a situation where there's nobody with express pace, there's nobody bowling at 90 miles an hour, so you have to be accurate to succeed.
It's nicely played by Moore. Still just a single. Tom Mays with a very good arm from the deep. Moore finally getting off that 16 that he's been on for quite some time.
Well, he's been watching the action down the other end mainly.
Foster continuing over the wicket to the left-handed McCarthy. Ooh, that could have gone anywhere. Didn't miss the stumps by much. And it crosses the rope. Fine, very fine. Not that the shot was fine, but McCarthy won't mind. He goes to 11.
Oh, the flashing blade just caught the corner of the bat. Flew away to fine leg. Nobody was going to save that. You can't really set a field for that shot.
Turned into that big gap at mid-wicket. Tom Mays coming in. Single to McCarthy. That's the end of Foster's 5th over. 1 for 23 for him. McCarthy on 12, Moore on 17. And the score 103 for 6 off 22.
I see, as far as the runs are concerned, they're absolutely spot on in a chase of 300. They've used the first 20 overs in getting to that 100. They could use the next 15, 17, 20 overs getting to 200 and then launch an absolute assault at the end of those 10 overs. But with 6 wickets down, those options very much taken away from the Munster Reds, and instead they're going along at 4.5, 5 and over.
Theo van Workum, who has a wicket in each of his 3 overs, coming back on now at the Sunday's Well end, and McCarthy on strike. I think we might see Liam try and take him to all parts of the Mardyke, but not with that first delivery. 3 men out on the leg side, wide bid on, mid wicket, long leg.
Big gaps between them. There's plenty of room there for McCarthy. He'll have to do well to pick out a fielder.
That one was short enough. That's good fielding, but he will he get to just about?
Well, that was nice fielding down in the corner. Good job there, chasing the ball down, not letting it reach the boundary. I mean, it would be very easy for the Northern Knights in the field now to switch off thinking, this game's over. But it's not. There's still chance. Just as Adair and Rock put together a big stand. Nothing to stop these two doing the same for Munster.
Oh, great stop. That was Ross Adair in the covers, diving to his right to prevent what probably would have been a boundary. Nicely played by McCarthy again.
Super bit of fielding. Reaction stop.
This time he does get it past the infield, but out in the deep is Tom Mays and that magical arm of his.
Tom Mays and his magical arm. It does sound like a children's book. He helps small children pick things off roofs and things. His magical arm fetches their kite off the roof of the house and stuff like that.
Oh, if I was to write a children's book, it would have to be about sport, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Well, the only thing I know. So right-handed Moore coming to the crease. Over.
Straight to the fielder.
Straight to the fielder. And believe it or not, Van Workum, fourth over, fourth wicket, one in each over. It was I almost sensed it was coming.
Oh.
PJ Moore has to depart for 17 of 28 deliveries, and 106 for 6 comes 106 for 7.
Another sort of, it got started but couldn't continue stand for the Munster Reds. 7th wicket falls with this shot. Just never cleared the fielder, never looked like doing so, and Humphreys taking a smart catch on the boundary, but he won't get many simpler catches than that. I'd say he's given more difficult catches at catching practice than the one that he was just served by PJ Moore. He departs for 17, the score 106 for 7. We're in the 23rd over. And now the Northern Knights will be confident of not only picking up the win, but picking up a bonus point as well to stretch their lead at the top of the table back to 5 points. They were level with the Northwest Warriors, who lost yesterday, so this is a chance for them to take the lead in this competition. And as I said, they have 2 more games, and they're both at home in September, on the 5th against Leinster and on the 7th against the Warriors. And you have a feeling that victory in one of those might be sufficient for them to pick up the double this year of IP20 and IP50 competitions.
Both those matches at home being played in Waringstown at the Ward. So another lefty in now, Mike Frost. 2 left-handers at the crease. And what a performance by Theo van Workum. 4 wickets in 4 overs for 27 runs. Just putting in his little marker for the player of the match. So rarely goes to a bowler these days.
Well,
when you've got a centurion in your ranks, it's easy to understand why.
Well, not only a centurion, but one who came in at number 6 and fall at the 4th wicket when the score was at 86. And he was there for quite a while. He saw a lot of runs put on, saw a lot of partners come and go, but he kept going until he got to 102.
Matt Foster down the hill to McCarthy, who gets a single off the first ball of the 24th over. It's been a good innings so far by Liam McCarthy. Real positivity in everything he has done at the crease. Now let's see what Mike Frost can do.
So Frost facing Foster.
And a couple of slips in now. McCullum has joined Adair. And that's through past the bat to the keeper, Neil Rock. Another fine delivery from Foster. Not even halfway through the overs and 7 wickets. A run chase that has been stifled by some wonderful bowling and some not so wonderful batting.
Well, the old adage is captains win matches. So far, the Northern Knights have held on to every chance they've been given.
McCarthy just managing to keep that down. Humphreys in from the long leg boundary. Another single to the Railway Union man.
Well, you can see Neil Rock. Instantly recognisable. He's the one with the gloves on. Never mind the mop of... I wouldn't even say it was golden hair, but certainly a lot lighter than we're used to seeing on Neil Rock.
Oh, that's snicked over the top, and one bounce into the fence for a boundary. Not what he intended, but he'll take it.
Absolutely. 4 over the top of the field. Now, very interesting. Mark Adair coming out from slip and coming down to this boundary. He's obviously expecting similar again.
And he goes the other way. But there is a third man. Cade Carmichael. So just a 1 for Frost this time. Adair was almost in that backstop position that you often see schoolboy teams employ.
It's almost... It's when you don't have the utmost confidence in your wicketkeeper, or you don't want to spend 2 fielders with a third and a long leg, so you put one in the middle that just happens to be behind the keeper and ask him to cover both sides. But yes, it's schoolboy cricket only that you ever see that position in. Any adult wicketkeeper would be remonstrating with you as captain if you felt the need to put a long stop in.
Van Workham, can he keep this run going? A wicket in each of his 4 overs so far. This is 5th, and it drops short. Nearly. That was Mike Frost thumping one to the mid-wicket boundary.
I'm coming straight down the ground.
Carmichael there again. McCarthy to 18, Frost on 7.
I do get the feeling Liam McCarthy's out there enjoying himself. He's letting the bat flow. He doesn't feel any pressure. He's just seeing how things go. Frost getting in on the act.
Well fielded at backward point. Over the top, and that'll be away for a boundary. Good shot from Frost, moves him into double figures. He's yet to be out for the Munster Reds in the IP. Not out last year, and a not out this year, and he's still not out. 7 not out. 116 for 7. Actually, I think it's 120 for 7, and I think Frost is now 11, because that last 4 hasn't gone up on your screen yet, but it will.
Changing the field now. Mark Adair going around the corner. You saw Frost play the reverse sweep unsuccessfully, and that's what Adair's gone there for. It's just to cut that shot out. There are now 2 fielders there covering for that reverse sweep.
Actually 6 players, or at least there were 6 players inside the circle, but now Humphreys has dropped back to deep mid-off. And that landed... Did it carry?
No.
No, landed short. So Van Werkum doesn't get a wicket in this over, his fifth. Score hasn't quite caught up. There it is now. 120 for 7 off 25 overs. After 25 overs, the Knights were 94 for 4. So run-wise, the Reds are well ahead. But wickets-wise, oh dear.
And you wouldn't say that the Reds have actually gone after anything here. They've just played. And as a result, they've reached 120 off 25. It just goes to show you the acceleration that the Northern Knights had when Neil Rock came to the wicket.
Foster is taking a rest after his latest 3 overs. And it's going to be Matt Humphreys from the Mardyke walk end. Good spin bowler. McCarthy on strike. 183 required. McCarthy will still be thinking, we can do this. He's that kind of person. Hit very fine. And away for a boundary. Well played shot by McCarthy. Moves into the 20s.
Just a neat little tickle round the corner. But you're quite right. His competitive nature is such that he's not going to allow this game just to fade away into the night. He'll want to make his mark. He'll want to enjoy his time in the middle.
That one dropping short of deep mid-on. Humphreys just bringing his mid-on into, is he quite inside the circle? Certainly into a shorter position where that ball had fallen. But it's Frost on strike now, and he gets the run. Rossiter moving to his left, but the ball went to his right. These two trying initially to make things respectable for the Munster Reds. It's pulled away to the covering fielder on the boundary, Tom Mays.
That's a well set field. Tom Mays not having to move a step to his left or right. Hit straight at him. I also noticed Cohen at long on. He had been brought up into the circle. He's now gone back again.
Straight to Van Werkum at short third. And that is the end of Humphreys' first over. 7 runs coming from it. The Reds just keeping that run rate required at a tantalising touch over 7.
Certainly keeping it within reach anyway. 7 off that over.
Van Werkum will continue to McCarthy. Similar field to his last over. And the reverse sweep past the man at point. And a very good sweep indeed. Another boundary for McCarthy.
Well, that's a super shot. At the end of the last over, Mark Adair had gone out behind point to strengthen the field against that shot. On this occasion, at the start of the over, he stayed in close at slip, and that opened up the shot. And McCarthy took it on.
And that one was very short and very leg side, but there is a fielder out there, McCullum. Couple more for McCarthy. Hitting the ball nice and clean. 6 off the first 2 deliveries of this Van Workum over. Run rate has just gone above 5. That's turned fine, but there is a man at 45 degrees. Matt Foster. Foster and Mays, 2 of the bowlers, having to do a lot of fielding at the moment. That one's pulled away. Will it find the gap? Nope, McCullum is there. Oh, and it'll slip by Frost. Meant just a single that time for McCarthy.
Well, I think it's a good idea that Frost slipped over there, because there was never a chance of a second, and if they'd gone for it, there would have been another wicket falling. Fielding in the outfield, it was just too good to be taking liberties. But with Frost slipping, they didn't even attempt the second.
Ian McCarthy just stretching out something there as he completed that run. Nice shot. Punched into that gap at extra. There will be 2 this time. Difficult for the bowling side, trying to keep that momentum going, keeping that ruthlessness when it's 7 for 136 and you've got such a big total to chase. But they have to be ruthless here, the Knights. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Mark Adair or Tom Mays come back pretty soon. Nicely played to backward point, but good fielding there by the skipper. So no run on that occasion. And 9 off that over from Van Workum, who now has 4 for 42 off 6. 136 for 7 off 27. McCarthy 31 off 27 deliveries. And Frost 14 at a runner ball. Humphreys will continue the spin attack from the Mardyke walk end, bowling round the wicket to the left-handers. Just slightly adjusting his cover boundary fielder, and just asking Cade Carmichael to go a bit finer on the boundary on the long leg position. That's pulled away to mid-on for a single to McCarthy. Top scorer in the innings now, Liam McCarthy. Probably go into the dressing room and say to the captain, how come I was batting at number 8?
Yes.
Complete
Well
mishit
bowled
there by Frost, but he'll get a single for it.
Completely fooled by the bowler there. Humphreys knows that both batsmen are keen to get some width, perhaps something a bit short, something they can get after.
Skipper Mark Adair in a very short mid-wicket position here. Very short mid-wicket, quite a short cover as well. This now the highest partnership in the Reds' innings, with McCarthy getting 17, Frost 15, 32 runs off 28 balls. And there'll be a few more here. No way Tom Mays will get to that. Well hit by McCarthy for another boundary. His 5th boundary of the innings for all 4s. Straight to the skipper Adair. Good shot, straight down the ground from McCarthy. Munster Reds with their best partnership of the innings. And this is the latest boundary from McCarthy.
Just power, really, pushing it down the ground. Well, as we know, this isn't the last game of the week for the Munster Reds. They have the Leinster Lightning visiting on Thursday. Stephen, you'll be here for that game.
I sure will.
Do you think there's anything they're going to do differently, approach differently, or will they talk about?
They're going to be up against a Leinster Lightning side without all of their Ireland players, who'll be preparing for the series against India. A much changed Leinster Lightning team apparently on Thursday. I'd love to see, if they win the toss, that they might just bat first. This thing of putting a side in all the time, why not try batting first, set a score, see how you get on?
Yes,
I don't know what else they can do that's different. Maybe change their batting order a bit from the evidence of today. Kept down well that time by Frost.
And it's not a game without positives for the Munster Reds either. You take the game as a whole. I mean, their ground fielding was superb. There was only the one drop catch, which was that caught and bowled to McCarthy, which, look, when you're a bowler coming through on your follow through and the ball's heading towards you, you have no idea of the speed it's coming at you, whether the batsman connected or didn't, or...
Absolutely, and you're always naturally off balance on your follow through as well. Good save on the boundary there, long leg. A couple of runs for Frost. He's ticking along nicely at a run a ball.
I think it's Morgan. I think I've worked out that it's Morgan Topping that's off the field. Why we have a 12th man on.
I wonder if that might be why he was so under his usual brilliance today. Maybe he's just feeling unwell and has picked up a bug or something.
Well, he appears to be off the field at this stage. Well, we've seen 170 odd balls here, and the number of dots is also over 100. That may be part of the difficulty that the Munster Reds have had today.
Now, this partnership has put a bit of a gloss on things for the Reds. They just need to keep it going, see how far it takes them. And that's going to fall into no man's land between the infield and the out. One of the first times that McCarthy hasn't found the middle of his bat. Partnership goes to 45. McCarthy 27 of those, Frost 18. They're halfway to the target, that's the positive side. There's still over 21 overs to go.
Yep, as we said, it's not the number of runs that is the problem for the Munster Reds. scoring runs at a good rate. It's the number of wickets that have fallen. 7 of them now. Back in the hutch. Cummins, Moore, Frost, Kane, Ford, Delaney, Joyce. Just a list of processional list of batsmen coming to and leaving the wicket far too early for the Munster Reds.
Trying to nudge that down to third man, but playing and missing. The end of the 29th over. 6 coming from it. Frost on 18, McCarthy 28, partnership 46. And here are the partnerships for the Munster Reds today. And as you can see, well, there isn't one really until Moore and Delaney put on 30, with Delaney's 26 off 8 deliveries.
I was going to say that partnership of 30 between Delaney and Moore, well, it's more a partnership of Delaney.
Delaney and Delaney sounds like a solicitor's firm.
30 for that partnership, but that record was broken by this partnership. It's unbroken at 46. And let's hope that they can get the half-century partnership. Something to celebrate for the Munster Reds. But yeah, going back to the positive side of things, I thought that Liam McCarthy bowled really well this morning and was ably supported by Josh Manley. You know, there are definite points that the coach is going to highlight.
Ben White's 10 overs were excellent as well.
Yeah, unfortunate about Tyrone Kane, because he bowled really well in that first spell, and that could have made a difference later on. A return to pace now.
Matt Foster coming down the hill, and McCarthy smashes him over mid-off, and it does go to the fence. Another good boundary from the best Munster Reds batter today by a long way. What I have seen today is that while that was the 50 partnership, by the way, while they were taking all the wickets, the Northern Knights were full of vim and vigour in the field, but they've gone a bit flat because for them it's almost as if the game was over. 7 down for 106. And now all of a sudden they have to take 3 more wickets to finish it out.
It's like the start, they were, as you say, concentrating, they were on it, they were looking for wickets, and now they've got them, they're just waiting and expecting wickets. I'm not saying the bowlers aren't bowling with intent, but it does, the whole fielding side doesn't have that snap that we felt earlier on, that enthusiasm, that support for each other that we saw and thought was so good for the Munster Reds in the first innings. They're just sort of drifting now, expecting a wicket to come. Sure, he'll hit one in the air soon enough. Sure, he'll miss one. And instead they have a 50 partnership here.
And a run rate of 5.3 with the required run rate just over 7. Crazy to say the game is still on, but this will probably be the end of it. There you go, the partnership broken with that fine catch in the deep by Ross Adair. Liam McCarthy has to go. Or, my apologies, I saw him walking off and I was thinking, oh, it's Frost has gone.
I think
8th out for 157 in the 30th over. And Frost putting on that 50 partnership, scoring 18 off 20 deliveries. So we're down to the last 2 now for the Munster Reds.
Well, here it is. It was there to be hit. It was clipped off his legs. But he's 2 yards short of the boundary. And as a result, Ross Adair can take the simplest of catches. Yes, I saw McCarthy heading to the sidelines. However, he had just given the universal signal for, could I get a drink, please? The 3 universal signals in cricket, of course, being, can I get a drink, can I get a fresh pair of gloves, and could you bring me the bill, please?
And the third is the most important, because that's the social side of the game.
Absolutely. Josh Manley, well, he had a very good first innings. He bowled with vim, vigour and accuracy. Didn't pick up a wicket in his first spell, but he provided great support to McCarthy, and perhaps he can do the same again now.
Foster brought back and successful in breaking that partnership. Now, can the Reds have another one? This is Manley's first bat in this 50 over provincial series. No idea what his form is like with the bat.
Well,
But we're about to find out.
I suggest he's come in at number 10.
There's lots of number 10s who can bat. Well, at least they think they can bat. That would suggest he's coming in at number 10, and his highest score apparently is 10.
Well, you watch this ball. This is fabulous from Matthew Foster. You've got a tail ender in front of you.
Foster.
Super fast ball.
8 innings at this level, has scored 10 runs 3 times.
Well,
So that's his first target today. Beat that. Foster 2 for 36 off his 7. And it's Tom Mays on for his 8th over now. McCarthy on 48. And that's a fine shot straight down the ground, and that will bring him his 50. Lovely boundary and a fine innings from Liam McCarthy.
well, I'm delighted for McCarthy, delighted for the Munster Reds. But I do think that McCarthy's innings just backs up our point, Stephen, that you have to be positive on this pitch. Not foolhardy. Not foolhardy, but concentrating, keeping your eye on the ball, and then you can see what you can achieve.
Landmark innings this for Liam McCarthy, his first 50 in a List A match. He goes to 53 of just 39 deliveries.
He'll be knocking on the coach's door in the morning. Looking to move up the order. Looking to have the little part after his name changed from bowler to all-rounder. Every bowler loves scoring runs. Loves showing batsmen can be done.
He took 2 for 60 in his 10 overs today and could have had 3 or 4. I think that shot from Josh Manley kind of shows us where he's at as a batter. Much to learn. Bowlers don't generally have enough time to practice their batting because they're so busy practicing their bowling.
What happens is that they practice their bowling, then they bowl at the batsman, and then when it comes to their turn to bat, there's nobody left to bowl to them.
Great delivery, following the batter.
He's well aware that Manley wants to release his arms, free them up. So instead, bowling that short ball forced him backwards and backwards.
Slip in here for Tom Mays.
Good ball here would be a Yorker, right up in the block hole on the toes.
That one short, and well, Josh Banley trying his best to get his bat on the ball, but struggling a bit.
I'm enjoying this over from Tom Mays. He seems to be trying to work the batsman out. He's not trying to get him out with every delivery. He's trying to set him up because he only needs to get him out once. So he's using the first few balls, forcing him onto the back foot, making him wary of the short ball. And he's setting him up for that well-pitched
Yorker, you think?
I think either a Yorker or certainly a full-length ball. Outside off, maybe.
It's short and it's pulled away by Manley in fine style. Who said this man can't bat? Fabulous shot.
Well, he's off the mark. That season's high of 10 within reach.
Season's high? That's his career high.
But it was short. And
very good bat speed there. So 166 for 8 at the end of 31. That over from Mays, despite us praising it so much. 9 runs off it.
Wow.
So tomorrow afternoon, right here in the Mardyke, Wednesday the 16th of August, 2:30 in the afternoon. For a couple of hours you can come down here and meet the players from the Munster Reds. Every one of them will be here, and they're looking forward to meeting you all, young or old, male or female, whatever your persuasion. If you're a cricket fan and you live in Cork or the surrounding areas, why not join them here and get to know some of the players? It's a great opportunity for young people especially, but for cricket lovers, it's not something that's often offered to the fans. So here, tomorrow, 2:30. Don't be late. Hanley just bemused by that delivery, sailing past his nose.
Turned round to the umpire, checking on the height. Nothing wrong with that. He actually didn't get too high on him.
Surprised Liam McCarthy took one off the first ball of the over. I thought maybe he'd want to keep the strike. That's snicked away. Is there a fielder down there? Yes, there is. Tom Mays. Manley moves to 5. He's halfway there. Halfway to his top score.
Well, I don't think McCarthy sees any benefit to marshalling the tail or protecting the other batsman. He's just out there enjoying himself. He's 54 from just 40 deliveries.
And that's a fine shot. Through extra cover for 4. He moves to 58. The score goes to 172. He has hit some genuinely good cricket shots today, Liam McCarthy.
He's certainly earning the label of all-rounder. That's a lovely classic shot. Nothing wrong with that at all. That's not just a slash or at a ball.
And then right behind, the more accurate delivery as Foster comes back with a doozy. 6 off the over, 2 for 42 now, off his 8.
Well, I've heard he averages 40 with the bat, 25 with the ball. There's no doubt McCarthy is an all-rounder, and he certainly has batted a fine innings here today. He's been positive, he's taken on the bowlers, he's put away the bad ball, and he's helped the run rate climb to nearly 5.5.
And if he carries his bat here, he'll have some average in this series, because he's got 21 runs and he's only been out once. So at the 58, that's 79. He'll be determined to carry his bat, that's for sure. Change of bowling at the Sunday's well end. Theo van Workum coming in. for his 7th over.
Oh, just 18 overs remaining now. And Verkum, 4 for 42. He'd like nothing more than to pick up a 5th wicket here. If he could take one of these 2 final wickets.
18 overs, 131 required. Manley with a prod to mid-on. Since 2012, only 8 players have taken 5 wickets in a 50-over match, this day match here in Ireland. Another run there to Manley, by the way.
So in 11 years of interprovincial 50-over cricket, only 8 bowlers have taken 5ers. That's amazing, isn't it? When you think how many games would have played over that time. Of the 8 I could name,
That's wide. Down the leg side. Pulled away to wide mid-on, into the gap. And a couple more for McCarthy, who moves into the 60s.
very athletic stop there by James McCullum. He's been patrolling that side of the ground with great success. Inside edge on that one, doing his best to drag it back onto the stumps.
That was one of the first shots we've seen today from McCarthy, where he took a bit of a heave at the ball. Didn't get his feet into the right position. That was 2 off the previous ball from Van Workum, not a single. That's just wide of Tom Mays at mid-off, and it's away for another boundary to McCarthy, who's 64 now.
He's going along very nicely. He's showing what was possible for the Munster Reds. If McCarthy, I mean, if a batsman like McCarthy can get this sort of runs, and I'm not playing him down, he's done very well. But the PJ Moores, the Cummins, such like, these are the guys that you'd be expecting to play this sort of innings. And then at that stage, anything was possible for the Munster Reds. But with the top order, 6 wickets down for 88, it made it very, very difficult. In fact, they've done really well to get to 174 for 8 when you think they were 88 for 6.
Our graphics just catching up here. The Van Workum over having to be finished off, which it will be. We're going to have drinks now after 33 overs. So we'll be back in a few minutes for the conclusion of today's match between the Munster Reds and the Northern Knights. Well, I'm sure you've all been mystified by that query we set to you earlier. The 8 bowlers to take 5-fers in 50-over cricket. And Craig here has the answer.
Well, just to take you through the list, first of all, special credit to George Dockrell. He's done it 3 times. The others, Reuben Wilson, Frost playing here today, S.A. Britton from the Northwest, Tyrone Kane, Barry McCarthy, Shane Getgate, and Heatley Tector. Oh, Harry Tector, maybe. Andrew Britton. Well, there we go. There's the answer. Theo van Workum, he has 4 at the moment. He'll be looking for a 5th.
Oh, Matt Humphreys back into the attack from the Mardyke walk end. Bowling to Josh Manley on the dizzy heights of 6 not out.
A few movements in the field, post drinks. I don't know if people have just drifted from where they were put or it's a change in the field.
Nicely played by Manley. McCarthy on 64 or 47. Still a shade under 17 overs to go. Turned by Manley, but straight to the mid-wicket. Fielder James McCullum. Marketer in the slips here for Matt Humphreys.
Nice bit of turn there for Humphreys. Manley just keeping that one out on the offside.
And nicely played. McCarthy scampering through for the quick single. Manley goes to 7.
Good clear call. Good trust between the batsmen. Made that single possible. You're going to go hard, go quickly, and go decisively.
Just a couple of deliveries left in this 34th over. Now, will McCarthy try and do something to get the strike back at the far end? Or will he just play each ball on its merits? Just the single, leaving Manley to face the last ball of the over. McCarthy 65. Manley's just a boundary away from his record score. Short ball and deciding to stay where he is at the end of the over. 34 gone. Just 2 off that latest Humphreys over. None for 19 for him. Manley on 7, McCarthy on 65. The Munster Reds 182 for 8 after 34. And a beautiful ray of sunshine hits the ground.
Afternoon sunshine.
Well, it looks like Theo van Workum is going to get his full 10 overs today if they don't take the wickets before then.
Well,
Coming up now is his 9th.
Be nice for him to carry on through and join that list of 8 players.
Three out in the deep on the leg side. Total respect from McCarthy. After 35 overs, The Knights were 156 for 5. Oh, he went right across his stumps there. He was outside off stump by the time he hit that one. Or by the time the ball hit him, rather. Just a single for McCarthy, happy to let Manley go back on strike.
I hadn't noticed, but Van Vorkum, although he's taken 4 wickets, he has made the half-century in runs conceded now, and this is 8th over, so going at over a run a ball. But the Northern Knights won't mind that today. It's the wickets he's picked up that have made the big difference. 183 for 8.
Yeah, Manley finding the gap past McCullum. Goes to 8 now. McCarthy back on strike. Just a couple of balls left in the 35th over. Wild swipe outside the off stump from McCarthy. Well bowled by Van Workum.
A couple of times between deliveries, McCarthy's been looking out to the leg side boundary. There's a man behind square, and then a couple of men up towards cow corner, but a big gap between them. Oh!
Van Workum got his hand to that, but it would have been a wonder catch. Single off the last ball of the over. McCarthy a little bit annoyed with himself, but he's gone to 67 now. Manley on 8. Van Workum 4 for 53 after his 8th over, and it's 185 for 8.
Oh, it was only at the 35th over that the Northern Knights reached 150. But it was from there on in, they accelerated and doubled their score over the last 15 overs. And you can see the Munster Reds are nearly 30 runs ahead at the same point. Just 3 more wickets lost. It's been the same for both sides. Very difficult to get in at the start, very difficult to stay in. But then things easing out as the innings goes on.
Pulled away to the man deep on the boundary. Just a single for McCarthy. Now a real chance for Humphreys to maybe pick up his first wicket against Josh Manley. Firm shot to mid-on. Manley beginning to show some cricketing instincts here. He's settling in. Playing some shots. There you go. That's into cow corner, and it's a 6. And that's it. Manley has broken his record. His highest score in this form of cricket moves to 14. Fine shot. And this time he plays it just straight down the ground for a single to mid-off. And all of a sudden, batting is looking so much easier for the Munster Reds. Manley on 15, McCarthy on 68. 8 off this over so far. And there's another 6. Right over the side screen this time. A wonderful hit from McCarthy as he moves into the 70s. Only 110 needed now. plenty of overs.
Well, that's it, isn't it? Lovely shot from McCarthy. That brings the Munster Reds onto the absolute brink of 200. They're getting there far, far quicker than the Northern Knights did. It was only in the last 12 overs they put on 96 in those last 12 overs.
.37 off the last 5. That's over 7 and over, 7.4 and over. That's what they need to score at. I know it's a long shot, but
still possible.
It's 104. Once you get under 100, you start to think, well, maybe it's possible. These two batters have been in together now. They've put on a big partnership, 93 runs. And this one hits straight to the fielder at mid-off. And Humphreys gets his man. We spoke too soon, but it was bound to happen. And that great innings from McCarthy comes to an end on 74. And Matt Humphreys is the one who makes the breakthrough. And McCarthy goes off, trudging away, knowing what might have been. Oh, if I'd only hit it a bit higher and a bit longer, I'd still be here.
Well, there's many a batsman says that. That's a fine knock from Liam McCarthy. He'll have enjoyed that. He may be disappointed walking off now, but I'm sure tonight when he sits down, has a think about it, he'll be delighted with his day's work. He's been, well, the most influential Munster Red player today. He took wickets with the ball, opening the innings, opening the bowling for his side. And now he's top scored, and top scored by quite a way. He's on 74, scored at a good strike rate. 10 fours, 1 6. And that sees Benjamin White out to the middle.
Josh Manley on strike because the batter has crossed. That was the last ball, actually, of the Humphreys over. Now it's Tom Mays hoping to wrap it up here against Josh Manley, who flashes at that one.
Manley eyeing up the open fields, square of the wicket. If he can get it through the ring, be looking for a couple, all for the boundary. Well, this is a win that's going to propel the Northern Knights back to the top of the log. They'll be ahead of the Leinster Lightning, the Northwest Warriors.
Good pull shot, way behind square, no chance for Carmichael. And Josh Manley with 3 boundaries now, 2 4s and a 6 in his 19.
And exactly 100 to win. This could be a fairy tale story. The last wicket need 100 to put off what would be an famous victory.
I'd say there'd be a few stats pulled from the archive if it came to pass. Manley and White, 2 of the better bowlers today. McCarthy too, who just departed. With 10 fabulous overs. He's had quite a match. 2 for 60 off his 10 overs and a 74, top scoring for his side. Sliced away, but straight to point where Van Workum is the fielder. 203 for 9.
Just 1 wicket now between the Northern Knights and victory. bowler is it that's going to pick this wicket up?
Slower delivery. Good aggressive fielding from mid-on by Markader.
Never a single there. As alert and awake as White was, Manley wanted nothing to do with it.
And a bit of a non-shot there from Manley at the end of the over. Didn't move his feet one way or t'other. Beaten outside by Mays, just the one boundary off the over. And his 9th over goes for 1 for 44 now for Mays. White yet to score, yet to face a delivery. That's coming up against Humphreys. Manley on 19 and 203 for 9. They're just 99 runs behind. 13 overs to go. It was a fine batting performance by the Northern Knights, turning around what looked like a bad situation. That's been the difference between the sides. Neil Rock and Markader with 2 fine innings. And of course that solid 47 from Cade Carmichael at the top of the order, also very important. Apart from Liam McCarthy, there hasn't been enough good batting from the Reds. Ben White gets off the mark though with a single down to long on. Manley back on strike. Short delivery. Just played straight back to the bowler. Just 1 wicket in hand. 99 required. Josh Manley's getting buzzed out there by some flying object.
Luckily enough on this occasion, I suspect it's just the 1 and not the 20,000 we saw earlier in the season.
We'll never forget that. The bee swarm. Bee swarm stop play. Down the leg side. There could be a couple of wides here. Three more to be added to the total.
Now, at what stage would the Northern Knights start getting nervous with runs to win dropping all the time? Would it be?
Not at 96 anyway.
What about 76?
No. I think it would have to get to
26?
30. Somewhere around 30 is when I'd be going, what's going on here? With only 1 wicket to get. Oh, sliced away just past the man at cover. Topping.
You see, there isn't the same snap in the field, the same urgency. They're just wanting this wicket to happen, hoping the Munster Reds will just hit the ball to them.
If I was the captain, I wouldn't have all those fielders on the boundary. I'd be bringing them in for the catching positions, because these batters aren't good enough to hit the ball that far. But Manley has swapped that away. Another boundary. White, rather. That was White. They're both tall men. White pulling it away to square leg for another boundary. 212 for 9 now.
And if anything, the closer that the Munster Reds are getting to the target, the more they're pushing on, the more disappointing this defeat will end up being. Like, if they'd all been out for 99, for under 100, it would have been, ugh. But now they're sort of thinking, oh, if only we'd done X, done Y, batted a bit longer, batted first.
Swept away, and the ball is dropped on the boundary. Would you believe it?
Disappointing for the Northern Knights. Delight for Manly.
His highest score just keeps getting higher. He's 21 today.
He's raising the bar.
Yeah, there's a sense of what's going on. Adair is coming into the slips now. He's bringing in the fielder from deep cover.
Tom Mays with ball in hand. Into his final over now. The skipper wants him to make this breakthrough.
That'll be a wide. 2:14 for 9. 89 runs to win.
Well, I would suggest it's going to take more than a few wides for the Munster Reds to get home from here.
Nicely played into a huge gap at mid-wicket. Couple of runs here. 2 more for Ben White. He goes to 7 or 4.
Nice chase by Ross Adair. Pulling that one up before they could even think about a second. And now we're starting to hear a little bit of encouragement for the fielding side from the players.
Ooh, bit of a waft at that from Ben White.
Well, as long as there are 2 men in the middle, there's still hope for the Munster Reds. Maybe a slim chance, but they'll keep going to the very end.
Well played, kept it out. And then did a bit of fielding after. Tail enders are always like that.
Yeah.
.87 required off 68 deliveries. Mays with just 2 balls left in his 10 overs. That's turned into the gap at square leg for another single.
Well, Tom Mays has bowled well today. 5 and over, there or thereabouts. 1 ball left in his spell.
Got that wicket way back. The wicket of Murray Cummins, probably the most important wicket of the day, the first one. And of course Cummins, such a consistent batter, out for a mere 5, caught behind off the bowling of Mays. Probably could have taken a single there, but deciding against it. That's the end of Tom Mays' bowling today. 10 overs, 1 for 49. He'll be disappointed he couldn't finish it off, but there's still 11 overs to go, and plenty of bowlers who'll be relishing the prospect of taking this 10th wicket. First of them, Matt Humphreys, coming on for his 5th over.
One of the interesting things for Mark Adair at this stage will be which of his bowlers are coming up to him and saying, "Oh, just give me the ball and let's finish this." Just that sort of, that urgency, that desire to take on the game. It's just sort of drifted for the last few overs.
That's a good shot by Ben White. Just waited for it and turned it to mid-wicket for another single.
And the last 2 wickets now have put on 60 runs. I think the first 5 wickets fell for less than that. Totally different part of the game.
Caught in front, but no decision from Steve Wood except to shake his head.
Speed at which Humphreys was celebrating then. I thought he was going to have his car started before the players left the field.
Big heave from Josh Manley. It's found the inside edge though. And a couple more. Van Workum chasing it down from 30 metres away. Manley, 23. I wonder what he's thinking now. Josh Manley, never having scored more than 10 runs in his career. He was about to set off for a run there with no communication to Ben White, who was standing at the far end. Straight to cover, no run.
I think he'll be looking for a single soon enough, if only to retain the strike for his own batting.
That was a nice shot, but was straight to backward point. And that's the end of Humphreys' 6th over. 1 wicket for him. Manley stays on 23. 20, we'll see in a second. Score is flitting around. Yep, 23, that's what I thought. And White is on 9. And 40 overs have been bowled. 10 to go. 83 required. And we're into the final power play when the Northern Knights can have as many as 5 players out in the deep.
I'd be surprised if they do.
So Van Workum coming on now for his final over.
And the man on the cover boundary, not really a wicket-taking position.
And a man out deep square leg.
I think that could be on though.
Now Humphreys has dropped to deep mid-off.
Still a slip in place.
Nicely turned. Backward of square. That could go all the way. It was really well timed. Another boundary. Ben White has given up. He goes to 13. The score to 224 for 9. It's good to see the Munster Reds batting long and deep. They've got into the 40 overs and you know, they're setting, even if it's only personal milestones. We've seen Josh Manley score his highest score at this level. Ben White's doing quite well. It'll all be good for them going forward for the game against Leinster Lightning on Thursday and for all the other matches to be played in this series coming up next month. September 4th, 5th and 7th up in the north. Northwest Warriors against the Munster Reds in Breedy, and then the last 2 games with the Northern Knights at home, as you said, against Leinster Lightning and Northwest Warriors on Tuesday the 5th and Thursday the 7th of September. Another good shot from Manley, turned round the corner for a single. .226 for 9 now. Light getting a little bit gloomier. That was a good shot. Played into the gap by Ben White.
Jamming his bat down on that, squeezing it out. Letting it run away to the fielder. Takes his single.
Just a few drops of rain falling as the dark cloud overhead has made it a touch gloomier. The difference between Josh Manley now, having scored 24, to the man who came to the crease.
Yes.
He's actually improving as a batter as we watch. This is probably the best practice he's had as a batter for a very long time. That's a good shot. Just the single.
That's quite wise. Last ball of the over. 9 done now for Van Volkum. 4 for 61. .228 for 9. Frustrating for the Munster Reds. They can see what could have been possible. The what-ifs will be racing round the dressing room this evening.
It was 8 for 157 when Frost was out. So they've put on another 71.
For the loss of 1 wicket.
That's really good. They haven't just caved, and they've made the Northern Knights stay out there and work for this final couple of wickets. But now it's Josh Manley about to face Matt Foster, who'll bowl his 8th over. Still no slip. I'm surprised at that. Solidly behind it. From the Northern Knights' point of view, even if they don't get the wicket, which is highly unlikely, they know that the chances of the Reds actually getting all those runs off 53 deliveries is virtually impossible. It would be truly sensational. And that's smashed away past backward point, and a boundary for Manley, who moves to 29.
Well, he's certainly going to remember this day anyway.
He's rewriting his record book with every shot.
What he's doing is setting the bar higher for himself.
And wisely letting that one go. Shorter delivery from Foster. Sailing through to the Centurion. Neil Rock achieving something today that he'd never done before. A century at List A level. And that one's very cleverly played. Fine, and another boundary. A second boundary off this Foster over. Manley moves into the 30s. The runs required dropped to 67 off just 50 deliveries.
Oh, rain starting to fall.
Is it time for the Lewis Duckworth, whatever they call it, method?
Oh, I don't think so. I think they will do their best to stay out here and get this game completed.
And a bouncer.
Too high for Manley. Foster dropping it in very short.
Well, that's respect for you. It's actually called a wide. Medium pacer to medium pacer. Manley earning his stripes as a batter, having reached 33, and he's snicked that one away. And that's gone all the way to the boundary too. 3 boundaries and a wide off this over. All of a sudden, is it time for the Munster Reds to start dreaming? Quite incredible.
Only light rain at the moment, not enough to force a cessation in play.
5 4s and a 6 now to Manley. They haven't all been pure shots, but they're counting. 37 off 43 deliveries. White with 15 off 11.
And these two have put on 42 now for the 10th wicket.
And that's a good solid shot out to deep cover. And Manley will retain the strike at the end of the 42nd over. And there is the worm today. The red worm has just overtaken the blue one, but if you count the circles, that's the crucial thing.
Just too many orange circles there. It's such a shame. And there we go, the 43 partnership off just 36 balls. Both men playing their part in this. Manley 23 from 25. White 15 from 11. They've only been together for 24 minutes, but that hasn't stopped them scoring. Plenty of runs. Just 61 required now. We were asking earlier, at what level would the Northern Knights become nervous of this last wicket partnership? Well, they were 100 behind, 103 behind when the 9th wicket fell. You can see that's down to just 61 to win now.
Manley on strike on 38. This Van Workham's last over.
Well, it's coming down a bit heavier now.
No run there. And I think well, the umpires so far happy to continue. Pitch certainly getting wet, that's for sure. That's a fine shot. But straight to the fielder at deep cover. One more to Manley. $39 for him. White back on strike. 15 for him off just 11 deliveries. He's also getting an opportunity to show what he can do with the bat.
Well, this doesn't really work in favour of the batting team. Yes, the ball will get wet for the bowlers.
Nice shot, straight down the ground. Rossiter scampering across to save the boundary. A single to White. 16 now, 244 for 9. Runs required is under 60. Well, that was down the leg side. Came off. Did it come off Rock's hand?
Well,
good running again by these two. Manley, dead ball.
Dead ball. No shot played.
No shot played.
Well, that made sense. He looked as if he was going to play at it and then just dropped his hands and let it hit him on the hip. And as a result, the umpire just calling dead ball. No runs.
Straight to Markader, who with some fury throws it back to Neil Rock. The frustration beginning to show now. Northern Knights players wondering what is going on here.
And now the umpires about to take the players off.
Well, whatever rain there is, it's not getting any heavier.
In fact, it's getting lighter, and I think the worst of it has passed.
Ben White just retaking his guard, looking for a middle stump guard against Foster. Van Werken finishing with 4 for 63 off his 10 overs. 244 for 9, 7 overs to go. And White with a top edge round the corner. Gets a single.
No fielder there for that one. Just lifting off the bat. But to a vacant area. White moves on to 17.
I still think there's too many fielders in the deep, personally, but hey, what do I know? I think you need to squeeze batters like this.
Absolutely right. Make them hit over your fielders.
That's a fantastic shot by Manley.
Takes him on to 43. It really would be nice to see a man who had a previous list A top score of 10. If he can go on to the half century, that would be some celebration. Nicely fielded.
He goes for the same shot again, but this time a little bit shorter, a little bit more lift from Foster. They only need 54 off 39 deliveries. These two batters well set, 50 partnership now. Came together at 199 for 9. Manley with 28, White with 17, just 45 balls. And that's another fine shot, half stopped by Adair. And a single to Manley.
It's Carmichael who tidies up, but that was a fabulous dive and stop by Ross Adair.
The rain continuing to fall, and Ben White just something's put him off. Not quite sure what. Maybe some conversation in the field. Cade Carmichael dropping back onto the boundary fence in front of the pavilion.
I think it was the discussion between captain and keeper. Words being spoken behind him that caused Ben White just to pull out.
Just 3 on the leg side now. 3 inside the ring, 4 inside the ring on the offside. And that's well played by Ben White. Northern Knights trying to jizz themselves up. 6 off this Foster over so far. He's gone for 62 with just 1 delivery left in his 10 overs. That's a better ball. Well played by Ben White, and at the end of his 10 overs, Foster with 2 for 62. But these two still together, 51 the partnership. 6 overs to go, 36 deliveries. And the win is still there for the Reds. Here's the partnerships now of the Munster Reds, and look at the bottom there. The 3 best partnerships coming between McCarthy and Frost, McCarthy and Manley, and now Manley and White.
It's almost the question of who put the batting order upside down.
There will be questions asked, for sure.
Yeah, we know it did get easier to bat on as the balls got older. Not quite the extravagant swing.
Humphreys now from the Sunday's Well end, bowling to Josh Manley on 44. can see how assured now Manley looks in the defensive work. He's starting to use his feet properly.
Probably thinking of all the hours spent in the nets.
But that time he was beaten by the flight. But no out given by Johnny Kennedy. Good delivery. Just going down leg side. He's had a good game, Johnny Kennedy. And this time the finger is raised. And the final wicket goes. In the gloom, in the Mardyke, with a few raindrops falling, the Northern Knights finally prevail by 52 runs. The Munster Reds, a valiant effort by their lower order to take them to 250. Manley out for 44. Ben White not out on 17. And Humphreys gets the crucial 10th wicket. And a game that was petering out and looked like it was going nowhere gave us some really good storylines at the end. The batting of Liam McCarthy and Josh Manley. And, of course, Ben White also joining in at the end.
Well-earned victory in the end by the Northern Knights. It was their bowling at the top of the Munster Reds that saw this off as a contest. But the Knights themselves had been in trouble early, and it took a magnificent partnership. Well, Neil Rock, he scored his maiden List A century. And that was perhaps the performance of the day. Liam McCarthy, it was in a losing cause, but he did so well to get his 74 and took 2 wickets in the first innings. We'll go. Players now congratulating each other. That was a much closer game in the end. The margin of victory a lot smaller than we thought it was going to be, Stephen.
Yeah, maybe that bonus point won't be earned by the Northern Knights, but we shall see. That margin of victory quite small in the end. And here is the card of the Knights' inning, which started very badly with Adair, Egan and McCullum topping as well, all out with not too many runs on the board. 86 for 4 they were at that stage, but Rock and Adair with a fantastic partnership in the middle, and they managed to get to 302 from their 50 overs.
Well, as you said, the main part there, that partnership between Rock and Adair, 102 scored in just 57 balls, and that gave the innings impetus, it gave the innings a total and something they could defend, and it also showed the players after those two, well, Mark Adair was there, 33 and 26, they just extended, played positively.
Super bowling by Josh Manley, 3 for 45. He was probably the pick of the Reds bowlers, but McCarthy was unlucky, getting just 2 wickets. He probably deserved more. And a fine bowling effort too by Ben White with 2 for 59. And then the reply from the Munster Reds looked like it was petering out until Delaney came in and smashed 26 off 8 deliveries. And then McCarthy, Frost, Manley and White, all with major contributions, especially Liam McCarthy, whose form was quite superb.
Well, the Reds will be very disappointed with those first set of partnerships. It was only once Delaney came in, and as you say, he hit that 26 off just 8 balls. Playing positively, brought runs, and then the partnerships at the end, 51, 42 and 51. Well, there's about 150 runs there out of a total of 250, and you can't expect to win when you're relying on your bottom order to get you the runs.
Bowling for the Knights, 4 for 63 for Van Werkum, who got 4 wickets in his first 4 overs, which was the reason why the Reds were in such trouble. Humphreys with a couple near the end. Really good bowling spell from Mark Adair, and Mays and Foster, their usual wicket-taking selves. And there's the match summary. The Knights 302 for 9 off 50 overs. Set a very good target after a bad start. The Reds made a bad start but finished well to only lose by 52. Northern Knights win by 52 runs. They go top of the Rario 50 table. And we'll be back again in a couple of days' time when the Munster Reds take on the Leinster Lightning. And it's goodbye from Craig Senior and myself, Stephen Alkin, and all of the HBV crew here in the Mardyke. We look forward to your company in a couple of days' time. Do join us then.